In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, Ocean Odyssey, to help you better grasp the new gameplay and have a better experience. First, situated underwater beneath a huge statue is the Ocean Palace. At the beginning of a match, there are two ocean palaces that you can go to. They are located in the waters under the ruins and Milta. Each ocean palace has loads of supplies and treasures. It's an ideal landing spot. Now, what's the quickest way to enter the ocean palace? Parachute directly to the ocean surface at the start of a match, and after plunging underwater, you will get a speed boost, so you can quickly reach the palace. You swim faster in the water near the ocean palace, and you can hold your breath for longer, allowing you to move around quickly underwater. After passing through the sea suppressor barrier, you can enter the ocean palace. The sea suppressor barrier forms a large air pocket in the ocean palace, and you can battle in this space. The first time you enter the ocean palace, you will receive a special respawn. Do keep in mind that you will lose it if you leave the vicinity of the ocean palace. Inside the palace, you can activate the water nymph performance. When it ends, you'll be rewarded with supplies. A powerful item lies at the center of the palace, the trident, which unlocks once the countdown ends. Upon retrieving the trident, not only will you get lots of supplies, but a special respawn card as well. It's used to respawn in the battleground, and still works even when eliminated outside the ocean palace. However, the respawn card has a time limit, so pay attention to when it expires. Lost crates are hidden in the waters all around the palace. Dive in and explore for surprise loot. Once a certain amount of time passes in the match, a kraken will appear and destroy the sea suppressor, flooding the ocean palace. Use the portals in the ocean palace to leave quickly. Finally, there are several Forsaken ruins. Besides having tons of supplies, the Forsaken ruins conceal two sea treasuries. Find the switches to remove the water veil and enter the waterway from the ocean temple. Then you can find the sea treasury located underground. Light up all the pillars at the treasury entrance to open the treasury door and obtain the treasure. On the ground of the Forsaken ruins, there is a blasting current and a mirage tower. Use them to get higher up or to move around. When you encounter an enemy, use them creatively to take the enemy by surprise. Furthermore, some Forsaken ruins will have a spirit whale that appears in the sky after some time, and will leave a water orb on the ground after landing. Enter the water orb to board the whale escape pod. When the blue zone approaches, you can use the spirit whale to quickly get to the play zone. That's all for this video. Discover more ways to have fun. Hurry and try out Ocean Odyssey in PUBG Mobile. In this video, we'll be introducing 5 new items: the Trident, Gleaming Stingray, Water Orb Grenade, Water Orb Blaster, and the Whale Escape Pod. The Trident is sealed within the Ocean Palace. It can be retrieved after some time passes in the match. Follow the directions on the map to find it. Wielding the Trident grants the following: a special underwater swimming animation, faster swimming speed for moving about quickly or entering the play zone, and an exclusive water spout ability. Use it to turn into a water spout that moves around and can knock players and vehicles up into the air. You can use this ability to pull nearby enemies into the air, where teammates can focus fire on them, or give teammates cover to evacuate. Please be aware that water spouts cannot lift up enemies hiding in buildings. The Gleaming Stingray vehicle can be found in the waters of the Ocean Palace. Get close to it to ride it, or pick up a Stingray core in the Ocean Palace to summon it. Gleaming Stingrays can glide through the new underwater areas in the air, and can seat 2 players. After dismounting, it can be stored as a Stingray core. The Gleaming Stingray can then be summoned again from the quick item menu. In water areas, it can be quickly deployed with one tap without needing to be placed. Gleaming Stingrays have a special ability that launches bubbles and can be targeted at enemies to restrain them. When enemies are restrained, the passenger and other teammates are free to eliminate them. Bear in mind that the player in the back seat must be in the air to fire. Enemies restrained by bubbles cannot fire. Furthermore, hiding behind cover or moving quickly can reduce your chances of being hit by a bubble. The Water Orb Grenade is a new throwable item that can be picked up around the map and thrown to generate a huge water orb where it lands, engulfing players caught in the explosion. Enemies must swim to the edge of the water orb to escape, while you and your teammates get a dash ability inside the water orb. While in combat, hit enemies with this throwable to let you and your teammates get closer to eliminate them. The Water Orb Blaster occupies the pistol slot and can shoot a water orb that lasts a while and grants you and your teammates a dash ability that you can use to quickly enter the water orb. From here, you can quickly move to another water orb or dash from it. When fighting in buildings, you can use this item for quick movement and counterattacks. The Whale Escape Pod can generate a water orb where it lands. Enter the water orb and wait a while for a whale to appear and take away everyone inside. It can carry your whole team, and you can also change its route or get off midway. It's a great option for getting to the play zone. That's it for this video. I'm sure you're already coming up with a bunch of other ways to use these items. Try them out in the new version now. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. In this video, we will go over the new version's game mechanics to help you have a better understanding and improve your experience. Let's get started. First is the Kraken underneath the Ocean Palace. Although the Ocean Palace is abundant in resources, the rewards are not without risks. After players enter the Ocean Palace, a countdown begins, and at the end of it, the Kraken will awaken and break the sea suppressor, causing the Ocean Palace to flood. This jeopardizes the play area, so when the countdown ends, make sure to evacuate quickly to avoid getting trapped underwater. Next is the special respawn. Upon entering the Ocean Palace, you will receive the Heart of the Sea's protection and get an additional special respawn chance. This special respawn only works once per match. When eliminated in the Ocean Palace area, the special respawn chance will be used up. When you leave the Ocean Palace waters, you also lose the Heart of the Sea's protection, and your respawn chance will be removed. Furthermore, when the sea suppressor is destroyed, the Ocean Palace will flood. If you enter the Ocean Palace area at this point, you won't get a respawn chance. Next is the Sea Treasury underneath the Forsaken Ruins. If you wish to enter the Sea Treasury, you will need to find it within the Forsaken Ruins and activate the switches at the Treasury entrance. Pass through an underwater cave to reach the entrance of the Treasury. To open the Treasury door, you need to light up all the pillars. Once you get the treasure, a portal will appear. Go through the portal to be teleported high in the air within the play zone and parachute back in. There's also another feature to explore, the Water Prism. Water prisms are scattered throughout the map. Barriers surround them, and they can be unlocked by approaching them. Enter to reach the crates inside, and get precious supplies and items. Last is the Celestial Sea Treasure. In the new themed mode, you can pick up a new airdrop, the Celestial Sea Treasure airdrop crate. The Celestial Sea Treasure is delivered by water column. Loads of supplies lie within. We hope you all discover more fun and surprises. That's it for the game mechanics tutorial. We hope you have a better grasp of Ocean Odyssey now. Rewarding game mechanics and challenges await you. Be sure not to miss out. In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, Ocean Odyssey, to help you better grasp the new gameplay and have a better experience. First, situated underwater beneath a huge statue is the Ocean Palace. At the beginning of a match, there are 2 ocean palaces that you can go to. They are located in the waters under the ruins and Milta. Each ocean palace has loads of supplies and treasures. It's an ideal landing spot. Now, what's the quickest way to enter the ocean palace? Parachute directly to the ocean surface at the start of a match, and after plunging underwater, you will get a speed boost, so you can quickly reach the palace. You swim faster in the water near the ocean palace, and you can hold your breath for longer, allowing you to move around quickly underwater. After passing through the sea suppressor barrier, you can enter the ocean palace. The sea suppressor barrier forms a large air pocket in the ocean palace, and you can battle in this space. The first time you enter the ocean palace, you will receive a special respawn. Do keep in mind that you will lose it if you leave the vicinity of the ocean palace. Inside the palace, you can activate the water nymph performance. When it ends, you'll be rewarded with supplies. A powerful item lies at the center of the palace, the trident, which unlocks once the countdown ends. Upon retrieving the trident, not only will you get lots of supplies, but a special respawn card as well. It's used to respawn in the battleground, and still works even when eliminated outside the ocean palace. However, the respawn card has a time limit, so pay attention to when it expires. Lost crates are hidden in the waters all around the palace. Dive in and explore for surprise loot. Once a certain amount of time passes in the match, a kraken will appear and destroy the sea suppressor, flooding the ocean palace. Use the portals in the ocean palace to leave quickly. Finally, there are several Forsaken ruins. Besides having tons of supplies, the Forsaken ruins conceal 2 sea treasuries. Find the switches to remove the water veil and enter the waterway from the ocean temple. Then you can find the sea treasury located underground. Light up all the pillars at the treasury entrance to open the treasury door and obtain the treasure. On the ground of the Forsaken ruins, there is a blasting current and a mirage tower. Use them to get higher up or to move around. When you encounter an enemy, use them creatively to take the enemy by surprise. Furthermore, some Forsaken ruins will have a spirit whale that appears in the sky after some time, and will leave a water orb on the ground after landing. Enter the water orb to board the whale escape pod. When the blue zone approaches, you can use the spirit whale to quickly get to the play zone. That's all for this video. Discover more ways to have fun. Hurry and try out Ocean Odyssey in PUBG Mobile. In this video, we'll be introducing 5 new items: the Trident, Gleaming Stingray, Water Orb Grenade, Water Orb Blaster, and the Whale Escape Pod. The Trident is sealed within the Ocean Palace. It can be retrieved after some time passes in the match. Follow the directions on the map to find it. Wielding the Trident grants the following: a special underwater swimming animation, faster swimming speed for moving about quickly or entering the play zone, and an exclusive water spout ability. Use it to turn into a water spout that moves around and can knock players and vehicles up into the air. You can use this ability to pull nearby enemies into the air, where teammates can focus fire on them, or give teammates cover to evacuate. Please be aware that water spouts cannot lift up enemies hiding in buildings. The Gleaming Stingray vehicle can be found in the waters of the Ocean Palace. Get close to it to ride it, or pick up a Stingray core in the Ocean Palace to summon it. Gleaming Stingrays can glide through the new underwater areas in the air, and can seat 2 players. After dismounting, it can be stored as a Stingray core. The Gleaming Stingray can then be summoned again from the quick item menu. In water areas, it can be quickly deployed with 1 tap without needing to be placed. Gleaming Stingrays have a special ability that launches bubbles and can be targeted at enemies to restrain them. When enemies are restrained, the passenger and other teammates are free to eliminate them. Bear in mind that the player in the back seat must be in the air to fire. Enemies restrained by bubbles cannot fire. Furthermore, hiding behind cover or moving quickly can reduce your chances of being hit by a bubble. The water orb grenade is a new throwable item that can be picked up around the map and thrown to generate a huge water orb where it lands, engulfing players caught in the explosion. Enemies must swim to the edge of the water orb to escape, while you and your teammates get a dash ability inside the water orb. While in combat, hit enemies with this throwable to let you and your teammates get closer to eliminate them. The Water Orb Blaster occupies the pistol slot and can shoot a water orb that lasts a while and grants you and your teammates a dash ability that you can use to quickly enter the water orb. From here, you can quickly move to another water orb or dash from it. When fighting in buildings, you can use this item for quick movement and counterattacks. The Whale Escape Pod can generate a water orb where it lands. Enter the water orb and wait a while for a whale to appear and take away everyone inside. It can carry your whole team, and you can also change its route or get off midway. It's a great option for getting to the play zone. That's it for this video. I'm sure you're already coming up with a bunch of other ways to use these items. Try them out in the new version now. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. In this video, we will go over the new version's game mechanics to help you have a better understanding and improve your experience. Let's get started. First is the Kraken underneath the Ocean Palace. Although the Ocean Palace is abundant in resources, the rewards are not without risks. After players enter the Ocean Palace, a countdown begins, and at the end of it, the Kraken will awaken and break the sea suppressor, causing the Ocean Palace to flood. This jeopardizes the play area, so when the countdown ends, make sure to evacuate quickly to avoid getting trapped underwater. Next is the special respawn. Upon entering the Ocean Palace, you will receive the
And good evening, everyone. We are back here in the PMCL Southeast Asia Fall of 2024. This is yours truly, Kuku TV, with the one and only Contra by my side. We are now on week number 2, day number 4, the second to the last day before we end this wonderful and exciting week. And today, Contra, there's actually a lot of big names, a lot of big teams who will be resting. So this will be a chance for all those other teams that hasn't been showing up good yet for this week.
Yeah, and this is definitely the last few chances for these teams to really score big before there is also another squad that will be resting on the Sunday rounds. So therefore, this is definitely the golden opportunity, especially without the presence of Harame Bros in this matchup. Harame Bros was placed in second throughout the course of the week. So for most part, you still have Aja Esports here playing for this evening. Therefore, I would still say it's going to be looking very competitive, as teams definitely will need to put in all that they need to in order to really get themselves prepared for retreat.
Yeah, and it's gonna be totally exciting. Not just only Arame Bro who will not be playing. It's also gonna be Genesis Esports. We also have God 7 or Glory of Dragon 7 and Strangers Esports. And if you look at those teams, Arame Bro is 3rd, GE is number 4, STE is number 5, and then number 6 is God 7. So basically, we're losing a ton of those powerhouse teams playing in this week. But anyways, for this week again, and for the rest of the weeks that we have, we're gonna have our 6 maps. First is Sanhok, then 3 Erangels, then 2 Miramars at the end. Point system, again, it's the same as what we had all throughout the year. 10 points will be coming into the winner chicken dinner team. Goes down to 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. If you get 9 to 16, make sure you get an elimination point, because you won't get any placement point for that. But for every elimination point, you'll get 1. And yesterday, we've seen the lucky number 7 out of individuals. We saw it from Federalis, we saw it from Marnet, and we saw it from Martin. Contra, will we see that again in day number 4?
I think that there's going to be even more of all these crazy individual plays out there. And of course, to break down what these teams are playing for, to collect the league points, and all these will be added as bonus points. If they finish on number 1 by the end of the week, they will be receiving 20 points based on their position. They will be receiving as the points follows on your screen. Of course, these points will be brought forward to the head start of what they will be playing for in the grand finals. So far, Odyssey Esports have already racked that 20 point and looking very likely to rack another 20 point to really be dominating over onto the top of the podium as of the moment. But of course, there will be changes in due course, which we will be, of course, taking a look at how these teams will perform throughout the course of this Saturday and Sunday run. So you guys are perfectly in time to be catching up to all what these teams have been able to progress with. So with that being said, we'll also take a look at the rest of the schedule for today, as we will start off with Group A, B, C, as well as E for the entirety of the evening.
Oh yeah, and we've talked about losing Group D. Group D probably would be the group of death for this week, except if you consider Group A, which is the where Austria is at, is your group of death. But for me, it's gonna be Group D, since that's where, like I mentioned, top 3 until top 6 of the teams that we will be losing for this day. So this means that there's going to be a lot of chances now for the rest, especially I would say Sin Esports would have a lot of chances now, knowing that they ended up as the top PH team in week number 1, and this week they haven't been doing pretty well. I would say Sin, this is their day.
Yeah, I really do hope that they do show up, or else they will lose so much points that it will put them into a difficult spot heading to the very final week, where they will really have to push every step of their matches to be played out. As of the moment, this is going to be your overall standing, with Austria the only team to break the 200 mark, followed by Dread Esports, Harame Bros, GE, as well as STE to make up the top 5. Well, with Harame Bros resting, we'll probably see them slide down the board, while for even some of all the other names like Go Esports, this is their golden opportunity to rise up to the occasion. Whereas, take a look at the bottom 16, which is where teams will be trying to make as many advancements as possible. So I guess like to push up towards 60 over points for today should be still manageable for the teams that at least are playing for the evening. So for now, this is what we do have, and Go Esports, despite having some really bad games yesterday, this week they have definitely shown a lot of effort, and all the teams are playing for a lion's share of $18,000 through the course of the league.
Yeah, that's a lot of prize pool being provided by the league, and now you see the breakdown: 4,500 for the first team, first place team, then 2,400 USD for the second placer team. Third placer will get $1,800 US dollars, 1,500 for the fourth placer team, 900 USD from fifth down to the 8th spot. 9th spot until the 12th spot will get 600 USD. 13th right until 16th will be 300 USD, and then 150 USD from the 17th spot until the 20th spot. And we have our weekly awards. Again, the best performance team would get 150 USD, and the Terminator weekly will get 150 USD, which last week we found out that it's going to be Austria would be the best performance team, and then the Terminator would be Red Bull. And one thing I also noticed on the scores, there's a big asterisk on the team RTC. So just to give you a heads up, guys, whatever happened with RTC, there was a deduction of their points due to a rule violation. So just to give you a heads up what's happening, why there's a big asterisk besides their 52 points. But for me, RTC has been improving pretty well since the first week. Now in the second week, I'm just expecting them now, if we ended up week number 2, next week number 3, they're a much better team to be watched out for.
Yeah, of course, with RTC's improvement, it's definitely interesting on how far will they be able to place by the end of the week. But probably currently with their performance, they're still somewhere in the middle of the pack, where it is still going to remain very, very competitive throughout the course of the evening. So I definitely want to keep my eyes on this Singaporean team that has been thriving. As for FV, I guess there were certain rounds that they have shown a certain brilliance, and there are also certain lackluster rounds at the very same time. So it's all about that golden C word that we always use here in PUBG Mobile Esports. Consistency is absolutely the key.
Yeah, consistency is the key. And speaking of consistency, Austria Esports yesterday, man, especially Martin, a lot of the Cambodian community fans are talking about what he did in match number 3. He just obliterated 4 out of the whole members of Exquisite Esports. And before we even talk about that, we do have the Galadriel X suit available right now until September 30th. It has an exclusive lobby post available as well. Wreak Havoc also with the Sky Huntress, the first ever advanced upgradable MG3. The first draw of the day is going to be 10 UC. And while we talked about how you can probably save a lot of money by just topping up 310 yesterday, you can just tap in now 300 UC and just do it one draw at a time to actually get that 10 UC discount. But anyways, going back to my thing earlier, Martin, man, what an amazing player. Again, he still got it, in my opinion, now. We know for a fact that he's been overpowered already or overwhelmed by some of the younger players in Thailand. But anyways, let's talk about now our predictions. And speaking of Martin, you picked Austria Esports. And look at this. Look at this. Look at the other casters from the other regions. I think they're doing some sort of I think curse, in my opinion.
No, I think like it's pretty fair on how they're actually voting this one out as well. Like, they do have the sense of cohesiveness. Mine is a lot more aligned with the PH broadcast. I know you went for a TTQ. If I went for TTQ as well, then I guess like we got only 4 teams that's being voted here. From what we saw yesterday, I think like Martin have really shown that, you know, he is going to be a lethal threat. It's not only going to be Red Bull that these teams really have to care about. And for some of the past record, even in Sanhok, they have also shown that they can score chicken dinner. So it's just going to be a safe pick overall. Austria honestly doesn't need any extra points this weekend. If you ask me, they're going to be unmovable at that number 1 spot. It's more about how these other teams actually fare against them.
Yeah, and you know what? 207 to be more specific. Yeah, 207 is their points right now for Austria. They don't even need a lot of points. Maybe just a little bit of 20 points, so they can just chill around for their last day. One other squad that I'm looking towards today is Dread Esports. Dread Esports is currently at number 2 with 147 points. Just right behind them is Arami Bro. Now, if they can continue with the strong output, if they continue on and having Barney play, definitely Dread Esports will have some sort of points that they can be nearby Austria. It's probably a battle now of the top number 2 for this week, to be honest with you. But anyways, enough of us talking about teams. It's up to you now, because you have the chance to scan the QR code just right below Contra. You can scan it, and you can vote for a favorite team. If not Dread, if not Austria, if not Arami Bro, anything that we haven't really mentioned yet, like the likes of GOAT, likes of TTQ, Fearless Esports, whoever it is that you want. And then you also vote for your favorite rising star. Might be Federales, might be Red Bull, but I would love to vote for Martin now, because Martin, one of my favorite, to be honest with you, one of my favorite players before, way back in 2019, and now playing here in the PMCL region.
Yeah, he's definitely one of my favorite Thai player overall till, the new gen came in the PMPL Thailand circuit, where, you have big names like Tony K, and then there was Newsy right onto the same era. And I believe that even now there's even more and more of all these superstars coming in from that region. But now that Martin comes back into the scene as player here in the PMCL, it really shows that he has never really had any form of a dip of performance comparing him as well as all the rest of these players that have played in the Thai circuit in the past. So, of course, people love to compare some of the best names out there. You guys can still continue to give your votes on who you think is going to be your favorite as well as the best player out there on the board. Now, of course, we do have the timer on the screen already, which can only mean one thing. We're about to kick off our round moving into Sanhok. So, of course, with all that being said, I hope you got your snacks, popcorn, or anything ready, as we are definitely going to be diving into a whole lot of action for the entirety of the day. So, Cuckoo, are you ready to actually see who's going to be able to maybe knock down some of the titans of Asia Esports, or could it be a dominating day for them as well, moving for what's going to be presented to us in moments' time?
Well, I am ready. I mean, are you guys ready? The viewers out there on TikTok, YouTube, on Facebook, please share this live stream right now as we start in the very first map of day number 4, the last day of Group A. Also, now, camp again. There's a lot that Kill Enemy will be coming back, and they're going to be challenging again, most likely, Strangers Esports. But again, when you talk about groupings, Strangers Esports is not going to be available for this time around. So there's going to be a lot of things to think about, but you also have to remember that there are some groups that will not be playing today. Another thing also, Contra, that you have to look out for would be the early gameplay of Elevate Esports. Remember yesterday, they got killed early in the temples of Camp Alpha.
Yeah, true enough. I guess like now with a very different grouping, it could also be a little bit tough to navigate around certain areas of the map. So Sin Esports, they're going to be maybe a little bit happier to really take the outskirts of that island, where Elevate is really taking 2 different parts, Temple Hills, as well as having one member over on the southern side of the warehouse. But I'm looking at the south side of Kraut at the very same time. RSG are floating into the area of Camp Charlie, and there's also another squad moving into that direction. So all these initial drops, we'll get to see a little bit of an inbound fighting. And with 3 potential teams over on the hot team, this is maybe getting a little bit out of ahead on how these teams are going to manage. Circle will appear over south, so these guys in the island won't get any form of reprieve. They need to wrap up this fight. It's RTC that's currently into these quarters, while Sin having Wako to hold down the line. He's all alone, and Sin is actually starting with 3 members. They have not really gotten any form of advantage, even if they have 3 members stacked up against the rest of RTC. DBS, as well as a couple of ARs in hand. Wako does not stand a chance.
Oh, and Wako will die there. 3v1, and then you only have an M16. That's not going to be a good idea for you. But for Sin now, since they only have 3 in the lobby, it's only going to be Migs and Cool now left. And now they're going to be sandwiched by the 2 Singaporean teams. Looks like they have Flash Vision now closing in at Cool. Migs now needs to be closer to where Cool is. Cool does have a DBS, though. So it can probably manage to at least knock down 2, but he needs more help. There we go. I think he spots 1 already. Boom, but he actually got spotted first by Oreki, and Oreki will take out Cool. What's happening now to Sin?
Well, apparently not much to begin with, especially with only 3 members to start off the lobby. You're already on a slight deficit when you're going for battles. Now it's all down to mix. It really depends if whether if you can actually get a couple of catches between RTC as well as Flash Vision Esports. These 2 teams are definitely familiar on each other's playstyle, being from the same region. But as of late, I definitely do favor the chances for the side of RTC. But with a flock of crowd moving through, it seems like Curry will not be able to bypass to jump right into the compound. Quick taps coming in from Master Pabs to be able to go in for the elimination. But these Masters, they're definitely eager for even more, as they're really putting RTC to a pinch, just hugging by the corner of the wall with not much resources, though perhaps they could still dance around through these walls. Master Toki now going on the outskirts. They can go for an attack team, but instead it's Labo that will strike them one after another. A little bit of blunder there coming from the members of FB, but they will still try to push through. Dreki now going for a wide angle swing, and that will be the demise of majority of the RTC members, leaving only one, and that is Maltese. Turning the other way around, trying to survive, but how far can he go?
And Dambot was right behind that rock. He should have been more patient instead of like just spraying his Tommy gun. So that the players of Flash Rush and Esports will be surprised. But then again, it's all over for Maltese. It's gonna be a 4v1, or it's a 3v1 rather now between him and Flash Rush and Esports. And there we go. Reki now will be the ones who's gonna enter first. No, he's gonna try to smoke in maybe a fake frag grenade. Nope, there we go. He was just not looking his utilities, and there we go. The push is now being done and made by Toki as the spray downs also to the death crate happens.
Meanwhile, on another sector of that, another fight erupts. This is between GOAT as well as Exquisite, and we have seen so many battles won by GOAT Esports so far. But this battle for the compounds through the hill is not going to be looking to be all too easy to just simply be breached. So it's down to Koopa here with 2 frag grenades. As much as he really wants to, it doesn't seem like there's many angles that he could work with. While off camera, it's going to be IC taken down by KE. Kill enemy so far, starting decently while the nades are still being exchanged. GOAT Esports so far looking very healthy in their margins to really win out this trade, as Exquisite is holding a very passive defensive stance, not even trying to spread out from here, as MM will be the difference maker holding into the further end of the area of play. But GOAT Esports, they have already taken claim. Exquisite, they just really have to give more of the spacing throughout, while Elevate as well as Dread also goes into another tussle with Dread coming up on top. Well, Exquisite, I'm not sure whether it's really wise for them to still hold out here, but I can understand why, because right underneath them is just open areas of quarry to play out, which doesn't really provide the most of covers.
Look at the voting results. A little bit different now that Harami Bro and GE is not here. Ostja, GOAT, and Team Max, and 2 out of the 3 comes from the KH community, or the Cambodian community. So right now for MM, he'll be the ones to be left out. He just let off his 2 other teammates to just go away from this area. So right now, the next question now for MM is, will he be able to get out of this rock? If GOAT will be able to spot him, then he will die just very simply. But for the rest of Flash Vision now, look at this. Migs, the last member of Sin, able to eliminate, I think, 2 already now for the side of Sin. So this means that it's going to be a 1v1 now between Flash Rush and Esports and Sin. And look at this. Master Toki will not be able to get a revive. It's going to be Oreki versus Migs out in the blue. And look at Migs. Doesn't have any much first aids, but I'm pretty sure that he has bandages for him to heal himself up.
Yeah, from some of the fallen members of EVI, perhaps he could still go in for a restock, but Dreki is definitely putting a little pressure. Migs definitely surprises right there, because those members of FV definitely come in with strengths of number, but they did manage to spot him out, that he's hiding around this sector. And just like that, Migs pulls some couple of points back towards Sin Esports, but it's still a far journey. These guys should be prioritizing moving into the mainland instead. And for Migs, whatever extra is just going to be a good reward for him after Sin Esports suffering a very big blow in the early game. And here comes the grenades flying right through. Won't be able to connect towards Migs as Dreki looks for a push. He's got that DBS up and ready. Meanwhile, UMP in the hand for Migs. Still playing it safely. He does have the distance, and he will make the difference himself with 3 points being backed against Flash Vision Esports.
Wow, Reki actually did a risky play by looting up his teammates. Probably he doesn't have any more utilities or maybe bullets or whatever it is. It was very risky because it was an open area, and that's why Migs was able to get him. So right now on the kill feed, Elevate again, getting killed early here in Sanhok, as the kill enemy now is looking towards the side of Team RSG. which is right now they're using the top of the roof as cover as well as a vantage point for them to be able to easily look for the enemies. But for the Elevate Esports squad, they did manage to take the areas of Camp Alpha because I saw them earlier
Hmm.
dropping around Camp Alpha. They didn't really had anyone nearby, so they most likely rotated down to the ruins area, and that's probably why they got killed early here. Because we know for a fact that Dread usually drops out in the area.
Yeah, but despite that, Dread still started with 0 pointers out there, so likely than not, it was actually either members of FRL or perhaps some of these other teams out there that has been
Oh
able
yeah.
to get that upper hand. Therefore, as we take a close look into the mainland, like I said, Go Esports, they have been able to really hold onto the strong compounds as they've been able to also push Exquisite Esports further off. And I really do like the KE side where they're also guarding not only the hills over onto boot camp, but to also be holding onto some areas of Painan. So any late teams that move towards that far west, they can easily be scouted out. As for now, things are seemingly a lot more quiet as to how it all began. As I say that, it's going to be support that will be able to find a catch. One member down from the side of KE, while Martin is going to be sniffing around the corners, scouting up ahead. GG, taking it a little bit slower as the south side does get majority of that phase 1 initially, but they will have to take better control hitting into the direct middle. Now that is being claimed by KE, so that's not going to be easy at all. Meanwhile, RSG goes up close and personal. This is going to be a tough fight, but he's got the S12K at the very least to try to make the difference, and yes, he will! Goes for that headshot against Baby Harry's, now brings out the M4 at the very same time. Ground. He has to be careful about some other angles coming from across these hills because he's pretty much out in the open as well. But maybe he's just going to full swing it as he does have the cavalry arriving from the back. Trades happening and maybe still brings them down. Can he go in for the ace? It seems like he is definitely going for even more. Shots fired from the side of Bunny, suppressing them even further, as maybe can slowly and steadily secure these 3 points for RSG.
Wow, slowly but surely for maybe, and he even waited out for the rest of RSGs in order for him to be able to make that push, like the second knockdown that he did. And right now for GG, 7 support cannot really go for the support for his teammate because he's far away from his squad, and right now it's going to be him trying to get into the circle for now and then just hide until the next circle comes in. As for RSG, they might need to be careful though because PBE is right around the vicinity down on the south side of the zone. As for Sin, Mix is still alive. He's still able to get into this very small house. Maybe he can try to survive until the latter stages of the game. He just needs to do those clutch moment things that he have done, where we actually saw it earlier with the 3 players out of Flash Vision Esports. And then now going back here to Dread, they're still at Painan as Lil Yapka will be taken down by MM. And this is, again, a very good improvement from Exquisite Esports. Remember, they're always been out in the maps where they get eliminated early. But this time around in Sanhok, they were able to avoid GOAT earlier. And then now they're able to get into the circle as well.
Yeah, went in for the punishment at the very same time. While Bunny tries to cut across, he will be picked up by Playbook Esports. This time we have Dill coming back on track. So Playbook Esports, hoping to have him as the main difference maker, already getting that 1 frag off. Off to a good start for the side of Playbook Esports, despite them actually losing one of their members in the early stages of the game. Meanwhile, Go Esports also suffering 2 members being lost out. Of course, the early punishment now leaves them playing with only a duo. But at the very least, they have already seeked out a lot of all these areas across Quarry, but there's still struggles up ahead. They still have to deal with Exquisite no matter what happens here because they've always been spraying towards that direction, so might as well try their best to get rid of that squad.
And right now, the blue will come into effect as well for XZ11. So most likely you will see him out in that Murata or Kupar B that he has. Same goes to Yaiko. But Yaiko is ready in the zone. So he will just try to manage this area that he's in. As for Exquisite Esports, look at how spread out they are right now in Quarry area. And ooh, the circle actually went towards their side. And Ostia actually got the circle as well. And right now you can see this. RSG versus YG right now. Ooh, bombs coming into maybe needs to heal up as maybe actually knocks one down. It's Take Cloud.
Ooh, wow. Quite the exchange that they managed to actually get out of that instance. But Yangon Galacticos, they're also getting picked up by Kaya from the outskirts. Things are not really looking good for the teams that do not get the benefit of the circle. Dread Esports pretty far away across Painan as well. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make it out live. While Ryder getting pepper sprayed from Ryman as he holds true. But now he also has to make his way across. Now, I hope that does not really bring too much attention cutting into this far south. Well, I guess there is a little bit of reprieve where RSG is currently being occupied by those members of YG. Maybe now popping in the nade. Maybe he has done so much, and he will still find at least a knock, but that's not going to be enough as Loki saves the day for Yangon Galacticos and opts to ditch that member on the outskirts. I think maybe he could still go in for the revive. Oh, here we go, the pickup. Yep, smarter choice, but that's going to slow him down a little bit. Is he going to be able to make it past to KE? Probably not, which is why he has decided this is going to be a lost cause. He's just going to go for the vehicle. Turn the other way around. Wow, big brain play, but I don't think he has enough health just yet. And take a look at that. Oh. Carrillo spots him out. Perfect.
Yeah, Carrillo was chasing him out. I was looking at Carrillo from the far distance where he was in. Good game Esports, though. Will get eliminated as well. Look at now the voting results. Ooh, now is even for the three countries that we usually see. Cambodia, Myanmar, and Philippines. Dread now and YG is in the votings. And right now, you can see KE trying to get to the upper hillside now on the bottom side of the circle. And they're still trying to check out if there's still other players who are still in the blue. And this is actually PBE who is still in the blue. You can see here Monboy was just hiding behind that rock. Sin will get eliminated already. And Martin spots Migs. And for Ostia, again, the consistency is still here. Contra, you could see them still inside the circle, and they're right smack at the middle as well.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a bad game for Ostia Esports. A bad game is an average of 4 or 5 pointers, so it's still going to be pretty okay. But Mix definitely have had a really decent run, despite him playing all alone, while the rest of Dread Esports go on a desperate attempt with those vehicles and will be spotted out by Liquid, as they could not really make the cut through Painan, but Liquid is also by the blue zone. He will eventually be succumbing to the fate. I'm not too sure if they will be able to make it past with so many of all these teams wandering around this vicinity. There's so many members of Dread holding from the top, and KE by the edges too. So they're slowly getting picked off while Campus dealing some decent damage towards Dread, finding double knock. Campus working so excellently, and he also spots one member of PBE, I believe that to be Ryman, and he will be denied by the blue zone. PBE only good for 9th place, but at least they got those 4 elimination points.
Yeah, and that was one boy who did not have any choice but to just hide behind that rock. And look at Campus, the aggressiveness of this guy. He's just scouting the area, making sure that they're able to spot the players of Dread. But Dread is currently busy right now, going for the revive. And you can see Demios now using the DBS so that he can fend off Campus. But Campus, way too much of that Murado. You will be taken down by Popov of Fearless Esports. But again, the information gameplay that Campus provided. And now, ooh, just right in time, they were able to get the revive. Now Jibna, unfortunately, went on prone to go for the heal. The blue zone also will be moving. Jibna will now go for the heal up, but Kaya will be there to go for the fire of that UMP. Nice play for Kill Enemy, and now all eyes on Liquid.
Liquid, he's just trying to crawl his way through. Somehow TTQ have bought so much more time compared to the other squads, and I believe that he's already got the vision. It's just that these bandages do take time to wrap up. Kaya confident enough to eventually go for the pickoff, as this is going to be an easy takedown. 6 elimination points just by this gentleman alone. Wow, KE really being the shining beacon of hope coming from the Cambodian fans who have definitely voted very well for them to have that pop-off moment.
And we're close to the lucky number 7 as well. 6 eliminations already for Campus, or for Kaya, I think. And right now you can see Kaya for Kill Enemy, who is still right over there at the edge of the blue. You can see also Fearless Esports, who will most likely gatekeep them from getting inside. Out on the eastern side, there's, I think, 4 teams who's gonna, fight for that very position. Fearless, though, will just, hide in this area. Kaya does have this Murado. He can use it in order for him to maybe rotate all the way to the northern side. There's nothing much of players right on the northern side, so this is a really smart gameplay here. Or Kaya already has that 6, and now is going to also go into the blue. Not really necessary, but again, if you really have to, then you would have to do whatever you need to do. But for Team Max, looks like one player of Austria is currently down. Popov then realizes the rotation coming from Kaya, so now it's going to be eyes on the prize here for Fearless. Ooh, with Rancer getting that frag grenade onto Team Max. The John is currently down. Ooh, but there we go. The KS coming from Red Bull knocks down one more. Navit goes down for Team Max V9.
Yeah, it's a really desperate position that Team Max is actually holding true. Martin getting clipped at the grenade is absolutely super unlucky, considering that toss was coming in from such a wide angle. I'm not even sure where Ranzer was when that was being tossed right in. But KE, they've had really high hopes to actually close up the game, but there was only one member remaining with Kaya, really pulling off all the stops possible. 1 sec, and the rest of Fearless Esports sees himself a chance to go up against Asia Esports for a chicken dinner. And the match also back one a couple of days ago, or could it be yesterday? I kind of lost a little bit of my memory. But over here, at least there's some decent spacing to be worked with. Fearless Esports already in the circle, but not so much for the side of Asia, which will have to make a certain attempt with this push coming in from Skynin. He's taking a rock by his own, but I don't think he spots out Ranzer at all.
Yep, he doesn't even know. Nade's coming from 1 second. Ooh, Astro X got spotted by the top. As now looking at Fearless, Astro X will try to find help from his teammate. But Ranzer will be taken down as well. So 2 knocks now for Austria Esports. And this is their time again. As right now, Austria Esports is now coming in. 3 casters actually went for the vote for Austria Esports. Looks like it's going to be the right time to vote for Austria. Austria right now, Skynin will need to heal up. But for the side of Fearless, looks like they're going to be able to at least revive one. The other one is not going to be available because it's way too far. So they will have to just focus in on whatever they can have. The top right now still tries his best, but now the nades are coming in, so he has to back out for a little bit. Ooh, and there we go. 1 second. Almost knocks down. That's going to be Red Bull coming from afar. So it's going to still be a stalemate, but again, the utilities will come into a factor.
True enough, a 2-2 split going on for the side of Asia Esports. Meanwhile, Fearless Esports relies on the compound for whatever defense that this could probably provide. Smoke's now being popped right into the middle as well, as the exchanges do see Asia Esports taking a little bit more of that space towards the circle, but they are slowly closing right in. Red Bull charges true, will eventually eliminate Ranzer as he was knocked down prior. But now with the corners being wrapped up, this is going to be very difficult for FRL to actually step out from that compound. And once they do, that could be easily be seeked out by Martin as well as the top. Shots now being fired. Martin slowly crawling through, lurking around. Do they notice? This could be that game-winning factor for Asia Esports once more. As they go in for the exchange, they will find 1 second. Astro down to Pop to try to bring in something miraculous. They will deny themselves, and Asia Esports once more claim another chicken dinner this weekend.
Wow, and should I say that was an easy chicken dinner for Austria Esports. They just waited and waited and waited until everyone else is outside the circle. And then at the end of the day, they just went on a 1v1, a team 1v1 between them and Fearless Esports. Fearless didn't really have the circle. They were right at the edge of the blue zone, right at the final circle. So the final moment was a denial of the kill coming on from Popov from Fearless Esports. So wow, what a way to start this game! And again, I see that consistency again, Contra from Ostja.
Yeah, it's just that they make it look easy, right? Like, honestly, there were a couple of teams that were trying to challenge for that position. They didn't really have to make too much of a drastic measure because they were usually playing through the mainland. All they have to do is slightly move down south one step at a time, where they didn't really have to make super huge rotations as compared to, you know, Dread Esports, where we saw what really happened the moment that they left Hainan. It was devastating because I've noticed from the get-go, KE was holding on to that hill, and that really brought so many points back to the hands of KE, all thanks to Kaya's very incredible play with those 6 elimination points being gathered.
And earlier we saw in the highlights, it's between 3 teams in Hatin, Sin, RTC, and Flash Russian Esports. And then this was when RSG maybe went for the kill for like 3 players of the squad that they're up against with. And then right at the middle, right to the end, it's going to be Dread Esports who will get pushed by Kill Enemy. And then, like what we said earlier, it's a team-to-team battle, 4v4. But again, the situation is Ostja had total control of that final circle. The MVP, not Kaya, but it's going to be still Red Bull with 5 eliminations, total of 678 damage. So this means that a lot of the kills here, maybe a lot of the kills here coming from, or the eliminations coming from Red Bull, maybe at least one was a KS or a kill steal, which is one that we saw earlier. But again, for Odyssey Esports, they're just so on point when it comes to selecting where to be in the circle, and at the same time on when engaging with the other teams.
True enough. And Ostja, they were really put in a tough spot as well when they play out that final circle. It's just that Fearless Esports, they were holding on to certain angles where it's really hard for them to really move out and about, especially with the compound just giving them that form of defense. But once they get knocked, you saw the rest of Ostja took that opportunity to really charge in, and the one that always leads the pack has always been Red Bull. So incredible team effort coming in from the squad as they managed to put in 9 total eliminations. So that's 19 points for Odyssey Esports to rally forward, still at number 1, which is why we see even the fans, they have them as the favorites to take it all the way home.
And with this performance, now that, remember, they're starting 207 points here, adding 19 will just give them a lot of gap towards the top number 2 place here for week number 2. Just giving them the crown for week number 2 again, and maybe the best performance team weekly award also. You might probably see Red Bull again as the terminator of the week, since then that they have so many eliminations compared to the other squads. And if you try to look at the statistics here, Contra, the second best team when it comes to elimination is Dread Esports, which actually struggled in this match. I mean, they struggled on trying to get into the circle, all because of Kill Enemy together with TTQ.
Sure enough, and overall, I guess these numbers are still pretty decent when it comes down to how things have been played out here inside of Sanhok. So, on to bigger maps we go, where this time around we just see a lot more direct approaches. A lot of all these teams, they had some struggles of moving into the circle, which, you know, honestly, I'm still really surprised because Sanhok is supposed to be fast-paced, and certain teams are just really taking their time in some certain battles, which see them being landlocked into the outskirts, and hence why, like, certain teams, when they're put into such a position, they will just deny themselves. PBE was one of the names through the list as well. So we'll see. Perhaps Erangel will be a little bit better for all the squads out there, as this is the match standings overall. KE have been able to best FRL's record despite them falling out a little bit earlier. So that's 13 points for them, 11 for Fearless Esports. It's going to be 7 points for both Team Max Victoria 9 as well as Go Esports.
And you can see also the second best team right now for this week, Dread, only with 1 point. Again, the struggles continues here for Dread in the map of Sanhok, but expect Dread to be better in the bigger maps. That's where they bank on the points that they have now in Erangel and at the same time in Miramar. As for Elevate, it's the same story for them. Elevate here in Sanhok, they're not really playing good. They got killed early yesterday. They also got killed early in this one. For the two Singaporean teams, we do definitely saw the potential of Flashfish and Esports. Even though that they got killed early, no placement points for them. They got 5 total eliminations. Now, updated rankings. Austria now is on top again with 226. And the second best team, which is Dread, is 148 points. Harami Bro not playing today. So the 4 teams not playing today, only God7, who just went down at 7th place. KE now holds the top number 6 spot here with 96 points.
Yeah, so for YG, they definitely would be looking for a further push up the charts in order to join the 100-pointer club. So even Goat is going to be looking to do exactly the same. So I think what's more interesting is on the second page on how this one's going to go, where it's still going to be tough to decide on who's really going to be able to cut into that top 10 right now. Fearless, despite having a very good round this time, it's still going to be a gap that they will have to close against TTQ, and TTQ, they just suffered a tough round, just like the same where we saw them battling out against Red Esports. So we'll definitely have to let these teams figure things out into these bigger maps, but Sanhok, that's done and dusted. Some teams wish that, maybe it's not even included in the map pool to begin with because of how rowdy it could get. But, we love seeing Sanhok on how teams actually battle it all out. But we'll take probably a couple more minutes into beginning our second round because we will be refilling the tanks for the planes. So with that, I guess, there's a lot to be expected out of these matches to come.
Oh yeah, when you said that they would not love to have that Sanhok map, I would say Sin, because they only had 3 players who is in the lobby, so I'm not really sure what happened there. I did ask the owner what happened, but no replies yet. But anyways, we're gonna hold on for now. We're gonna be on a really short break here. Kuku TV and Contra will be right back here on the English desk. So we will see you on the next one.
In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, Ocean Odyssey, to help you better grasp the new gameplay and have a better experience. First, situated underwater beneath a huge statue is the Ocean Palace. At the beginning of a match, there are 2 Ocean Palaces that you can go to. They are located in the waters under the ruins and Milta. Each Ocean Palace has loads of supplies and treasures. It's an ideal landing spot. Now, what's the quickest way to enter the Ocean Palace? Parachute directly to the ocean surface at the start of a match, and after plunging underwater, you will get a speed boost, so you can quickly reach the palace. You swim faster in the water near the Ocean Palace, and you can hold your breath for longer, allowing you to move around quickly underwater. After passing through the sea suppressor barrier, you can enter the Ocean Palace. The sea suppressor barrier forms a large air pocket in the Ocean Palace, and you can battle in this space. The first time you enter the Ocean Palace, you will receive a special respawn. Do keep in mind that you will lose it if you leave the vicinity of the Ocean Palace. Inside the palace, you can activate the Water Nymph performance. When it ends, you'll be rewarded with supplies. A powerful item lies at the center of the palace, the Trident, which unlocks once the countdown ends. Upon retrieving the Trident, not only will you get lots of supplies, but a special respawn card as well. It's used to respawn in the battleground, and still works even when eliminated outside the Ocean Palace. However, the respawn card has a time limit, so pay attention to when it expires. Lost crates are hidden in the waters all around the palace. Dive in and explore for surprise loot. Once a certain amount of time passes in the match, a Kraken will appear and destroy the sea suppressor, flooding the Ocean Palace. Use the portals in the Ocean Palace to leave quickly. Finally, there are several Forsaken Ruins. Besides having tons of supplies, the Forsaken Ruins conceal 2 sea treasuries. Find the switches to remove the water veil and enter the waterway from the Ocean Temple. Then you can find the sea treasury located underground. Light up all the pillars at the treasury entrance to open the treasury door and obtain the treasure. On the ground of the Forsaken Ruins, there is a blasting current and a mirage tower. Use them to get higher up or to move around. When you encounter an enemy, use them creatively to take the enemy by surprise. Furthermore, some Forsaken Ruins will have a spirit whale that appears in the sky after some time, and will leave a water orb on the ground after landing. Enter the water orb to board the whale escape pod. When the blue zone approaches, you can use the spirit whale to quickly get to the play zone. That's all for this video. Discover more ways to have fun. Hurry and try out Ocean Odyssey in PUBG Mobile. In this video, we'll be introducing 5 new items: the Trident, Gleaming Stingray, Water Orb Grenade, Water Orb Blaster, and the Whale Escape Pod. The Trident is sealed within the Ocean Palace. It can be retrieved after some time passes in the match. Follow the directions on the map to find it. Wielding the Trident grants the following: a special underwater swimming animation, faster swimming speed for moving about quickly or entering the play zone, and an exclusive water spout ability. Use it to turn into a water spout that moves around and can knock players and vehicles up into the air. You can use this ability to pull nearby enemies into the air, where teammates can focus fire on them, or give teammates cover to evacuate. Please be aware that water spouts cannot lift up enemies hiding in buildings. The Gleaming Stingray vehicle can be found in the waters of the Ocean Palace. Get close to it to ride it, or pick up a Stingray core in the Ocean Palace to summon it. Gleaming Stingrays can glide through the new underwater areas in the air, and can seat 2 players. After dismounting, it can be stored as a Stingray core. The Gleaming Stingray can then be summoned again from the quick item menu. In water areas, it can be quickly deployed with 1 tap without needing to be placed. Gleaming Stingrays have a special ability that launches bubbles and can be targeted at enemies to restrain them. When enemies are restrained, the passenger and other teammates are free to eliminate them. Bear in mind that the player in the back seat must be in the air to fire enemies restrained by bubbles.
Thank you for joining us here over the weekend here in the PMCL Southeast Asia. And my name is Contra. Here with me, as always, it's Cuckoo TV to bring you the heat, as these teams are definitely putting on a show, but especially for Odyssey Esports, bagging yet another chicken dinner here in Sanhok as they're getting prepared for Erangel up next. And of course, I want to wish all of you Malaysians who are watching Happy Independence Day, as this is the 67th Independence year for Malaysia.
Wow. Happy Independence Day to you, Contra, and for the rest of the Malaysian community. Also to our prod team, who is, I think, in Malaysia as well. So, anyways, today we saw Austria already getting their first chicken dinner just at the get-go. Like, first map, first winning winner chicken dinner, it's going to be Austria. So, I think Austria's day might be a little bit more, a little bit easier compared to the 3 previous days that they had, because this day we don't have like the powerhouse teams that we mentioned, like Miramar Bro, Genesis Esports, Strangers, and God7. Like what I mentioned as well, this means that other teams like Sin and the rest would have their own chances, kind of like what you said. Yangon Galacticos had have that chance now to be able to go over some of these teams that I mentioned. But the thing is, they have to be complete with their lineup. I mean, in match number one, they were like only three in the lobby, so I think we're missing Rankid, and I now know why Rankid was missing. Looks like he just fell asleep or something like that. So, so you gotta wake up right in time, right?
Sure enough, and you guys are just in time for this deal that will last throughout the course of September. So make sure you get the Gallery Exit, and it also does offer you the exclusive Sky Huntress MG3, which is the very first out of the MG3 skins. It's so beautiful. You definitely want to get your hands on it. Where the first draw is only gonna be 10 UC daily, so if you don't get it in one spin, you can try the very next day again, or spin it till you actually win it. So, back to what we were mentioning as well, especially with the group that is not playing for today, there's definitely a significant gap where Austria is looking so untouchable. I think I'll be putting hopes onto Dread Esports on how much they could actually achieve for today, because I believe they should be in the same group as Austria Esports, and when they go in the rest, and with Harame Bros and the rest of these squads to be playing for tomorrow, then I would still say that, certain teams can still overtake them. So it's really all eyes on them. And for me, Yangon Galacticos, ever since they came back from the break, they look really good in Erangel, and I'm definitely banking on hopes that they will win again in this map.
Yeah, they're looking good in Erangel, especially if the circle would go right around Georgiopol or Gatka. Young Galacticos rotation will be so much easier. They drop at South George, and even if the flight pad is not nearby South George, they get vehicles in order for them to get to South George. And their rotation is just very simple. They just go to one area. Eventually, they try to go on top of the Gatka Mountains. And then if they see like enemies, they just make those kills from afar. It's not like them losing members while they're doing it. So if your pick would be true, then Young Galacticos would be a pick out there that you can also vote for later on. For mine, it's gonna be Austria. Four of the casters here, Zan, Prim, and Big Daddy, including myself, will go for Austria. Austria again, very dominant right now. I think just right now, no one is stopping them, unless Dread will do something about it, or maybe even YG. Those are the only two teams that I could think of right now that can stop Austria.
I really hate to break it down that even if Dread Esports gets the remaining 5 chicken dinners, they can come really close to Austria, but it's almost untouchable at the moment, where it's just really scary on what the potential truly is when I'm just calling it first, right? Like, if Austria does have this form in the grand finals, and say if they win it all, how would they look like facing the global teams? I think they will be very solid contenders facing up against all these big names out there, because of how well these players have been able to really gel together in that short time frame. Whereas, right here, it really felt like they don't really seem to have problems dealing with any specific teams, even despite certain hard matchups against names like Harame Bros or even GE. GE wasn't exactly in their prime form this season. I'm still hoping that towards this end of the weekend or heading into week 3 is where they start to show what they're truly made of, because this is a very tough fallout as compared to, in terms of performance, compared to all these other seasons where we always see GE to be the neck and neck contenders with Austria and also Harame Bros.
Yeah, you were right with that. I mean, if you try to say go into the future, say for example, Austria would win it all here in PMCL fall. If you pit them with some of the PMGC teams like Reject or maybe Alpha 7, who just won the PMWC, definitely they can really give them such challenges that that normally you wouldn't see coming from a PMCL team. But again, still very early, because it's still week number 2. There's still week number 3 which is going to be happening next week. And then there's also the grand finals, which, again, the grand finals strategy might still be changed for all the teams. But anyways, guys, again, we've been looking towards Austria way too much now. 4 of the casters have voted for them. But it's your chance now to be able to vote for your own teams. The viewers out there on TikTok, the viewers out there on YouTube and on Facebook, please scan the QR code right now. If you're coming from the Filipino region, if you're coming from the Myanmar region, or maybe in the Singapore region, please vote for your favorite team. Might as well. If we see them leading in the votes, we'll talk about them even more, right?
Yeah, most likely we'll talk about them regardless of the scenario as well. So, of course, that depends on how they really do perform, or if they're a little bit too passive by the edge of the map, probably won't take too much of a notice. But overall, you know, I like that even teams who are currently on the lower end of the leaderboards, they're being very proactive into searching for whatever points that they can gain, whether in the form of elimination or trying to push themselves into the late game skirmishes. Like Fearless Esports, they were at somewhere close to the bottom on, you know, a couple of all these early stages of this week, but now find themselves in the middle of the pack. As you know, it's that slow and steady pacing that has really put Puff and Co up all the way up there. But still, of course, we still want to see more of that effort, and of course, they deserve a whole lot of love from you guys as well. Well, it's 1 minute on the clock as we are getting ourselves ready to see what Erangel will offer these teams perhaps a chance on that chicken dinner. Now, before we get into that as well, you know, Cuckoo, I think the past 2 days of Erangel has been some of the most difficult to play out. And do you think it's gonna get any worse from here?
Well, I mean, the circle yesterday, I mean, it's been always on the around Ferropierre area.
Mm-hmm.
And then it sometimes shifts away towards the bottom side of the island of Sosnovka. So yesterday was really atrocious for a ton of teams. You can might as well include Austria to it, because they died in one of those maps. And then GE was able to just, you know, take in that advantage and got their own chicken dinner. But anyways, we're gonna be starting in this very first map of Erangel. This is just the second match of the day. This is Danish. Their Contra circle for this day. I think it's gonna be a lot easier. Maybe we'll have something like in the middle of the map, or maybe right around the north eastern side, kind of like in the Yasnaya area. So we might have that type of circle this time around. What we're gonna find out while we're now looking at the flight path coming from the areas of North George right around to the bottom side of Mill to Power. And by the way, would like to do a shout out, because someone would like to do a shout out here to the players of Demigods. By the way, Demigods, I'm a co-founder of the Demigods clan.
Wow.
Here on the PH.
The more you know, guys. Of course, Demigods, they did play in some past seasons, and we hope to see them back in the next one. Well, of course,
hopefully.
Moving into this game, what I could also relay is that there are 2 spots that's vacant in this map because GOT7 is not in the game. Same goes to Genesis Esports. So Rozak, Novornoye, up for grabs if teams want to actually go for an alternate drop. Look, it's absolutely empty. So that's close to the center. And without Harame Bros, teams could also occupy Pachinki, which is what Austria is currently doing. While I'm looking at some parachutes coming from TTQ, are they sure they want to challenge Austria right there? We'll find out.
We'll find out. Looks like Austria will just glide towards the bottom side of Pachinki. And here comes the circle. This is what I just mentioned. Right around the middle portion of the map, a little bit up on the north. So this is a totally different kind of circle compared to the yesterday's circle. But look at this. GG now is back. So just Poliana, you'll have 2. This is gonna be 2 teams. I'm not so sure which is the other team, because Strangers Esports is not playing for today. And there's gonna be Austria versus TTQ right at Pachinki.
And this is what we have been talking about throughout the parachuting phase. And I guess at TTQ, they don't want any more of that altercation. They will just book themselves away. Team Max is the one that takes over Nova Noye, though, while Rozok seems to be one of the best spots to be, directly in the center. And we've seen even one of the days where teams were playing around south side of Rozok as an end game potential. While GG as well as RTC, this is where they have to settle scores in this vast city of Yasnaya, one of the most populous compared to all the other cities that we've always seen hot drops happen. The kid taking the rooftop though, Labo just one floor right beneath him, so he's not going to be giving too much of that intel. The moment he opens the door is where Labo will just be sent back to the lobby. Quick work from GG, they add 1 point to the table.
Yep, GG. Normally you see them with STE right over here. Now they have RTC to challenge them. Dambot is just far away from them right now. They're currently scattered right at the bottom side and also from the east and western side. So they're kind of surrounding right now the one player who killed their guy, which is Labo-kun. So right now, since they don't have Labo-kun, they still do have Dambot, which definitely can deal a lot of firepower for RTC Esports. They just have to be careful. Just maybe try to do it one by one, one kill per at a time for GG. The kid got hit there, half HP on him. Has to be careful. Has to hide behind that house. But this time around for RTC, if this is the case for them, I would go for something like what TTQ have done in Pochegki. Like, try to just back out. Like, look at Maltese. He doesn't even have an helmet.
This is definitely looking a little rough right now. But RTC, if they really want to bail out the situation, they can, because there's plenty of space over on the south side. And should have a lot of vehicles for them to work with, but knowing RTC, they would still stay around. They will maybe look for a certain pickoff. It's not going to be easy against GG. And for most part, based on track record of performance of this week, RTC has definitely gained decent tempo in all these battles. I wouldn't say the same for GG, that has maybe seen better week one compared to what they've been dealing with right now. But working with 4 members, they're definitely feeling a lot more confident to go up against Maltese. But they still have to really seek out where exactly he's currently hiding. Smoke's now being primed right in. As Maltese, he's not planning to even send those bullets out. I mean, he could easily just be picked off at any given point. It's really down to whether if the rest of RTC can back him up.
For Maltese, like what I said, doesn't have yet a helmet, so best is to back out. But looks like he's gonna, commit to whatever thing that he has right now. And this is kind of like what happened in the previous days that we had, where the circle is right here. The frag grenade that killed the members of RTC right above this roof. So best is to just get inside the house already, which is what Maltese have done. So I think he remembers what had happened to their teammate before. But look at this. Looks like Jisoo now, together with 3 players. It's Baby Harry. I think Onyx is also here as well. They're now planning on the push towards Maltese, and there we go. Maltese 3v1. It's actually a 4v1. 7 support is just right at the corners and just trying to go for like any other members of RTC would try to go for the gunshot. And Dambot, that's a really bad idea, Kadra. If you're gonna be out there with like only 2 players left and GG is gonna be surrounding you, best thing is to just stay quiet.
Yeah, he was hoping to provide support from that angle, and honestly, in Yasnaya, that's never gonna be happening. Like, there's just too many compounds. Like, the moment that you take a turn into the walls, like, those shots, they mean nothing at all. So Dambot, try as he may, I mean, he's not gonna be getting all too much out of it. I feel like the best case right now, honestly, just run out of the city. There's not much left that they could actually get more of. Well, GG, they will send 3 members on the hunt, while they will have the kid as the main sentinel overwatching the top side. While that's happening, that's going to be Lil Yaka getting caught out by the member of Yangon Galacticos. Naughty Boy getting the frag right now. I guess, like, for the moment, there's not much to be seen here in this city, honestly. Well, Curry, he's been lurking around, not really looting up. So, I'd rather have them maybe rotate to Rozak, which, up till now, Rozak is still open.
Yep, Rozak's still open. No GE, even no God 7. We usually see RTC just drop towards, other dropping points wherein they won't even realize that there's someone over there. But for YG, look at what Romeo Boy is doing right now. Just swam over to the other side of the river. And looks like now their target is Goat Esports. Goat, who drops at the northern side of Georgia Pole. YG drops at the southern side. So it looks like we're going to have some sort of standoff here between them and Goat. Goat hasn't really rotated yet too far. YG has just rotated just nearby. This is what I just said earlier. YG doesn't really rotate way too far. Like, example, like Sin. Sin does a lot of hard rotations in the game. As for YG, they just rotate like a little bit to the left or maybe a little bit to the right, wherever they are. And then if the circle would go far away from them, that's the only time that they, would go run their vehicles over and then try to go to the middle of the circle. Looks like the circle now will go onto the northern side. Rozak is still available. Severny is still open. It looks like Elevate already got their compound, and YG is going to be coming right straight at him.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting, but YG, they're still on wheels. Probably they can extend it all the way to 70 if they want to, or maybe take a spot close by to shooting range where you have, like, the plane crash, which could still be a form of shelter for the meantime. And I absolutely understand why, like, the Erangel Galacticos, they like to take a slower approach because that area of map is going to be absolutely vacant. But for now, teams dropping by into Rozak are slowly getting peppered, as that will be exquisite. Picking 2 members off of KE. What a rough run in, as Lufa happy to just score in some points for Exquisite Esports.
Right now for Exquisite Esports, they're still over there at their compounds. KE, though, loses Master D2K, one of those outstanding players for their squad. So a lot of firepower will be lost for them. Campus also provides a lot of firepower. Kaya, though, did had the 6 eliminations in the previous map. Ooh, Red Bull. Ooh, goes down. And like what I said from yesterday, if Red Bull goes down, it's going to be up to Martin, who will try to save the day for Austria Esports. Dambot takes down Master Vape. So a lot of random knockdowns while we're rotating in. This is just stage number 2, kind of like what happened in one of the Miramar maps that we had. There's so much chaos happening, but not that too much, because right now it's just, single knockdowns. And there we go, the first elimination for this game. It's RTC out of this game.
Yeah, and honestly, there was not much to play for RTC to stay around that sector of Yasnaya Polyana, which, they were still lingering around, not really making any form of advancement or proactive moves to move out of the city, which eventually sees them get clipped. Plenty of other teams, though, who were caught in the mix of rotation. And right now, only 57 players left alive. Though Playbook Esports, they were happy to stay on to the southern side of the school hills. And more often than not, a lot of these teams are journeying from the edges. So it's not too many opportunities for Playbook Esports to work with. But at least this being the edge of Stage 2, there's still plenty of area to play, as they could still slowly advance towards Rozak later on. Jarrell does see that there are quite a lot of teams that are coming into the warehouse zone, as they're sending a couple of stray bullets, and that's going to be Austria Esports. It's Red Bull. Oh man, this is one guy you don't want to mess with.
Oh yeah, and look at them. Red Bull charging in, as now Austria Esports was able to knock down Jarrell. And you know what? Jarrell was the one who first fired his gun, and he was the one who's going to be eliminated. There we go. That's going to be Austria eliminating him. Ryman will have to defend himself. And then here comes the support coming from Dale. But again, the best thing to do now is to escape. You're going up against the Titan called Austria Esports. And look at them. It's way too aggressive right now, as they were able to not just revive Red Bull. And Red Bull was the one who gets the knockdown, and they charge in. And now look at this. As Young Galacticos say Cloud was able to knock down 21 on the kill feed. Circle, by the way, has updated now, just right down on south of Saverny. You can see Exquisite Esports very good with the rotation this time around compared to yesterday. So they are able to get to the middle of the circle and maybe survive until the latter stages of the game.
Yeah, massive improvement. Same goes to Elevate Esports as well. They managed to just squeeze by that southwestern corner of the map. Odyssey Esports, though, take a slower passage, while RSG already chunking down the health bars of these members of Team Max. Despite them also soaking the blue zone, they will have to make it quick. But being stuck here by Stauber is not going to give them any form of a protection at all. Tags now far back, and my. This could be Team Max actually taking the full claim against their squad as Napit comes in for the cleanup.
And the cleanup will be done by Navit, but for now he will have to focus on the blue zone, because the blue zone at stage number 3, especially in esports rooms, definitely would hurt way too much. So again, the focus will be in the circle. Sin right now, Rankid is back. He's able to wake up for match number 2. Wako just focusing on TTQ right above. Rankid, though, is currently down, as RSG Bunny will be taken out by TTQ. So there's a lot of things happening right at this area. Triple threat matchup, but looks like it's going to be just a two-way battle between TTQ and Sin Esports. As looks like Rankid, I'm not sure if he's going to be revived anymore. So it's going to be, again, another day for Rankid for this game. And will be 3 members remaining for their squad. And they're going to be focusing now on getting to the circle.
Exactly what they should be doing right now. They don't want to stay too long over onto the zones where Team Max is also tracing in as well. Sin trying to be undetected, as I do believe that they might be bumping into another squad. Of course, they're right. They did see some portions of movement, and that to be the member of RSG that has been moving past. But take a look at the space that's currently being played. So there is a gas station that members of Exquisite is holding, as well as the other compound over on the southwest. Other than that, it's just empty fields where they have to play through some of the hills to get themselves covered up. While they're at it, it's Team Max that will go ahead to knock 2 members down from Sin Esports.
Ooh, look at that Claire. Ooh, with the spray. And actually took some
Is the
damage. Is Ostja. Ooh, will it tumble over? No, it will not. Sin Esports will be eliminated, as Ostja will survive that. They almost tumbled over and almost exploded. And it's good to see Red Bull still alive for Ostja, as Jibna will be able to take out Lufa at the kill feed. Ostja now will be able to take also the bottom side of the zone. And for Elevate, they're still outside the circle. So most likely, Ostja Esports will now be the ones to gatekeep Elevate Esports off from this bottom side of the zone.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Exquisite, they left off this entire compound just for us just taking and find themselves on the lower ground. It could go well, it could be pretty bad as well, depending on how proactive they are to seek out the entirety of Ostja later on. Ostja happy to at least get a little bit of a room to play out for Red Bull. Might want to play it a little safer this time. Going out in the open against Elevate, he might just get himself overwhelmed with these 3 members on wheels. At least he does have a couple of smokes to work with. And speaking of which, shots now being fired from Dale. This is from Playbook Esports from another angle further down the south.
Yep, this is going to be another challenge from Playbook onto Ostja. Earlier, we saw Jarrell, who tried his best to go for the spray, but unfortunately, Red Bull got the best of him. While on the kill feed, there's Team Max and GG who was fighting each other. Hopefully, we could see that engagement, as Dale right now will have to set up some smoke and will try to reposition himself. And as we say that, GG is losing members now. Look at them, 3 members down already. Only 1 is standing up for the side of Good Game Esports. It might be GG's for them now, as one boy gets on his monster truck, but he's way too much found by the players down below. Now look at this now. The 3 players of GG now down to 1 player. Who's still up is 7 support. Looks like he's actually going for the revive. Joseph right now goes for the throw of the nade. Ooh, unfortunately, from the backside, it's going to be Dread Esports. Damon, who was able to get the knockdown.
Wow, a great work coming from Damon. That's coming from quite the distance as well. While all these teams are really popping all their utilities so early into stage 4, I hope that they can play out the end game well enough. While TTQ as well as FV, they will be corralled into the space of the warehouse. Meanwhile, the top finds Playbook Esports as well. They will have some exchange. Beautiful nade from Liquid as they will secure 2 knocks in a row. But it's still not going to be able to clear things out. Just by the corner, Master Riggs looking for a clutch moment as she will be shredded down as well, down to KH. But Toki will secure it and saves the day. FV, they can all be revived by this heroic play.
Wow, Flash Vision Esports with that clutch moment from Toki. Now, look at this, 1 second. Trying to get all of the eliminations off from GOAT because there's, I think, like some gunshots from far distance. And look at that, 1 second, able to take out GOAT Esports with that one Molotov. That's really nice for the side of GOAT. But for the meantime, look at this. Circle now has updated. Fearless Esports still alive here with 2 members strong, 1 second, and Popov. And then you still have Exquisite Esports right on the bottom side of the circle. Austria Esports just at the outside skirts of the zone. They do have Elevate Esports as a challenge just right beside them. Looking at what Yangon Galacticos, looks like they're getting ready now for them to be able to get into the circle. They're just looking for an opening. And you can see Dread now. I think that's Dread. Oh, no, it's actually Flash Vision. Flash Vision now coming in from way up north. And now they're going to be challenging now Fearless Esports. This is going to be really a struggle for Fearless as there's only 2 members left. Oh no, the knockdown coming from the PBS from 1 second. Flash Vision needs to get in, but they cannot because there's way too many smokes and there's way many 2 bullets from different angles.
And he has the time to even pop a med kit. That's a little ridiculous that they are allowed to do so. Mortis nades fly in, fire in the hole as YG takes out the entirety of FRL. FV's also eliminated, and that shack is a shack of death. It's not going to be all too easy for teams to play this one out. Meanwhile, Elevate, they are winning this trade against Austria Esports.
Wow, and we didn't even see that coming. We didn't even see what happened as well. It looks like Austria Esports didn't really had the circle at stage number 5, so they had no choice but to push Elevate Esports, and Elevate Esports with a nice defense, 4 players strong. And look at the difference maker here, Contra. Skadi is now playing over Rix. Rix got subbed out this time around, and I was looking towards that because I was watching TikTok earlier, and I was seeing Rix still on live stream, even though we're about to start.
That means that he's on his rest day, so it makes a whole lot of sense. But Elevate Esports now sees himself a very good chance here. From this hill, they can really take charge against all these teams. Like, that's the reason why I was curious, like, why did Exquisite give away some certain position to play into the gas station? Because that gas station isn't going to allow you to peek out or even do much but to defend. But it's a good hole as they are still within the circle, but the circle will be updated in another 20 seconds. Red Esports, they were one of the teams to move in rather late, but they have now taken a lot of all these open ground from the west end, or should I say east end. Excuse me for it. Also, coast is clear for the rest of Dread Esports. YG taking up the north. These teams are just having a lot of segregated areas to play. So the potential battles that we're probably getting is between Dread as well as YG.
Look at this now for Dread. Still with 4 players remaining. 6 eliminations, by the way, for this squad. 4 teams left in this game. We have only a team from Myanmar, which is YG, and 3 from PH, as Elevate and Exquisite Esports is still alive. And look at how strong they are right now, only with the Exquisite losing 1 member from their squad. 4 v4, v4, v3 in this scenario right now. Looking at the circle, everyone else is actually inside. Though, if you look at the advantages that the others have, YG has some sort of ridge that they can use For Elevate, they do have that height advantage way up above.
Yeah, but once the circle closes, I'm not too sure if Elevate will have to climb down from the hillside, which could be a little bit tricky considering that there's Dread Esports as well as Yango Galacticos on both the north as well as the south. So I guess it's not too bad after all for Exquisite. They're just holding it indoors through the gas station, waiting for things to happen. Dread now also getting launches of attack. One vehicle now being punctured through, and also having Cute Loki to go for the knock. Jibna Captain is going to be on the floor, while there's still more shreds of these bullets connecting. Loki, he's just going to lock out the entirety of Dread Esports, rendering unable to move from that position.
Oh, and look at this. Look at the shift of the circle as well. Now, Elevate Esports nearby Yangon Galacticos, and that's why Yangon Galacticos has been not that too much aggressive, except for Loki, who has been just a hell for Dread Esports. Dread has used up so many smokes right now over there on their side. They just need to manage to get to a very specific spot here in the circle in order for them to be able to survive. The best thing that Dread can do now is to maybe just push Exquisite Esports, which is they can get this gasoline station where they're just holding on right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a desperate attempt for Dread Esports if they were to at least get a little bit of shelter from the wrath of Yangon Galacticos. But at least Elevate is going to be putting up the pressure against these members of YG. So Claire and the rest of them just trying to seek out for position. Jashi, despite him having the DPS as well as AWM, he's going to be stuck out here in the open. But this is a position that could at least defend him for the meantime. Creating a bunker with his broken vehicle while Elevate is through the streets, trying to actually seek out some of the members of Exquisite, but I don't think it's going to be an easy pickoff. Whereas SayCloud has not really letting the rest of Dread Esports off the hook just yet. So many AWMs in play. It seems like there's a couple of all these exclusive weapons being held by some of these players. While there's been some long exchanges, they also have to look out for their resources because YG, they've been spraying for the last 3-5 minutes, it feels like. And take a look at this. The update actually benefits Elevate Esports.
Yeah, and they're also at the road, so they will have to use up all their smokes. Look at this Koopa now. Spots Jashi. Jashi has the AWM. Oh, will be knocked down. Not by the Might Innate, but it's going to be MM who's spraying down on him. Damon, though, has to do something for him in order for them to save Jashi. Jashi will have to have a lot of smokes on him, but I think the smokes were already used way before that when they were trying their best to try to get a spot in the circle. And you could also say that Jibna maybe have used up the smoke in order for him to revive his teammate as well, which is Demios. And look at this. Ooh, the nade actually! Just right in time!
It just dropped right in front of Yue, and that suppresses the rest of Exquisite Esports. This is where Dread Esports will look to push right through as this entire gas station is being bombarded. Oh, is there even going to be any space at all? Exquisite, they should have actually just take position in the circle and leave it be. And now find themselves into this predicament. Running outskirts, Koopa does get a catch. Great work, very swift. While the rest of Dread Esports, they're on the other side of the wall because the blue zone has already chipped right through. They're unable to just push into the gas station for now. A little bit awkward as they will have to hug through the corners of the walls as well. Elevate Esports, they see themselves a chance to eliminate anybody cutting from that corner as Dread Esports has already been eliminated. While Romeo Boy gonna hunt out for that final remaining member from Exquisite for now. So this battle, I would just say, it's between Elevate as well as YG.
Yeah, Elevate and YG. Ooh, and Koopa got spotted already. A pixel of his HP got taken out by SayCloud. Wow. 4v4 now for YG and Elevate. And just want to let you know this. Dread made a mistake there. They didn't challenge Exquisite Esports. Again, you have to have those challenge every single time, especially if you're going to be taking parts of the circle. So that's the only error that they did in there. Now they're out. So now, question is, how will YG and Elevate win this one? It's out in the open.
But taking a look at the current position, Elevate does have the benefit of the circle. But the problem about that position is that Yangon Galacticos have already taken note of their position. But despite that, shots now being fired towards the side of Cute Loki. He tries to drive up the hill to get a little bit of cover. But just in the nick of time, Coca-Cola will be able to shred him out completely. So here is going to be the desperate call for the rest of YG, popping those smokes right into the middle of the street. Where Elevate, they have already got in perfect position. Now trying to go in for the revive as well, sending a member right through. While they do have a few other members to be taking a flank setup, it's going to be Naughty Boy as well as Romeo over onto the other corner to try to hold out to position, whereas the rest of Elevate, they're going full send into that position, bringing a fight towards YG, and they will instantly be crushed. And over on the other course, it seems like they will be traded back. YG somehow wins the trade, and now it's only one member left for side of Elevate.
Oh my goodness! 3-man down for Elevate. They pushed right straight to where Say Cloud is, and now the revive happened. It's gonna now be a 4v1. Claire didn't have any much angle out there. This is Elevate's chicken, and now stolen away by YG. Oh my goodness, and there you go, that's it. And Elevate Esports, unfortunately, not able to clutch it out for their squad. YG takes home the chicken dinner for match 2.
Yangon Galacticos absolutely outplayed and outsmarted the rest of Elevate Esports. Honestly, that push was unnecessary because they've already held a wide area of that circle, and YG was only there because they were too desperate to find cover. They just have to wait. And that was just by the edge of the zone. Like, you have so much space. Like, Elevate honestly never needed that push, which is quite a shame that this one just slid out of their hands. But for me, I'm glad because I predicted 2 correct winners thus far.
Wow. Oh yeah. Contra is the
On a
lucky
roll.
charm right now. Yeah. Two consecutive correct predictions out from Contra, and you know what? Us just consistency might have been just stopped by Elevate this game. But again, you are right. I mean, if you try to analyze the situation in that final circle, Elevate Esports didn't really had to go aggressive against YG. We know for a fact that YG was going for a set of revives on the latter parts of that moment. But if they can get a revive, the next question for YG is, will they be able to survive the blue zone? Because the blue zone is not right nearby with them compared to Elevate. Elevate had more control in that circle. Again, what an error made there by Elevate. Got taken away by YG getting that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's just utter chaos, right? On what's really going on, where we're supposed to see a push coming from Red Esports, but they were holding themselves back. And then after that, Exquisite, like I said, that position gas station wasn't exactly the best potential area of play, because the moment you step out, you will just be faced with all these crosshairs pointed at them, and Exquisite at least make it into a top 3 finish, to say the very least. The MVP being Cute Loki, we saw how much damage that has been done. He was suppressing certain teams from really moving forward, and it was just rough for even Playbook Esports to actually get through to that position. And even despite that, YG, they take over that spot. They didn't expect Elevate to push, but when they push, that's where Loki, he was on that lower side of the hill. He also have contributed enough damage to also supplement onto how Yangon has been able to hold out that fight against Elevate, turning the tides around, becoming a 3 versus 1 scenario.
And this man has been a total hell for Dread Esports in that match, to be honest with you. Like Dread, it was Jibna and Demios who was trying their best to try to get away from that specific spot, used up all the smokes, and that's probably why they weren't able to even push towards Exquisite Esports. And look at the now these stats here: 13 eliminations Contra for the side of Yangon Galacticos. And again, Chicken Dinner was like 80% coming to Elevate, but again, their decision just flipped it over now to just only like less than 5% because of that push with a 1v3 towards the Say Cloud. And Say Cloud, with a clutch moment of his life, Contra, just
Yeah.
saving the day for their squad and getting their win in this game.
A much needed win, of course, for Yangon Galacticos. Like, they have continued on to thrive every step of the day, and true enough, they have really mastered how to rotate all around this map of Erangel. So I hope that there is still this momentum intact for them in the upcoming rounds, because there's still 2 more to be played out, and we're already getting a stellar start for them. So good work coming here from the boys from Myanmar. So there's definitely a whole lot more to offer. So Yangon Galacticos with this win, I'm assuming that top 5 is easily reachable by the end of this weekend.
Yeah, I would say now that they got 23 points, I would say that they're now right around, yeah, top 5 or maybe even top 4 maybe. I'm not really so sure anymore. We'll go ahead and find out later on by the time that we get the overall rankings. But the damage dealt by YG is just way too much. 3,200 plus damage being dealt by YG. And again, guys, we saw that the final circle we're in, Exquisite Esports, who tried also to go to, you know, exactly to where say Cloud was at in that moment. But it's all about Coca-Cola's spray, in my opinion. Coca-Cola's spray with that M4 totally just messed up Exquisite Esports' attempt to be able to be inside the circle. And it's also the same goes with whatever, say, Cloud did when he tried to go to that rock. And again, it's just that the decisions made by Elevate that totally give away the chicken dinner to the opposite squad, which is Yangon Galacticos. A really amazing match, in my opinion. It's not like what we are seeing yesterday, Contra. We're in. We see them swimming around the waters of nothing.
True enough, and of course, I'm happy to actually see all these players play firm land at the very least. 23 massive points, and remember there was that Shack battle that there was Evie and a couple more teams right there. That's where YG racked up those massive haul of points to really supplement on what they managed to get with this chicken dinner. Meanwhile, it's 11-point shed between Dread Esports and Exquisite, while Elevate Esports, despite finishing on second, they only have 4 elimination points to book out of this round, so it's still pretty decent. Meanwhile, the rest is going to be gathering 7 to 2 points all the way to the bottom. A very unfortunate start for names like Sin, PBE, as well as RTC, where they didn't manage to make the cut into the areas of play, or should I say RTC stayed too long inside the Snap Pollyanna. But very healthy result. We even see clutches coming in from the side of FVE, so I'm happy with how this game actually played out. And like I did mention, YG could easily be reaching into the top 5, and now they tie with STE. STE is not going to be playing for today, so we will expect them to even knock Genesis Esports off the park.
Yeah, the tiebreaker would be coming from the rank points here. STE only has 43, whereas YG has 48, so they will be the ones over STE now, top number 5. You are correct with that, Contra. It's been really good predictions and, you know, good maths here coming from my partner, Contra. So he's been on point when it comes to these scores, when it comes to these predictions. But again, for Austria, again, expected. Still the same, number 1 with 229. Dread Esports is now closing around 160 point mark. I would expect them to be roughly around 170 or maybe to 180 by the end of this day, so that they can, you know, solidify whatever position that they have. But they have to be also careful about the other squads that are not playing this time around, like the Group C, or Group D rather, which is Harame Bro, Genesis Esports, Strangers, and God7. But anyways, we're done for match number 2. We still do have 2 matches for Erangel, and I'm totally excited to see what's going to happen even more here in the Battlegrounds.
Yeah, the moment that Austria is off the map, like, everybody sees this to be their opportunity to seize that chicken dinner, and I'm glad that it was Yangon Galacticos that will be really putting themselves into a top 3 position if things really go well for themselves. So who knows? Maybe this is start of a rampaging run for the side of Yangdong Galacticos, or perhaps other teams will continue on to fight against them. I'm still looking at Dread Esports. Haven't really had some decent record for today so far, so hopefully things will go better. So we'll give all these players a little bit of a break, as we'll be coming back in within the span of 5 minutes. So don't go anywhere. We'll be bringing you more act.
In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, Ocean Odyssey, to help you better grasp the new gameplay and have a better experience. First, situated underwater beneath a huge statue is the Ocean Palace. At the beginning of a match, there are 2 ocean palaces that you can go to. They are located in the waters under the ruins and Milta. Each ocean palace has loads of supplies and treasures. It's an ideal landing spot. Now, what's the quickest way to enter the ocean palace? Parachute directly to the ocean surface at the start of a match, and after plunging underwater, you will get a speed boost, so you can quickly reach the palace. You swim faster in the water near the ocean palace, and you can hold your breath for longer, allowing you to move around quickly underwater. After passing through the sea suppressor barrier, you can enter the ocean palace. The sea suppressor barrier forms a large air pocket in the ocean palace, and you can battle in this space. The first time you enter the ocean palace, you will receive a special respawn. Do keep in mind that you will lose it if you leave the vicinity of the ocean palace. Inside the palace, you can activate the water nymph performance. When it ends, you'll be rewarded with supplies. A powerful item lies at the center of the palace, the trident, which unlocks once the countdown ends. Upon retrieving the trident, not only will you get lots of supplies, but a special respawn card as well. It's used to respawn in the battleground, and still works even when eliminated outside the ocean palace. However, the respawn card has a time limit, so pay attention to when it expires. Lost crates are hidden in the waters all around the palace. Dive in and explore for surprise loot. Once a certain amount of time passes in the match, a kraken will appear and destroy the sea suppressor, flooding the ocean palace. Use the portals in the ocean palace to leave quickly. Finally, there are several Forsaken ruins. Besides having tons of supplies, the Forsaken ruins conceal 2 sea treasuries. Find the switches to remove the water veil and enter the waterway from the ocean temple. Then you can find the sea treasury located underground. Light up all the pillars at the treasury entrance to open the treasury door and obtain the treasure. On the ground of the Forsaken Ruins, there is a blasting current and a mirage tower. Use them to get higher up or to move around. When you encounter an enemy, use them creatively to take the enemy by surprise. Furthermore, some Forsaken Ruins will have a spirit whale that appears in the sky after some time, and will leave a water orb on the ground after landing. Enter the water orb to board the whale escape pod. When the blue zone approaches, you can use the spirit whale to quickly get to the play zone. That's all for this video. Discover more ways to have fun. Hurry and try out.
Two matches has been done here in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Fall of 2024. Odyssey Esports and YG got their chicken dinner already, and here comes the casters again. Kuku TV together with Contra, by the way. We are done with the first two maps, so we're going to be moving in again to our two Erangel maps left in this day. We still do have two Miramar maps left later on, but let's focus on the next Erangel map. We have seen that the circle is not the same as yesterday, and it goes to show that if the circle would be really far away from Ostia, up on the northern side, so it's just far away from their usual, which is in Sosnovka, and actually they went to Pochinki this time around. Looks like they're having some sort of troubles when it comes to finding that right timing when it comes to rotation.
Yeah, I agree with you, but for most part, they managed to at least play till the mid-game, gun themselves into some sort of battle where Elevate was the one to take charge to be on top of that hill to take out Odyssey Esports, and they really opened up a lot more room. If that didn't happen, who knows what Odyssey could have actually done throughout the course of the run. But you know what you guys can do? You guys can log into PUBG Mobile right now and check out the exit that's currently available till the end of September. With only 10 UC for a draw, you can potentially get the beautiful glitter exit as well as the Sky Huntress MG3.
Well, the prediction will be coming in now, Contra. You got the two predictions right earlier on with Ostia and YG. Now you're going to be going with Dread. Looks like Paulo B will also do the same. So he's trying to, try to do the same route as to where you're going to. But for me, YG already had their chicken dinner in the last game. My pick for this time around is still YG. I think YG still has a lot of points to add up into their scores. Now that they're in currently top number 5, they're targeting back to get that second placer for week number 2.
Yeah, I'm just rooting for Dread Esports. Honestly, I'm not sure if they could actually get this chicken dinner here based on their current form, but for Dread Esports, they're definitely poised to at least position a lot better before the rest of all these players coming from Harame Bros, Got7, and the rest of them move back in the scene. So I'm just hoping for them to at least secure a top 4. Chicken dinner is definitely a big bonus for the rest of Dread Esports that is slowly showing some signs of struggle here for today. But interesting enough, we still have the fusion power of our Cambodian casters that's also voting for their fellow countrymen. It's great to actually see, as they have always been very prideful of all the players that have been playing throughout the course of the PMCL. Well, I think KE honestly have been showing up with some pleasant surprises from Sanhok all the way up to now. They're still putting some very decent record. Well, you guys can also vote for your favorite teams on who you think is gonna get the next chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, just scan the QR code right now, just right below Contra. Use your mobile devices. And you can vote also for your own Rising Star, not just for the teams. And we've seen Cute Low-Key done a ton of damage in match number 2 earlier on. So definitely, if you like the gameplay of Cute Low-Key, you could definitely vote for him as well. But then again, I think it's still close between Federalis and Red Bull. for that rising star. You can maybe even add Martin to the mix there for that rising star. Definitely a rising star because this is the first time that we're seeing him in the PMCL region. And it's just, again, such amazing gameplay that he's been showing us, the clutch moments. And even with his Mini 14 shots from long distance, it's just on point for Martin. But anyways, for Osja, now that they're not able to do well with that Pochinki dropping point, if the flight path would go right down on south, we might see them Contra going at Sosnovka military base again for their dropping point.
Yeah, most likely that will be their comfort zone to actually play things out. And honestly, I would still say that Austria would still be playing decently at the very least. And I would rather actually see Austria eliminated. Of course, sorry fans, I know you guys love your Austria esports. I just feel like other teams will be more desperate for the points right now here into this weekend because nobody's going to be catching up to Austria Esports anyways, even if they are going to be adding more on the block. So I guess this is just opportunities when they're not in the game. And lo and behold, like you said, this is going to be cutting from the south side. So Austria might be moving into the Sosnovka military base, or could they continuously go for the Pochinki drop? I guess that answers it, as they are already off the parachutes.
Yep, and looking at Team Max now, remember from last match, no Rozok and Novo dropped because of GE. Now, looks like Team Max will be dropping early, as they're going to most likely get some vehicles right over there on the bottom side, road side of military base, and will most likely go to Novo area. As for Rozok, we don't know yet for now. Maybe RTC might as well go there, especially that they got eliminated early right around Yasnaya Poliana, where GG was able to get the best of them. Rozok is, again, a much better dropping point now for RTC Esports if they really would love to survive until the latter stages. And look at this. Looks like there's no Pochinki drop for now. Or probably it's going to be Dread. I see Dread right on the bottom side. Ooh, look at this circle again. It's going to be, I think, almost the same as what we had yesterday, Contra, right?
Mm-hmm. It is pretty much identical, except that this time it has less coverage into the island, which will be pretty much confirmed that it will be either Primos again, or most likely than not, around the open fields of Gatka, where there's plenty of space in Gatka as compared to yesterday.
Oh yeah, and you can see now, look at this, Flash Vision and KE just right nearby each other. Kurukuru from Flash Vision Esports does have a PP Bison on hand here. He can totally reload. He does have 30 bullets in the magazine. The maximum is 52. But he's not going to be opting in to do that for now. Campos was able to get his own shotgun now. So he can definitely manage to go up against Kurukuru. Kurukuru doesn't really have to get closer. He does have an automatic weapon that you can use from, mid-range. So it's going to be a standout between the two, Campus versus Kurukuru. Looks like they're going to be both waiting for at least one member. And looks like KE. Already there's a support coming on their way. And looks like Flash Vision also has two. So it's most likely going to be a 2v3 situation here. I'm not sure what KE would be doing. Looks like they're going to try to escape the scene. Oh, it's going to be the opposite. It's going to be the opposite way. Flash Vision will be the ones to escape the area. Now, Carillo does have the automatic weapon, the Ace 32. Will take a little bit of damage, but not way too much damage. And Flash Vision will survive for now.
I'm just surprised that they chickened out so early. I mean, they could have committed with 3 members against 2 out of KE at the very least. But now they do secure those vehicles safely. And I guess that for Flash Vision, they're just happy to give that spacing at the very least. Like, they don't really want to overcommit themselves into an early battle where perhaps the other 2 members, they weren't really well stocked up for the fight. So I'll just let loose a little bit about what that could have actually entailed. But for most part, Max, Victoria 9. They start off in Novo, and so far, we haven't really seen any of these endings in Novo, where Team Max, of course, they tend to start off in this area for that easy access over the bridge. but they will be one of the teams that will be further away compared to the rest of these squads because we saw how that flight path leaned towards a lot more towards the western end. So you would expect those teams to be playing most likely not central, north, as well as south. For whoever's inside, they're just happy with the scenery, and we always do get this bike scene. I don't think Martin will go for a bike because there's like a Mirado park next to it, and there's
and
even
he
a
has a
buggy. So yeah, yep, good call, Martin. Don't be debated by producers.
And it's kind of like yesterday. I think we're watching the stream from yesterday, because it's the same scenery wherein Martin was just looting around there. Look at this, Master Vape is around the cannons of Pochinki. Not so sure why he's here. I mean, look at the loadout: a pistol and a long barrel shotgun. Looks like he's stuck, so you need someone from the rest of RSG to pick him up. So for now, for RSG, they will be delayed when it comes to loot. I mean, they're inside the circle anyways. He's just trying to be careful because you could see Dread was inside Pochinki right now. They're able to loot around because Arame Bro is not here. So Master Vape will be able to go towards the barn areas. And there we go. Able now to take those helmets and the UMP. So for now, RSG will survive. And then for the rest of Dread, they will be fully looted up. Because again, Pochinki is the place to be. There's a lot of loots out here. That's why Arame Bro has been winning games.
Yeah, I mean, it could never go wrong. Pochinki being in the direct center, it just eases the rotation portion for teams not to worry about, how to get around the map. I mean, even back in the days when I used to manage RSG, not this RSG that we have over here, the ones from Singapore, and of course they had this Malaysian branch. So we used to take Pochinki because you just solve this riddle of, oh, how do I really get from one end of the map to another? Well, you just take the center. So you don't really have to worry too much about plotting extra steps into getting multiple checkpoints. But, going back into it towards the member of this RSG in particular, I was so curious to actually see him out in the field being all alone. Despite, perhaps he's scouting for the entire squad. They're still pretty far from Gatka, so RSG, they will have to eventually go in for a pickup, hopefully not being picked up by some of these members of Dread Esports while journeying on their way. Now we finally do see even Asia Esports leaving that bridge as they will cut in towards Fairpier, but I believe there's a few teams around that core region, wasn't it?
And this is an early rotation coming from Austria. You would usually see them being burnt by the blue zone while they're rotating from the bottom side. So an early rotation for Austria. Again, they realized that there's not that too much of a threat right at the middle. Usually you would see GE, Arame Bro right at the middle. Same goes with STE and maybe even God7. So this time around, with the early rotation that they're doing, it's gonna change how the dynamics would work for them. They will be the ones who will be waiting for the teams to get in right to them. Oh, but for now, look at this. Kurukuru, the one who was waiting for Carillo and the rest of KE. He was able to take down one of the players of Kill Enemy. And looks like they're going to be surrounded now by the 4 players of Flash Vision Esports and Master D2K. This man can do clutch. Ooh, as the other rest of KE now comes in. It's going to be a Reki now who will be coming in. Sprays down the Micro Uzi, gets one down. Campus will be the final member left for KE, and that is it. Flash Vision Esports eliminates Kill Enemy.
And that was pretty clean, if you ask me. Other than Riggs being knocked down alongside with Reki, this wasn't exactly the best of spot that KE should have actually taken the fight towards them. And for the most part, they started off from this point. They should have actually known a lot better that FE's still within the vicinity. So that one absolutely was on some of the members of Kill Enemy, that's for sure. But take a look at this. We have RSG. Now that answers the question, right? Like, why I'm so curious onto how that member of RSG is in Pochinki. The other teammates are still in Milta, and they are trying to gatekeep some of these players of Sin Esports. Very questionable move, but can this work out? as they do have one player to maybe go scout out and about. So as we carry on, the rest of TTQ will be slightly overwhelmed where there is Fearless Esports circling around like eagles, picking one player off and making things a little bit easier up against Goat Esports, who's trying to click claim as another one bites the dust. It's 21 that will be on his knees. I don't think there's going to be any help being sent towards him because this whole place has been sieged by Fearless Esports.
Yeah, and 21 didn't have any choice there. He's surrounded by the 4 Fearless Esports. That's only 1 GOAT versus 4 Fearless players. And now for GOAT, they're going to have to take a little bit of more rotation to a place that they can actually just stay in. There are some few knockdowns, by the way, while this is happening. Hopefully we could see all of those engagements from afar. Lil Yatka will now go over to the quarry area. And again, the circle is going straight right over here. So this is a really good spot to be in, especially if you're going to be playing passive, like what GOAT would, most probably do now, since 21, one of their, top fraggers here, or their squad is already dead. So for PBE, Monboy, this guy hasn't been showing up, a lot of firepower for the squad. It's always been either Jarrell or Michi who's been showing up for Playbook Esports. So I just hope that he can find his, form back for Monboy of Playbook Esports. But right now, look at this. TTQ currently down as 2 as KH tries to scout around the area. And I'm not really sure what happened here. It's probably Fearless Esports, or it's actually Flashvision, who's right over there with them. And right now, Red Bull, who got spotted, he will have to heal up first. And has to be careful because Dread is right around the corner.
They're making another round of a turn, and at the very least, he managed to dodge that one completely, as TTQ will go back into the estate right down below. So Austria, they will just part ways, not hoping to pry things open just for now. And going into the open space of the area of play, it really will seem like we get ourselves what you desired, a potential quarry ending. But some parts over on the north portion is still up for grabs. Then that place absolutely being dominated by Fearless Esports for the moment. RTC also sees himself a strong chance to play this one out perfectly as they take the far west. Goat Esports only have a few members left, so I'm not really counting high hopes despite them taking that direct center. So definitely a little bit of trouble for Austria Esports because they probably won't be able to hold that space for long. They're only sending one member into this further southern end, while plenty of teams here are definitely going to be in the middle of the rotation, trying to find a spot through the forest hills. That's where Skydance is trying to at least seek out a member of Exquisite. Taps after taps. Lufa's in trouble.
Yeah, Lufa right now is in trouble. Down on red HP. Skynin can probably go for the last 2 bullets, but no. Go ahead and reload. Lufa will be able to go for the first aid. Austria Esports right now does have a lot of challenges to be... Ooh, actually no. No challenges for now for Skynin because he spotted Lufa getting away from that smoke tree. And then you can also see here Martin knocking down UA. Now for Exquisite Esports, they're now down to 2. For Fearless, though, they also have their own set of knockdowns up on the northern side as they were able to take out one of the players of GG.
Yeah, Martin, he's played plenty of these battles during his days in Valdez, as well as those days back in Illuminate, where they love taking this side of the hill for very good reasons, as there's enough space for him to still play hide and seek while going up against the entirety of Ozja. This is not going to be the best course of maneuvers as they're on wheels, and as they send more members in, you can see that the rest of Exquisite, they bail out. Very good decision. There's no point fighting out against Ozja for the meantime. But over on the other side of the hill, it's YG getting run over by Team Max, who was left off from Novo and arrive in style. My. But the rest of the members are bleeding out, and here comes the rest of YG trying to take reprieve and perhaps run them once again. I call that karma.
Well, for YG though, cute low key. Unfortunately, already has 3 eliminations. They're top fragger for the squad will be eliminated, all because that the support came in late for Yangon Galacticos. But look at this now. Monboy will get sprayed by Martin. This is a really good thing to see. Monboy versus Martin. Martin does have the best of Monboy for now. Now with a frag grenade, this will opt for Monboy to just get away from that area. 2 nades, and it's going to be exploded in front of him. There you go, Martin. Just way too smart against Monboy. But there you go, Ryman is now going to get in. It's actually Dale who gets Skynin down. Now Dale will have to get his bullets reloaded as he gets down by the top. And there you have it for PBE. They're now out.
They're just making up for all the points lost from the last game, but you just saw the genius in team fighting from Odyssey Esports. Every single member was keeping their hands busy, circling around that entire compound, and that's how you're supposed to win out fights, especially that one-on-one between Ryman, what we saw Martin as well as Ryman, if I'm not mistaken, and that was played out so perfectly. He pre-naded at least 2 grenades, and after that just send those bullets where you just couldn't step out. Now we go back into the warehouses where we have Jisoo dealing with this huge flank coming in from Elevate. A member now being knocked down as there's even more nades to be cooked up. It's gonna be hard to seek the guy over on the top end of the hill, but blindly tossing into the open as that will chip onto Nathan. They're hugging indoors, and this is gonna make things tough for Scotty.
Oh, and actually, it's going to be another player from Elevate. Nathan goes down. But the good thing about this is they were able to trade the knocks as well. Coca-Cola doing a really good job out on the flank on the left-hand side on the perspective of Elevate. He's able to take down Kid, and now support, going for the support that the Kid needed now, as Coca-Cola will have to use up every single utility he has. Stun grenades, not going to do much for the side of GG, but this means that Scotty and Nathan will be able to revive each other. Now the push will be on the right-hand side barn. And there we go. That's going to be Jisoo, who will be pushed in and will be eliminated by Elevate Esports. Now the focus will be on the other warehouse, wherein you would see the Kid and support who will have to smoke up and heal things up for now.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of Dread Esports on the feed as well as they take on Sin Esports. Sin absolutely getting obliterated. Now, that's 4 points in for Dread Esports. And as a lot of space have opened up with the eliminations of squads, there's still plenty to play for here. Ranzer found himself a P90, quickly takes one more player out. It's been a decent run from the side of Fearless Esports as they've dominated over the north portion of the map, but needing to find more spacing. So perhaps there might just be a little bit more of that collapse against Red Esports. They only lose 1 member so far. You still play this out perfectly if all goes well. They have to be careful. Ranzer still got that P90 in hand, but he's already being sprayed by Jibna with that QPZ.
I mean, look at the bullets of Jibna. 4 more bullets left
Oh my
for
goodness.
him, and doesn't
What
have
are you
any
doing?
much. Probably he's just spraying all around over at the top side of the circle, just trying to fend off all these rotating teams, and now it's going to be stuck with a UMP only. I mean, it does deal damage mid-range to close, but not that much when it comes to long range. He can try to ask for bullets from his teammates, and most likely, I mean, Barney will probably do that for him because Barney is now on his way to Jibna. They can still manage to go for that gatekeep against Fearless because the circle has shifted away from Fearless now. It now focuses on TTQ, who is in the middle portion of the zone. So TTQ has a really good, spot here that they can be on, but Austria is now nearby. I think trying to get closer to them.
I believe that there's going to be plenty of teams that's hoping to vie for a spot where the members of TTQ are currently at. Speaking of which, Jibna, now that he's restocked with those bullets, this is the reason why his chamber's been empty, because he has been hitting every shot that he takes. Now, problem for Ranzer, though, he's now all alone. There's only so much that P90 can actually offer, as there is getting outnumbered. Exquisite suddenly getting overwhelmed by these members of RTC that's coming in from the western end. Odyssey Esports happy to actually take some of all these spots, while RTC, they are actually in the running with them being over on the top side of the quarry. So it's really up to whether or not this sole member of the side of Flash Vision Esports will be able to find that picking. Ranzer now finds the bunker inside of the sniper's nest. But for how long can he actually hold out? There's going to be a swarm of Quarry inside the quarry. Curry's going to be able to spot out the rest of Elevate Esports. So Elevate, they can really run out for the moment. Not that they need to, because the circle is still upon them.
And I love the rotation coming from RTC, but I don't love this. Labokun will be eliminated now, as Goat was able to spot him from afar. When it comes to the rotation of RTC, they just basically avoided every single engagement until they try to go for third parties. And now it's going to be Dambot who will suffer from those random sprays through the grass, by the way.
How does he even see?
Wow, exactly.
I honestly can't see a single thing with all these grasses on board, but somehow Yatpa, he can actually spot them out. Very, very impressive work coming from GOAT Esports, being super elusive while slowly striking RTC. I believe that RTC wouldn't even be able to actually seek them out, judging from that corner of the map. Well, Dread Esports looking around right behind Asja. Asja hasn't had a great rotation of a game so far, despite them being closely from the islands, because the circle just kept running from them. Now they will have to book a spot over the spine of the hill, so they could still be able to seek out all these other players from what I do believe to be Dread Esports, as well as a few names coming in from GOAT. Yahiko's going to drive right by. Thankfully, he won't be drawing the attention of Dread just yet, so he would still be able to hold out on his own. But he does know of their position, so he's dropping those nades, hoping to connect. And let's look at the updated circle as well, because TTQ, they're in the direct center. They will still be having the benefits of it.
Oh yeah, and Asja will be forced to maybe eliminate Dread or just go forth at TTQ. If they eliminate Dread, they can manage to go onto the northern side, but looks like GOAT will have the same thinking. Eliminate Dread to control the northern side. They will have height advantage, and at the same time, they don't really have to go towards TTQ, which TTQ has a ton of defense. They have fences, they have, buildings to be at. So Dread has to be ready here. They have to be ready with. Oh, looks like Martin now got spotted here by Demios. And I think Martin also spotted Demios, so it's the same story for both players. And there we go. Just introducing himself that I'm here. I'm in the circle as well. And there we go. That Red Bull gets Demios down on the flank. And now it's going to be 2 players left for Dread. It's just going to be Jibna and Barney now. Ooh, but they have to be careful also, because they're open right on the downslope where TTQ can just fire at will.
Yeah, Dread Esports forced to just drive right into the zone further up into the northern plains, where they will also be greeted by the rest of GOAT Esports. It's really smart of Asja on how they manage, because they will zone away the entirety of Dread, forcing them into this corner, while YG takes a very off-the-wall approach by squeezing over onto trees and climbs upwards against RTC to take them on. That nade's going to fall a little short, almost connecting, but this is where the push comes into effect. Thunderbolt, can he actually win the trade? He goes in for a leap of faith, 1 HP left, but he won't be able to survive. Top 10 for YG. They got 6 eliminations though, so decent record, but RTC absolutely pops off here in Quarry.
Wow. And again, the rotation was the key for RTC, but they just need to manage now how many players they would have left. Oh, and that's it. The elimination came from Skynin with a frag grenade onto Barney. Again, total domination coming from Asja on the northern side. And like what I said, if they can take the northern side, they will have full control of it. They will have height advantage. Very smart play here for Asja. Now their eyes is now going to be on the side of GOAT, which they're going to be on the downslope and will have a ton of disadvantage.
Yeah, most often than not, when we first saw Asja's initial position, other teams, if they were playing from net, they would just try to crash upon the members of TTQ, which is actually a very big risk. So Austria really smartly navigate on top of the spot on the hill, and just basically picked off so many other teams, flushing them away, where Red Esports were just forced into another location, which got them picked off by other squads instead. So Austria, they will deal with TTQ much later on. Well, they're happy to just take these fights until they are being forced into the direct center. It's already stage 6 closing up, so stage 7, it really depends on how hard of a shift this could actually get for these squads. While there's definitely a flock of crowd over on the western plains where Elevate will have Scotty being knocked down. Coca-Cola and GG, they're up close and personal just by the staircase. Oh, he gets to have a glimpse at it, but Coca-Cola, he's not pushing through just yet. Could this be the kid to win this out, or could it just be the kid? I don't know what's the verdict here, but you tell me.
Well, Coca-Cola really smart with not just, committing himself to push. I mean, GG has been trying to get some nades or maybe utilities so that he can, probably debate Coca-Cola. But look at this. It's now going to be a DBS versus DBS here. The kid versus Coca-Cola. If he can manage to just bait out kid, and there we go. That's it. That's how you do it. Just bait kid out. Eventually, you have the circle. The blue zone is right nearby the kid. But now the problem for Coca-Cola now is he has to get cover as Goat is there to eliminate him. And now we're down to 5.
Which is why these two players were stuck inside of that tiny little compound. Half of it devoured by the zone, and this is where Unknown just confidently pushes towards the sniper's nest. I think that he has a hunch that there is a player inbound. This is why he picks up his teammate. Now, it's going to be a desperate attempt coming from Ranzer. He still has some bullets to work with. This B90 doing some work, but it is going to be some help coming from Odyssey Esports that suppresses them. Ranzer, he's trying to heal up. Does he have enough time? Yes, he does. But the zone slowly chipping his health bars while Ranzer brings that P90. Not enough to take out that member of Goat Esports. Goat surviving to tell the tale, but there is the rest of Oz just chasing him as he tries to turn all the way to the south side. Oh boy, how is he surviving for so long?
Well, for now, it's going to use all of that ridge. Ooh, unfortunately, the nades now coming from TTQ, bombing RSG one by one, and Ryder, who is actually inside the fences or the walls. That's why he's not getting naded. Good thinking here from Ryder. Just going over that wall to get himself covered up. And now he sees the players of TTQ. He's just not pulling the trigger. Just the discipline coming from this guy. Now it's going to be a 4v4v1 situation. Now TTQ will have to set their eyes now onto Austria. But look at where Martin is now. How close he is now with TTQ.
He's just playing it so smartly. Like, just the entire game, Austria is just showing their 200 IQ on each members, and now they get to also trade right back. So Liquid's gonna be able to eliminate the final member of RSG. For what it's worth, I have my comments on this side of RSG with their very peculiar approach on the early game, but they managed to finish top 3. That's astounding. Well, now it's all down to a 4v4. Austria Esports will have nades being tossed towards them as TTQ. They stayed for the longest time. They never really had to rotate. Austria, they wrapped around the entire sector that's not within the compound. It's really down to Martin over on, as well as Skynin, to see if they could actually breach right through. So this is going to be a heavy defensive setup from TTQ.
And look at the switch up here. Martin was way too close to where TTQ is. And that nade from Red Bull. And now this is the time for them to charge. TTQ, XZXY will just bleed out. And another nade coming from Red Bull. Or probably the top, who is now switched up with Martin. And now it's going to be down to 3 players left for TTQ. Now another nade coming from TTQ. But they didn't really charge at all. They do have control of the middle portion of the circle. So if this would manage until to the end of the game, stage 9, and the circle would close in, or the blue zone would close in, Austria Esports would have total control and total circle management here against TTQ.
which is currently happening. Now, smokes are prime right true. And the problem for TTQ that's been playing inside of the compound is that they lack that information as compared to Austria. As Austria knows, there's only one place that they're going to be hiding, so they don't have to fully commit. They're just tossing nades after nades, and maybe send a couple of members while at it as well. So this is definitely going to be a very close fight, as they are full sending it. 2 members knocked down from the side of Austria Esports. TTQ now sees a chance for a chicken dinner, but it is going to be a 2 versus 2 at the moment. They try to pull through. There's still Martin that it will have to rely on. The top will squeeze all the way back. Circle now strings towards the side of Odyssey Esports. TTQ forces to actually step up. They still have smoke grenades now to the prime right through. Martin trying to hold down the line. Now he's spraying right through the smoke. Finds another knock. Beautiful work. One more member remaining as he will try to move his mind power and spray right there as Martin once again brings another chicken dinner home for Odyssey Esports.
Austria Esports' second chicken dinner of the day. I might as well just change the prediction now to Austria, right, Contra? Like, they have been showing us how smart they are when it comes to circle management. They are able to get the right positions, even if they're at the edges of the circle. They were able to manage also getting a rotation early on in the game, not a delayed or late rotation. So we've seen the dynamics here coming from Austria Esports, and the big question is, who can stop them today?
Honestly, if they're playing like this, nobody is left unscathed. Like, you saw, it was superior decision making that really puts this team on top. Like, from that moment that they were on the back of the hill, they can make 2 decisions: either push TQ early or take that hill. They took the hill. They got themselves pretty much in that battle between Dread Esports, and with a lot more of these members ready to really wrap over the hill, they just took charge for most part and forced Dread Esports away, and they just basically could go 360 around that area of that compound, and they could actually get it all. As a matter of fact, they turned 180 to clean up some of these members of Quarry as well. So it was crazy what they did in this map, but we also saw magnificent stuff coming from teams like RTC, Elevate Esports on some individual plays from Coca-Cola. So this game just shows how scary of a squad Austria is.
Yeah, really scary to say the least. And you did mention about their rotation from that eastern side of that circle. They had 2 options during that time: either to crash onto TTQ and go towards Dread. They went on Dread, just let TTQ do their ways right at the end. And when they saw that TTQ extended over to the other side of the walls, that's the time when Martin came in. And he's the MVP, by the way, of this match with 4 total eliminations. He basically came into the other side wall, which is the northern walls of that compound, and he was able to spot every single TTQ member that they need to know where they are. Again, information is the key, and Austria Esports, they do have a ton of information in this game.
This guy is an absolute mad lad. Like, out of that many scouts out there, he's the most efficient into not only seeking position, but to also provide all that firm intel for Austria Esports to work throughout this course of the match. And you saw his position. He was always placed into so many interesting spots where he always has the upper hand. Even on that battle in Fair Pier, you saw that 1v1 happen, and the way he takes fights, he just frantically cooks up grenades, making sure that there's just nowhere that these opponents could actually run towards. So that actually contributed to the success of Austria Esports, and they back 15 points of eliminations. I think like this is just another day in the office. It's just a walk in the park for Austria Esports. Like, this is their average point. An average of a win for 25. Are they trying to hit 300? I don't know. Honestly, they can.
Oh, yeah. Well, for Austria Esports, might as well go for a target of 300 points this day. Again, this is the final day, by the way, for Austria. I mean, tomorrow will be the day where we don't see these type of things, like Austria just winning it all. So might as well, Austria, just get your 300 points and then go on a rest for tomorrow and get ready for week number 3, right? But for the others, Playbook Esports, they actually tried to go up against the Titans, which is Odyssey Esports, but they didn't even manage to get I think they got a knockdown, like one knockdown, which is Red Bull, but it was Martin was the difference maker for the side of Odyssey Esports. With that 1v1 with Monboy and Martin, he was able to just, you know, have Monboy prone on the ground, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, 2 frag grenades, and you're like, boom, you're just gonna be knocked down. Eventually, PvE just bowed down to the Kings right now, which is Odyssey Esports. That's how they just dissect every single opponents that they are in.
Yeah, and out of so many import players out there, these gentlemen coming from Thailand were the most effective pair out of the many that tried to, you know, get players from either Malaysia or even from other squads as well. It just baffles me on how much it actually supplements on what the top Skyline also has to offer in so many of all these matches. And you can see other teams were nowhere close to these track record. TTQ, despite, you know, holding on to the best possible spot for the entirety of the game, they just could not outfight Odyssey Esports or even outsmart them in that position because they were all funneled through that warehouse. So 12 points for them, 10 points for FRL that has absolutely dominated the northern portion of the map. Go Esports still maintaining some good record with 8 points as well. 7 for RSG and 6 for Yangon Galacticos.
And look at the difference between Austria and TTQ. Just 13 points difference that they just got here in match number 3. Well, TTQ, this is a good game, bounce back game in my opinion for TTQ. They haven't really gotten that much of luck when it comes to circle and elimination, so it's just good to see that the others, I mean, not like Austria has been dominating, are getting their luck as well here in these matches. Now the updated points, Austria is now at 254 to be more specific. 6 total chicken dinners in this week. 2 chicken dinners just for the the next one, which is Dread, which is 164 points. Looks like they're gonna have like some sort of 100-point gap from first to second. I think that's the plan that was set up by Mad Toy.
Yeah, and for the fact that Dread Esports could not even catch up to this, like, because they're in the same group. So, yeah, that could very well likely to happen, but we've seen a lot of teams joining the 100-pointer club already, with the likes of TTQ in this match having that perfect 100, along with Go Esports at 101, 103 for KE, and also, of course, the teams that were not exactly playing for this evening. So, this is looking rather good for some squads like Yangon Galacticos that continuously rally in with those points out there. And I guess the middle pack towards the bottom also has been rather competitive, as we saw RTC having a really, really good game in this matchup. Like, if only they won a few more battles, maybe they will be also squeezing into the top 4. So, we're going to go on for another break, Cuckoo, as we'll be coming back in for another massive round of Erangel. So, do stay tuned for the moment, and catch you guys in a bit.
In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, Ocean Odyssey, to help you better grasp the new gameplay and have a better experience. First, situated underwater beneath a huge statue is the Ocean Palace. At the beginning of a match, there are 2 Ocean Palaces that you can go to. They are located in the waters under the ruins and Milta. Each Ocean Palace has loads of supplies and treasures. It's an ideal landing spot. Now, what's the quickest way to enter the Ocean Palace? Parachute directly to the ocean surface at the start of a match, and after plunging underwater, you will get a speed boost, so you can quickly reach the palace. You swim faster in the water near the Ocean Palace, and you can hold your breath for longer, allowing you to move around quickly underwater. After passing through the sea suppressor barrier, you can enter the Ocean Palace. The sea suppressor barrier forms a large air pocket in the Ocean Palace, and you can battle in this space. The first time you enter the Ocean Palace, you will receive a special respawn. Do keep in mind that you will lose it if you leave the vicinity of the Ocean Palace. Inside the palace, you can activate the Water Nymph performance. When it ends, you'll be rewarded with supplies. A powerful item lies at the center of the palace, the Trident, which unlocks once the countdown ends. Upon retrieving the Trident, not only will you get lots of supplies, but a special respawn card as well. It's used to respawn in the battleground, and still works even when eliminated outside the Ocean Palace. However, the respawn card has a time limit, so pay attention to when it expires. Lost crates are hidden in the waters all around the palace. Dive in and explore for surprise loot. Once a certain amount of time passes in the match, a Kraken will appear and destroy the sea suppressor, flooding the Ocean Palace. Use the portals in the Ocean Palace to leave quickly. Finally, there are several Forsaken Ruins. Besides having tons of supplies, the Forsaken Ruins conceal 2 sea treasuries. Find the switches to remove the water veil and enter the waterway from the Ocean Temple. Then you can find the sea treasury located underground. Light up all the pillars at the treasury entrance to open the treasury door and obtain the treasure. On the ground of the Forsaken Ruins, there is a blasting current and a mirage tower. Use them to get higher up or to move around. When you encounter an enemy, use them creatively to take the enemy by surprise. Furthermore, some Forsaken Ruins will have a spirit whale that appears in the sky after some time, and will leave a water orb on the ground after landing. Enter the water orb to board the whale escape pod. When the blue zone approaches, you can use the spirit whale to quickly get to the play zone. That's all for this video. Discover more ways to have fun. Hurry and try out Ocean Odyssey in PUBG Mobile. In this video, we'll be introducing 5 new items: the Trident, Gleaming Stingray, Water Orb Grenade, Water Orb Blaster, and the Whale Escape Pod. The Trident is sealed within the Ocean Palace. It can be retrieved after some time passes in the match. Follow the directions on the map to find it. Wielding the Trident grants the following: a special underwater swimming animation, faster swimming speed for moving about quickly or entering the play zone, and an exclusive water spout ability. Use it to turn into a water spout that moves around and can knock players and vehicles up into the air. You can use this ability to pull nearby enemies into the air, where teammates can focus fire on them, or give teammates cover to evacuate. Please be aware that water spouts cannot lift up enemies hiding in buildings. The Gleaming Stingray vehicle can be found in the waters of the Ocean Palace.
And we are back here with PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Fall 2024, day number 4, week number 2. This is Kuku TV together with Contra, and we're back for match number 4, the last Erangel map of the day. We've been having a little bit of technical difficulties. That's why we've been having a little bit of breaks, not like the ones that we had yesterday, wherein we had every other 2 games we had those breaks. But anyways, I think we're back on track now. We're ready for match number 4 Contra, and again, it's the day of Ostja's goal to get that 300 points. Is it possible, or is it not?
Let's count. How many more games do we have? 3 more games to be played out. I think like if they get chicken dinners on all 3 rounds, maybe. And honestly, if you guys want to vote for Aja Esports all the way through the next rounds, we absolutely vouch for it because they are.
Can I do it?
Yeah, you could maybe ask producers to change the votes, but usually what we casters do is that before the day starts, we already pop in our vote. So I guess I can't make any changes. I mean, who would have thought, like Aja Esports will be looking so scarily formidable, like they've just got no stops to what they're currently doing. But for most part, I guess it's safe to say no teams can do what Austria do in the span of a day to be up there at 250 over points. Like, this guys are just in a league of its own. There's just no other words that I could actually say for them. But you know what? There's still plenty of stuff for you guys to check out other than Austria's massive wins.
Oh yeah, we also have here the X-Suit, Galadria X-Suit, available right now with an exclusive lobby post until September 30th. Also, wreak havoc with the newest upgradable advanced MG3 Sky Huntress. First draw of each day would be 10 UC, so grab yours right now. Draw some of those skins, and if you're lucky, out of that 30 days that is left here for this X-Suit, might as well tag us on Facebook or on TikTok, where you can show us that here Contra, here Cuckoo, we got our own Galadriel X-Suit and MG3. I don't even have an X-Suit. I don't even have a skin for my MG3, so you might as well make us jealous with all these skins. Well, going back to the situation at hand here, match number 4, we had circles right around northern side of Rozak, just right below Severny, and then right around the areas of Quarry now. Now with the prediction, looks like I'm going with Sin here, going for match number 4. They have been struggling. Again, these are predictions that we had before we even started this day. So my first prediction is Austria. I might as well just change it to Austria Esports, right? But well, I'm thinking that Sin rather would have a much better outing this time around, because if you notice their gameplay, they only I think had a good game in Sanhok, because they had like MiGs able to eliminate Flashers and Esports during that time. But for the rest, looks like they have been struggling, so this is their time to bounce back.
That's right, and I've been keeping my eyes on KE. I think like Kaya so far shown a lot of strength back in Sanhok, but that's a couple of games ago. There were, of course, games where KE did drop off, but KE usually does have a better tempo heading into the later stages of the day of play. So I guess maybe time is going to be now. If it's not going to be Aja, it's going to be either YG, GOAT, or even KE. So good votes in, as we do have Bling X, who's also rooting for TTQ with a good showing of a top 2 finish. While, of course, we got all these votes for Green Grim, Toyo, as well as Big Daddy. GOAT Esports, though, I think like we definitely have to touch on this team for the moment, where they played very decently. That last match, they were just cluttered into a tight space with at least 4 other squads, where there was even the moment where they were trying to run away from Fearless Esports, and there's just not many spaces that they could actually work with till they were left with only one member, and then Asha came by.
Oh yeah, with that northern side part of that circle in the previous match, I thought that GOAT would have a good challenge against Austria, but Austria is just on fire right now. They're just on point with every single thing that they do. But with GOAT Esports able to come strong right around top 4, maybe top 3, if I'm not mistaken, for match number 3, they can probably have a good outing here if anyone would try to stop Austria from just dominating other squads, or maybe their squad. If they can do that, definitely GOAT Esports would have a chance. Same goes to YG. YG did had a chance in match number 3, but RTC had a much better angle because they were at the top of the quarry area. Another team, Contra, would be Elevate Esports. Once they have subbed out Rix, again, the much more experienced Kadi has more experience to share around the team. Looks like they're more effective with that kind of lineup, and I think they can maybe even try to get that chicken dinner for this match as well.
Yep, and while we of course wait for our match to start, you guys will see a QR code pop on the screen in a moment's time, where you can also vote for who's gonna take the next couple of chicken dinners home, and also the rising star of the tournament being the MVP of it all. So, going back on to all these teams that are playing for this evening, it really didn't feel like it was troublesome for certain teams to actually make more of the advancement through the charts, especially with Harame Bros, GOT7, and some of all these big names who were part of the top 6 squads over onto the table. With them being gone, you start to also see some signs of life. I think like the bigger day will be on either Sunday, where we'll see Austria finally taking a break. Well, tomorrow is where everyone says, oh, we could finally play for big scores than to have Austria taking half the lobby out. So I think like that's going to be rather interesting on what happens tomorrow. But so far we still have these 3 more games to wrap up. This final Erangel match, I think like for teams that have shown strength like Yangon Galacticos, this is their moment once again. I feel like if they don't perform here, most likely than not, the struggles will be shown when they move right into Miramar.
And you can now see the QR code, like what Contra said. You can definitely vote for your own favorite team. We did, casters, voted for our team for this matchup. I did voted for Sin, so you can cast your votes here with this QR code. Just scan it right now. You can even vote for your rising star of this tournament, this PMCL fall of 2024. Might as well vote for Martin. Martin has been one of those players that popped off here in week number 2. He might as well get that Terminator off from a Red Bull for this week as well. Because if you ask me right now, they're both effective, but who's more effective? I think Martin, since he has the brains of how they basically rotate with everything in game. He's the ones commanding the squad to be able to be effective, and you can see how effective Austria is right now. Currently with 254 points, road to hashtag 300 points for Austria Esports.
Yeah, and for most part, they will be having these 2 players probably playing from Thailand instead of the gaming house. Imagine they were actually playing on LAN together. On how much more scary can this squad actually get? So if things do work online, most often than not, especially when you have almost close to no difference in terms of ping, like all these communication will be pretty much super fluid. And on top of that, I'm just hoping to really see a team like such to make it into the global stage, and that's where the high pressure situation will be put against such a squad with such a strength like Austria Esports. Where could this actually crumble them when they have never played LAN together, compared to players from all over the world when they are either from the same country or they have a couple of players that are from another different region. They could usually be playing from the same gaming house, but it really depends. I really want to see how that dynamic works. Of course, we're all buying time for the lobby to start. I really do wonder if another remake is actually going true. But of course, we thank you guys for your patience. While you guys are waiting, of course, make sure you visit PUBG Mobile Esports multiple platforms. You have Cambodia, Myanmar, Philippines, all over Facebook, YouTube as well, TikTok. There's always a platform for you guys to stay connected, and perhaps you guys can also meet fans who are just like yourself to be able to share all this joy of not only watching the esports tournament but also playing the game itself.
All right. I see a lot of comments now on our TikTok channel where the English broadcast is being put on, which is in PUBG Mobile Esports SG. There's a lot of comments coming from the PH side, so welcome to our live stream here in the English broadcast. It looks like we have our timer up now, Contra. We're about to start here in just less than a minute. Yeah, and going back to your point, what if we have PMCL be an offline tournament. What
Mhm.
what will be the effects towards Austria Esports? Well, I would say that it'll be an easy transition for, especially for Martin. Martin has been playing in a lot of offline tournaments, right?
Mhm.
Same goes to Skynin. I mean, Skynin has been, or actually has won the gold medal before in Vietnam with the Sea Games. So
Yeah.
definitely, if they would switch from online to offline, be there together with your teammates, it'll be an easy transition. But the big question is, will the connection be the same? Whereas in online, they're just on point right now with 254. Whereas in offline, what will be the performance, right? But we're gonna be starting here in the very last Erangel map of the day. And by the way, we still do have two Miramar maps left after this. And Contra, will it be Austria again for match 4?
It could very well be, my friend, but I'm thinking, well, I'll stick to my votes. I'm hoping that KE could do a lot better to try to match up to the tempo of Asia Esports. We see TTQ almost striving to getting that perfect spot, but now it's a brand new scenario with a flight path cutting from Milta Power into Primos. Still very south and heavy, so this probably will see Asia to either take that spacing over on the course of Sanhok's government's base than to go ahead to take Pochinki instead, where we saw in the last game, it was an alternative squad, which is Dread Esports, to take over that Pochinki area of play. Either way, it works well. For Asia, they're not too concerned, honestly. Anything else that they gain from here on is going to be that bonus, as I've mentioned before. But there's plenty of teams who actually moved out early of the plane to play on that far eastern side.
So it's a bottom flight path. Northern side, though, I think Elevate Esports would have to change their dropping point now. We know for a fact that Zarki is their comfort zone. If I were Elevate, I would go to Rozok right now. Rozok is open because GE is not playing. Looks like Pochinki is also open for this time. And look at that circle, Contra. It goes to where Austria is nearby, and we're gonna probably see them go for an early loot, early rotation right around the bridge, so that they can bridge camp all the way all throughout the game.
Yeah, that's probably what they have done in the past, and today there's no Horame Bros to stop them. So we'll see if that is going to be according to their plans. Meanwhile, Team Max, will they gatekeep the Novo Bridge instead? It's now being lobbed towards the side of KE. They're trying to spoil my predictions early, my friend. Flash Vision Esports having Master Rigs, and we've seen clutches before. There's only a pistol in the hands of Carrillo. That was the van, for those who have seen, iterations of KE. So I think they're not gonna go in for the full engagement, but at least a reliable UMP in hand for Master Rigs. He's gonna be happy enough about that. Campus now found that AK, so he's definitely confident to eventually go for the push. And it's only in Master Rigs. Where exactly is the rest of FV? Should be somewhere around Very Pure, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're
It's
right.
slightly far off though, so I'm not sure about this. Are they really gonna go for a push? As they walk out, it will be immediate spray. 2 down on the ground. Master Rigs ever ready to secure these points. And yeah, please, producers, change my prediction to Austria Esports right now. Thank you very much.
I actually did try to change my prediction in match 4 to Austria, but it's just way too late. So probably in Miramar, hopefully that they can change it to Austria. But anyways, you can now see the death crates of the two players of Kill Enemy.
They're
And
just rubbing it in
Master...
my face. I feel like that's the only reason they have to zoom in, right?
well,
Oh, boy.
well, Master X has been one of their clutch players for Flash Rush and Esports, really showing that he's probably their leader when it comes to getting those elimination points. And he's part of this Singaporean team, and he's actually from Malaysia, coming from your country as well. So he's showing up. Ooh, look at this, the bike again.
Oh,
Lufa!
yeah.
Thank you, Lufa.
Oh, thanks for ringing the bell too. And does he need to pick up? I believe that the bikes are only good for one. So too bad.
Oh, I think he can go for like a pickup. Can you?
Maybe like just like how we used to do in school, right? Like we
All right.
even if there's no seat, like you could still stand on those wheels. Maltese out in the open as well as
You
they
know
try
what?
to cut across.
You know what, Contra? Here in the Philippines, you can see people ride bikes outside, and there's like 3 people riding on it.
3?
Yeah, maybe even 4 sometimes. That's the
How?
meta here in the Philippines. I don't know even how they do it.
I don't know about PUBG Mobile. Like, imagine 4 players on one bike.
No, in
That's-
real life is what I'm
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about.
I know. But imagine if it's in the game and then like for the whole squad on one bike. Can we make that happen? Like, you know, there's the trike
Oh yeah.
that used to be in the game as well, where, which was the wonkiest of vehicles. Did they remove it? Because I've not
No,
seen
no,
the
no.
trike for a very long time.
No, and looks like they replaced the bike. Oh, so sad. Well, the trike hasn't been replaced. It's just that it's not a reliable source of transportation because it's not stable. You would have to like destroy one of the tires in order for it to be stable. And then you're out in the open like this boat right now. Ooh, Red Bull goes for the knocks. 2, or actually 3-man knockdown. And now 1 player left for TTQ. And he's gonna try to go for the save. And Red Bull, oh my goodness, 3-man knocks and Liquid. They don't have any choice anymore. Just just die.
Sounded a little harsh right there, but it is definitely a sink or swim situation, and there's only one swimming from the looks of it. How on earth is Red Bull getting all these pickoffs? Like, it always back the question on these decisions that Asja take. It's just crazy, right? Like, to think about how precise they are, even from that distance, to try to catch these members out. There's only Liquid left right now, and somehow Red Bull's got Hawkeyes to still do that damage. I think he's just gonna just lose his breath, deny himself, and do the swim of shame. He's going further and further, my guy. When is he gonna land even if he survives? Wow! Would you take a
Wow.
look at that?
That quick for time to quick for Red Bull. Wow. and you know what, Contra? This is a really smart play because if the circle would go down on the Sosnovka Island, since then that we had so many, I lost count actually even with how many circles we had with the south side. A lot of teams are doing that kind of thing. Wherein, yeah, you can see now Flash Vision going for boats, going for the bottom side of the circle, and since they noticed that, Red Bull, one of the smartest and top fraggers here in this tournament, now went towards that area where he can just spray around the area, and he got an automatic 4 points, and he can go for an automatic 4 points again if he spots Flash Vision.
Yeah, I think they would absolutely do that. And it's so much better as compared to camping by the bridge, because for so many games, these teams, whenever they see that southern island, they always take the boats to try to wrap all the way down to the southern port instead. So Asja, they quickly move towards that corner of the map in order to reap all these rewards. Meanwhile, inside of Milta, we're still getting a little bit of an altercation between both Dread Esports as well as Sin Esports at the moment. Well, it's going to be Pop-Off that does manage to secure a knock as well as an elimination. I believe that to be a member of RTC, or could it be either Gold? I'm not too sure about that, but of course we'll continue on with what's happening here. AUG, ever since it was released from being an exclusive weapon, I felt like AUG still has its place to be a very impactful 5.56 category weapon with the firing rate. But over here, Gold
Look at that.
Esports, they're diving into the waters already. This is not a boat. It's not going to get you across that river, but I guess they are just trying to avoid whatever shots that PBE is coming up against,
Woo!
and the goats seemingly can't swim.
Yeah, they're using now the UAZs and the Kupar Bs as submarine, but it cannot move at all. So they will have to swim over to the other island. And while this is happening, RSG and RTC both having a little bit of a hard time with each other. Now you can see YG pushes into Fearless Esports as SRX now tries to push also to Cute Loki. This is a really good matchup that we're seeing right now as Say Cloud now knocks down Ranzer. SRX gets the best of that exchange as Cute Loki will be confirmed right away. And now look at this for UIG. They will be able to get the revives off from Naughty Boy. Say Cloud will now get closer as 1 second goes down with a knockdown onto WTC. Now it's going to be up to Say Cloud. Will be the only member left. Pop-Up now goes for the push. 1 second, no heals for me. I'm going to go for the push as well. But he got taken down with a Mini 14. He has to heal up. He has to reload as well.
Oh boy, this is so chaotic now, down to a member left on each side. Pop so far really holding out for his own, while he managed to actually spot him out. Say Cloud could now go in for some revives, but there's still Astro X. All unreliable. Now going for the push. It seems like they could not get that revive off on WTZ in the moment. But then a push still comes into effect. Just ring around the Rosie, merry-go-round, and shot fired. Oh my goodness, Astro almost getting clipped on that final moment. Barely surviving to tell the tale. And Rian gone. They're already gone in the early game, which is why we saw so many players. They're not willing to take this bridge because of fights like this. It could happen at any given moment.
Oh, yeah. And now this is KE's memo. Always going for the boats, always going for the bottom side of the circle. But the big question is Red Bull still there? I guess not for now, because I think the circle has shifted already. We're now on stage number 2, but the circle is still at the bottom side of the whole map of Erangel. And you can see GG now swimming over to the other side. Sin versus Dread now on the right-hand side bridge. As Jibna right now is waiting for Rankin and the rest of Sin Esports to go for the push or the commitment towards the bridge. There is actually Demios. If you look at the far side of this one, Demios and Daemon is on the other side of this location where they are keeping at bay for Wako and Cool. And look at this. Jibna now introduces himself to Rankid as Rankid takes some damage, but Jibna will now go to the waters.
Yeah, it's still going to be a tough spot to be for both Sin as well as Dread Esports. And honestly, there's no time to waste. If I'm Sin Esports, I would just move directly into the islands already because they're still max. The moment that they move past that bridge, they will be greeted by the Cambodians instead. So Dread Esports, do they still have functioning vehicles? Because it didn't seem like it. Sin Esports tries to make their way across, while Lufa Gao will be caught out by Asia Esports. And mind you, this space inside of military base is the hometown of Asia Esports. They're super happy about this ending. Another domineering performance as they have all hands on deck. It just really depends on whether there's going to be any further hardship that's going to be further north of the island instead. That will definitely give a little bit more of that breathing space to teams like Sin Esports right now, struggling to get by. I mean, they could also dock into the waters if they want to. If they cut to the hard right now, it'll be good for them. But instead, Mako takes a left and is already getting shot by Kaler. Wait, this is another.
Oh, this is a different one. Yeah, it was a different one. This is Elevate versus Monboy of PBE. Oh, however, the blue zone is way too much now for Claire. Got spotted by Michi on a different angle. As we go back to Team Max versus Sin, Wako got taken down, by the way, while we're at it earlier. As Rankid now is trying to make a save for his teammate, but just way too many Max V9. Just gatekeeping them from that bridge. As we can see now also here, Flash Vision Esports able to take control of an area out there at the hangar here with the areas of Austria and RTC. And by the way, this is the first time I've seen Austria holding on for that billboard area together with the C building. So they usually like get out of that area once they're done looting.
Yeah, but they do know for the fact that there's still plenty of teams that will try to cut across the bridge and maybe take the spot on the hill, which is why they are getting themselves prepared. Whereas other teams are moving from the south side, still being chunked out by the blue zone. Team Max is willing to stay put for the moment because they have spotted Dread Esports coming across, and they're still struggling to make it through. No time for a stop for a save. It seems like Barney will be moving underneath the bridge, trying to go for a wide wrap. So, consider it settled. Max will take claim of Damon. So, even Team Max, they're slowly bleeding out by the blue zone, so they cannot afford to stay too long. Joseph, once he settles this, quickly goes for the loot, and he'll be well on his way.
Right now, you can see Barney coming in now, as if you remember, Jashi was playing earlier. It looks like they're trying to mix things up for Dread Esports. Jibna right now is pinned down, is using every single shell that he has on his DBS. And I'm pretty sure is actually out there. There we go, Jishu able to take down Jibna, and Barney goes down as well. So 2 players off from Dread Esports is currently down. 1 more player left who is far away from this distance that we're looking at right now. I think Demios has already bailed out from the scene. So Barney won't get a revive. As on the kill feed, Ryman goes down. Has also goes down from Flash Vision. There's a ton of players being taken down here. So it looks like they're being taken down probably because of that rotation that is being commencing from all these teams.
Yeah, probably by the blue zone as well. RTC managed to spot 1 off from members of Flash Vision. It seems like the Singaporean teams couldn't seem to avoid each other at all. Well, Exquisite has been tugging in between and will be seeked out. RSG, sharp eyes, as well as good notion to actually push right through. But they have drawn attention from the side of Odyssey Esports. Not the best of news, but at least RSG could try to hold defensively. They've already moved off from that billboard, as you did mention, as more and more teams are flocking right into the military base. There's still some teams over the north side, which we will focus on much later. And it's just interesting. I still feel like military base has been one of the trickiest spots to play out. You got the hangar side, you got the middle ground with all the compounds, you got the silos, you got everything that has to offer in terms of terrain. FV now trades right back, takes on Labo Kun, while GG loses another member to Team Max. A push comes into effect coming in from FRL. He spots this member of Go Esports as he tries to prime the grenade, giving him enough space to run around, but there's nowhere to go off from this grenade that was popped perfectly from the side of Astro X. And there's still replies coming from Liliaka. Oh, charging through, not hitting the mark. Oh, Astro perfectly in control. But here's another one.
And good thing he's ready with that push from Go. And XZ11 from behind is 1 second to make that support fully covered for Fearless Esports. But he has to get away because there's some gunshots from behind. This is coming from PBE. Is what's happening right now. It looks like they're on the charge as well. Look at the mini-map. There's some greens out there on the mini-map, getting closer to Fearless Esports. And Fearless, they say, nah, we're not gonna deal with that. We're not gonna loot those loots anymore. We're just gonna bail out.
Yeah, smart decision. Else, if they were to camp out, the rest of PBE could easily just overwhelm them since they only have 2 members. But FRL, for 2 games in a row, they've been really coming in hot. This time with 9 frags in total, Dambot found himself a really interesting spot through the silos. And would FV notice at all? He goes back to the bike. Okay, Toki.
Yeah, the bike.
Okay, Toki's just strolling around happily without care in the world. Odyssey Esports, doesn't matter. I'll take this part of the silo. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
He's on the wrong side. This is not where the FV players hide. I mean, the other players hiding from RTC. So at least he gets to take a look at these compounds. And oh my goodness, Dambot, he might make his advancement right now. There we go. Not hitting though. There we go.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. He was not on the bike. That's why he lost that power. You know? Well, Oreki now Actually, they spot Dambot, so Dambot is on a pinch here.
Two.
Oh, what is that?
Wow.
What is that? What is that monster truck? A flying monster truck. Oh no, that's it for RTC. Well, they had the bike, but they also had a flying monster truck. Wow.
That's style points. Superb style points. He probably did a 180 flip just to secure the kill. My.
They have the power of the bike. That's why they weren't killed that time.
Oh yeah, but here goes power of the bike. Drakey now praying that this smoke could actually help them with now Rankit arriving to the scene. He's just taking the staircase as slight cover and he runs right back in. Smart moves, as we've seen the brilliance of Rankit beforehand on all the teams that he's joined. But Joseph, you know what? He is just going to play from that lower side and will still find the angles true. So these guys without bikes, they're still having some really good showing at the very least. Joseph, how long can he survive? He's the only member remaining for Team Max. And it's surprising because they're one out of the two teams that started off in the island and didn't really reap that many rewards. Team Max, they were busy trying to gatekeep. Maybe a bit too much more than the Kichu is what it seemed to be. But PBE, they seem to be the kings of the north. But there's also Fearless Esports, who's already back 9, losing one member now. Trying to hold the lines. 1 second with those flying vehicles. You might be able to get the sprays true, but there's shots coming from the back. And it's Elevate that steals it.
Elevate goes for the third party. And now they can get their eyes on to PBE because, again, the northern side would be a lot of, good areas or views that they could have because it's going to be on the higher ground. If they can manage to take it from PBE, then Elevate will have a really good chance of getting this game. But for now, it's going to be quiet as Nathan tries to sneak his way through the backside of PBE. I think they're not aware of Nathan being right over there, actually. And Raymond, though. Raymond will try to go for the scout on the backside. Good awareness here for Playbook Esports. They're able to manage their location. And for Nathan, I would say that he would go to where the rest of Elevate Esports would be at, especially now that the circle has shifted away from that area.
Yeah, Odyssey Esports remain to be in the prime spot. RSG happy enough to be sharing some form of location alongside with Asia without getting pummeled by bullets for now. But this can easily change later on. Now, the problem for PBE is that they have to make it into this area. Shredder one vehicle, they might have actually spotted this member off of the side of Elevate Esports. Everybody's crawling and hiding. One such player is Red Esports. As the Nate's now come flying in. Nathan all by himself now. What can he possibly do? Nate's now cooked down below. Not gonna connect. As Nathan doing an excellent job by himself, honestly. Whereas the other members of Elevate should still be able to provide a little bit of a helping hand. Skyny now picks up Toki. But it's definitely taking too long. I feel like the party here should be getting this circle, but wow, look at that. Great pickoffs. And now Coca-Cola is in the pinch, but they did get the knock towards PBE.
Yeah, and good thing he was able to get that knockdown, or else he'll be taken down and automatically he can get eliminated. Ooh, but nice nade coming from Ryman. Able to take down Coca-Cola. Now it's going to be Nathan. Tries to peek left and right, but unfortunately the best will be coming over onto PBE. Now Scotty, he does have 7 frag grenades against 2 players of PBE from afar. It's going to be Austria Red Bull again. Trying to be a party pooper for these 2 squads. Now for PBE. They do have the circle though, but this time around, look at Skynin going up against 3 players of Flash Fish and Esports, and he takes 2 members of Flash.
He could just handle everything by his own, and the rest of the squad, they could just focus on PBE. And that nade does connect. Skynin takes all 3 members of Flash Vision like you predicted to be. Now, there's a lurker right behind Asia Esports. The ones in yellow, who could that be? Is that members of RTC? Was that members of FV? I gotta take a closer look. Well, I say both, but they are already eliminated, so it could be somebody else.
For now, Red Bull does have his eyes on to Dale now. PBE has to be careful here. They're up against a really hot Austria Esports right now, who does definitely have the center of the circle right now. KE is just really nearby, just right close to the C building where Austria is currently at. They're actually cooking up some nades now. They are aware of the presence of KE. Kaya and Master D2K, just the two members of KE. Once they're able to protect that, then most likely we will see another chicken here from Austria Esports.
Yeah, it's going to take a while. Meanwhile, beautiful shots coming from PBE. Bomboy secures it as it will take out the final remaining member of Dread Esports. Nates now come flying in. Catches slightly onto Kaya. Kill Enemy can still hold on to that position for a little bit longer, but there's only 40 seconds before they will have to run into the entirety of Austria Esports because they're not in the circle right now. And, you know, for RSG, they need to thank the lucky stars that Austria Esports are not focusing on them for the entire game that they've been inside of this military base. So good on them. They'll be able to at least play for much longer. Austria, they will deal with them much later on. But PBE, time is nigh, but at least some parts of the hill is being covered by the zone. Max now spotted out. PBE, they've already gotten 5 points. Anything else that they could get from here is going to be able to supplement them a whole lot. But smoke's now being primed in as KE makes a desperate attempt to just run right through.
Well, for now, for PvE, if the circle would not be on their side, the big gameplay they can do probably is to just crash into the fences of military base. That's where they can, manage to not get picked off by Austria Esports. They cannot even easily, crash to the buildings inside of military base. So that's the best thing they can do if the circle would not be on their side, which is most likely what's going to happen. As for Austria, there's going to be way too much work that they will have to do because they're going to have to defend against KE, they're going to have to defend against RSG, and they're going to have to defend against PBE up on top. So a lot of assignments here, especially for Red Bull, is going to be assigned towards PBE, who still has 4 members strong. But look at this. KE now is on the move. Skynin, ready with the gun called FAMAS, and let's see if he can handle this kind of gun.
And it does have some pretty high recoilable. The damage output is pretty insane as well. So barely any space. Yes, the answer will be he is very formidable on this FAMAS as he unloads the full clip to secure that one elimination towards KE. It's just Red Bull to deal with the entirety of Playbook Esports. Playbook Esports still somehow has that part of the circle. As a matter of fact, the other members of Austria has lost some form of cover, so it's going to be a little tricky. So Playbook Esports, they might even get themselves a chance at the chicken dinner. D2K now being rushed right in by all the members of Austria Esports. Doors blown right out in the open. There's no chance that they can survive Skynin. Oh boy, this guy on the FAMAS is absolutely scary as Playbook Esports tries to make their run across. Now, what is going to be the case here? Spots one driving by. Red Bull now getting pot shots. He's barely got enough room on that corner, but he should be able to eventually reposition. All he needs is a smoke. While Ryman hugging by the corners with a nade from Red Bull. Whoa. Oh, there's nowhere to hide. Austria completely dominates. But here's the restock from the crate, though.
I was about to say it's going to be Ryman's P90 versus Skynin's FAMAS, but no more Ryman this time around, all because of that nade coming from Red Bull. My goodness. What a throw there coming from Red Bull. And by the way, that's the only vehicle that PBE has. So this means that they won't be able to crash into the fences of military base. As for RSG, they can just easily go for a little bit of those third parties. But it's a matter of how long, because they only have smokes to cover them up.
Yeah, but the problem is that the majority of Austria is staying indoors, so if there's any form of picking, RSG will look towards PBE to actually assist Austria while at that. Speaking of which, they did manage to get the knock onto PBE.
The
top now, looking to secure the point. They say, thank you very much, RSG. Now we are here to just wrap things up. And this could be 3 chicken dinners in a row for Odyssey Esports, as they have still had 4 members strong. The revive does go through for PBE. 1 member left for inside of RSG. Over the top end of the hill, this is where the top will take over as he's over onto the roof. Slight cover, but doesn't really matter too much. These 2 members looking at each other. While there is Mitchie trying to run across. A good trait of knocks happening as RSG is already out. Playbook Esports all left with only 2. Martin now trying to settle the scores here against Dale. Dale slowly getting chipped off. There's nowhere to hide. Asya on the 3rd chicken dinner of the day.
I told you, Contra, just vote for Ostia. Ostia is the team today. You might as well vote them in Miramar. Wow, what a performance out there, especially for Red Bull. Red Bull was the gatekeeper for that military base against Playbook Esports. And that's a really good decision, actually, for Playbook Esports to crash onto the fences of the military base. That's how you try to push in that type of scenario. But again, the nade was on point for Red Bull. It stops Playbook Esports strategy to try to take the circle or try to take the chicken dinner over Austria Esports, and it gives them a little bit more space in order for them to work around. And again, they work around for another winner chicken dinner here for Austria.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that they don't have enough smoke grenades to be able to play by those corners of the wall, or else that could have been excellent for PB to rush right through to challenge Austria Esports. But look at how proactive they are. They even had Red Bull hunting out in the early game, crashing boats, crashing teams out of the game, where Yangon Galacticos didn't manage to hold for far too long. This was some clutch moments played out by Fearless Esports' very own Astro X.
Well, for the highlights of the game, this was when Dread was not able to get Jibna. And then there was an engagement between Fearless and Goat. It was a battle of this compound. And then eventually, it was Fearless, Astro X, who was able to clutch it together with 1 second. And this was the flying monster truck, Last Russian Esports against RTC. And then right here in military base, where Austria just defended their dropping point really well. And at the final moment, Martin was able to get that final kill. MVP. Ooh, wow. 8 eliminations here for Skynin.
Yeah, he's been so impressive. He just detonated the entire squad of FV, and there's just so much that this man can do. It wasn't just about the Thai brothers that's been stealing all the limelight, because Skynin, as the OG member of Asia Esports, have still got a whole lot to offer for the squad, with 1,248 damage to be done in this matchup. So this game definitely looking to be so convincing on how it actually plays out for Asia Esports. And, you know, it just goes to show, when the circle moves into the islands, you will still have to be very careful of Asia on what they can cook up.
Well, for Asia Esports, now that they're done with the Erangel maps, they're now going to be thinking of their strategies in Miramar. Remember from yesterday, Contra we got a little bit of a slow type of pace from Austria Esports. Look at this, by the way. 19 eliminations for Austria Esports. 29 points being just added just that quick. And again, the road to 300 points is on the way for Austria Esports. And again, it is a possible feat to be covered by them. Just going back to my point, Miramar, it's going to be a slow pace for Austria Esports. They just need to manage the circle like what they did yesterday, and if they can do the same, we're gonna see Austria again as the winners of match 5 and match 6.
Still hard to tell, as we are definitely changing the sceneries for a little bit, but with Austria's domination, 3 chicken dinners, I would say that's more than enough. But if they can get all 5 that's remaining, that's going to set the record high of 5 chicken dinners within the span of 6 matches in the PMCL. So, with that being said, there's only so much that we can talk about Austria Esports. Let's talk a little bit more about stats. where we've seen a lot of teams struggle to actually make it into the island. Most often than not, when it's the Southern ending, we always see maybe only about 50 over ratio of elimination points, while teams had to travel really far and wide and not really having too much resources to heal up in the early game as well. Like Dread Esports, they were desperate on the attempt, driving into the waters to cut across into the islands, and still made things work out for them. So not too shabby after all for certain teams on their attempt on approaching this island.
Well, with what happened here in match number 4, it just goes to show the dominance of Odyssey Esports, but you can also add whatever PBE has done here in match number 4. PBE, we see them on and off. But what I mean by that is, one game they're good, and then the next game they're not. So if they're good in match number 4, let's just hope that they're not, bad in match number 5. Let's see if they can, handle that pressure. Right now, looking at the match standings, 29 points compared to PBE only has 11. Again, the gap is just way too much right now for Odyssey Esports. Just saying that they're the #1 team right now, and if they can do this same thing in week number 3, it's just gonna be total dominance until the grand finals. But anyways, that's still not gonna happen yet. It's gonna be still next week, and then next month in September 2020 is where we have the grand finals. For the rest, Team Max got 9 together with Fearless Esports. Flash Russian Esports has been showing a lot here when it comes to elimination. It's just that they're not able to manage to get a high rank point. So if they can manage to survive until the end of the game while they're going for elimination points, then we can see a lot of improvement coming from Flash Russian Esports.
That's right, and for now, it will be the overall standings, which we will see Asja honestly making that 300-pointer possible to make it a one-way horse race. We start off the week thinking that, hey, every other team looking to be really close to each other, but Asja says, we are absolutely built different. So that's 7 chicken dinners. Like, the second highest amount of chicken dinners is 2. That is currently being tied by God7, Harame Bros, Dread Esports, and Yangon Galacticos. I don't know what to say. Like, things are looking to be bleak for other teams if this is gonna be the grand finals, like, at least for YG, steady climb, now onto 120, looking to overtake GE, who's not playing today. Harame Bros will probably might be reachable as well for the likes of Yangon Galactico. So at least Red Esports, they're happy that they're still sitting pretty high up there on the board.
Well, again, it's a day of Odyssey Esports, especially that there's no Harame Bros, there's no, of the other powerhouses that we usually have. Even though God7 has been showing up in some of the few matches that we had from the previous days. But again, since there's no teams like that would scare off Odyssey Esports, it's just Asja totally controlling the whole game. Dread Esports had been struggling also in that game. So even the second place team right now is not having some fun. And by the way, this is the last day of that group, which is Group A. Odyssey Esports, Dread, Time to Quick, and RTC. So they're just making the most out of the whole day right now for the rest of Group A. But when they come back tomorrow, which is Group D, I just hope that we're going to have a totally much different gameplay for the rest of the whole teams included. But anyways, we're getting ready now for Miramar, so Contra, and Kuku TV. We'll be right back, so hold on your seats. You can grab your snacks, and we'll be right back.
In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, Ocean Odyssey, to help you better grasp the new gameplay and have a better experience. First, situated underwater beneath a huge statue is the Ocean Palace. At the beginning of a match, there are 2 ocean palaces that you can go to. They are located in the waters under the ruins and Milta. Each ocean palace has loads of supplies and treasures. It's an ideal landing spot. Now, what's the quickest way to enter the ocean palace? Parachute directly to the ocean surface at the start of a match, and after plunging underwater, you will get a speed boost, so you can quickly reach the palace. You swim faster in the water near the ocean palace, and you can hold your breath for longer, allowing you to move around quickly underwater. After passing through the sea suppressor barrier, you can enter the ocean palace. The sea suppressor barrier forms a large air pocket in the ocean palace, and you can battle in this space. The first time you enter the ocean palace, you will receive a special respawn. Do keep in mind that you will lose it if you leave the vicinity of the ocean palace. Inside the palace, you can activate the water nymph performance. When it ends, you'll be rewarded with supplies. A powerful item lies at the center of the palace, the trident, which unlocks once the countdown ends. Upon retrieving the trident, not only will you get lots of supplies, but a special respawn card as well. It's used to respawn in the battleground, and still works even when eliminated outside the ocean palace. However, the respawn card has a time limit, so pay attention to when it expires. Lost crates are hidden in the waters all around the palace. Dive in and explore for surprise loot. Once a certain amount of time passes in the match, a kraken will appear and destroy the sea suppressor, flooding the ocean palace. Use the portals in the ocean palace to leave quickly. Finally, there are several Forsaken ruins. Besides having tons of supplies, the Forsaken ruins conceal 2 sea treasuries. Find the switches to remove the water veil and enter the waterway from the ocean temple. Then you can find the sea treasury located underground. Light up all the pillars at the treasury entrance to open the treasury door and obtain the treasure. On the ground of the Forsaken ruins, there is a blasting current and a mirage tower. Use them to get higher up or to move around. When you encounter an enemy, use them creatively to take the enemy by surprise. Furthermore, some Forsaken ruins will have a spirit whale that appears in the sky after some time, and will leave a water orb on the ground after landing. Enter the water orb to board the whale escape pod. When the blue zone approaches, you can use the spirit whale to quickly get to the play zone. That's all for this video. Discover more ways to have fun. Hurry and try out
It's the day where Asia completely dominates with 3 chicken dinners in the back. With 2 more rounds to go, we are changing the scene into the dusty dunes of Miramar. Once again, it's Kuku TV as well as Contract here to accompany you throughout this beautiful weekend. Once again, Selamat Hari Merdeka for some of you Malaysian viewers who are on board, as we are having a really fun time so far. And good news for the Malaysians is that, you know, when national holidays happen over a weekend, you get that extension to the Monday, so you guys definitely enjoy that long weekend. But that also means that we also do have a lot of PUBG Mobile action for you guys to keep up to speed on what's really going on. But if you guys miss out, roll it back. You probably see a whole lot of team that's in green that will be taking those wins. But if it's not going to be Asia, who exactly will be the ones to win out in Miramar?
Well, let's see and find out in match number 5 and match 6. And speaking of holidays, Contra, here in the Philippines, did you know, in malls in the Philippines, by the time it goes in the bear months, like the September, November, October, and December, you will see Christmas trees being set up in the malls. So it's early Christmas here in the Philippines. If you want to
already have it.
Yeah, there is already in one of our bigger malls here in Mall of Asia. There's already a Christmas tree set up even before the September comes in. But anyways, let's go back here to PUBG Mobile as we now
show you again the Galadriel X suit available right now with an exclusive lobby post. You can also grab the Sky Huntress MG3, the first ever upgradable advanced weapon skin, and the first draw of the day is going to be 10 UC. Grab yours right now, show it off. We've seen some of the care package weapons as well earlier, Contra. We've seen the AWM, we've seen the FAMAS, we've seen the P90. We haven't seen yet of the MG3 being used for this one, but the prediction is here. It's going to be Dread for my prediction for this game. Again, we know Dread. They're always been trying so hard in each map, but the best maps that they have been having for the past 3 games that they played here in week number 2, it's been always in Miramar. That's why I'm picking them.
Yeah, I think it's a really good call. I voted for Dread as well very early. You also didn't vote for TTQ early. Now it's my turn on TTQ side, where I think like they've been doing pretty decently, at least in Erangel. Miramar, it's always a 50-50. Sometimes they crash out early, but when they do make it into a final 3 stance, you most often than not see them really rally on to try to really secure that chicken dinner. But I really like the caster's prediction coming from KH, where they are voting for kill enemy, which we have seen a lot of good results so far throughout this entire evening, and this is that strong suit map as well, so I'm definitely hoping to actually see a lot of them. And even from Quintoyo, Zan, as well as Sammy, they do believe that Goat Esports will be able to do a lot more to be able to secure a chicken dinner here in Miramar.
I would say differently for Quintoyo, because I mean, she purposely just votes for the other region's team in order for her to do the curse. Like she does have the curse in the PH casters desk. But for Zan and Zami going for Goat, it's a really good selection. For Goat, for the last game rather, they didn't really had such good game with match number 4, but for Miramar, I'm just hoping to see them try to bounce back. But again, enough of the casters. You also have the chance to go for your own votes. Just scan the QR code right now, just right below Contra. Use your cell phone, scan it. You'll have the option to either vote for your favorite team for the match or vote for your favorite rising star. We do have a lot of rising peeps right now here in this season's PMCL. I would go for Martin, to be honest with you. I mean, coming from the 2019 era that he had until 2020, and then eventually the hiatus for Martin, and then eventually the emergence of him back here in a brand new region for him to show that he still got it.
Yeah, he absolutely does. And if you guys are in doubt, you guys know what to do. Odyssey Esports is still domineering, so most likely than not, no matter what happens, they would still be able to put up decent results. But we want you guys to, of course, support either your favorite team or your fellow countrymen. You don't really have to follow the crowd if you're gonna, vote for other names, like even teams like FV, RTC. They definitely do deserve a whole lot of support coming in, and maybe we'll get to see the Singaporean team to be one of the teams to be predicted for the chicken dinner. So with that being said, we are ready to kickstart our run into Miramar. This being the penultimate round of Saturday before we move into our final match later. So with that being said, I really want to take a look at this flight path on how it will favor maybe certain teams in terms of getting into their favorite locations. One spot that has been always contested in the early game has been Minas Generalis. Are we gonna get some of these battles today, especially with Goat Esports not being still in the mix? There's no GOT7, there's no GE, so places like St. Martin is gonna be opened up.
Expecting RTC or maybe even Clash Vision to go there. They have been always doing that. Like if another group would be off for today, they would try to go for their own dropping points, and then eventually some other squad from a different group will also go there. That's why they're always been seen in the early stages of the game. So let's see if they're going to do that from now. Yeah, we haven't seen yet them dropping off from the airplane, Austria will go to Montenuevo. You would see Valle del Mar will be the dropping point for Go. For Fearless, they will go for Chumacera. Looks like there's two teams going for Los Leones, which is Team Max V9 and Dread. Oh, looks like RTC not going for San Martin. It might be Elevate or might be even Exquisite who will go there. And look at that circle going to the western side, maybe to El Pozo.
Very likely so, and YG is going to be happy about their decision to always be part of that location. Austria's going to be holding on to Montenuevo for most part, so they don't really have to make anything drastic. So it's good news for these two teams. Elevate doesn't really have to journey too far. They can eventually move to Creative Fields as well if they want. So TTQ, they would be able to at least siege over onto La Cabrera and maybe move their passage into El Pozo later on. For the rest of the squads, I wonder what will happen to them. I see 3 teams around the Bandita to Los Leones section. So perhaps we might get ourselves some small skirmishes, but other than that, other teams are pretty much in very decent location. It is Elevate that actually takes over St. Martin this time around with a few more members into Power Grid at the very same time. Speaking of the battle in Los Leones, it's happening right here, right now. It might just be one of the members of Dread Esports that have been able to secure one. And yes, as a matter of fact, it was Damon that unloads his clip, but to whom, I want to find out.
Most likely it is Team Max V9 because we earlier saw the drops of Max V9 and Dread. I'm not so sure the specifics on who it was, but right now you can see Dread now going for a Kupar B. Ooh, looks like they're going to be targeting DD now. DD dropped off at this location. They're going to probably just circle around first to maybe scout the area. And they have the equipment, they have the weapons, they have the loadout, and they have Demios now going in at the ruins area. DD is in trouble.
Yeah, this is not looking all too good right now as he's being absolutely surrounded. But look, enough these Nate does not really find it. But now he reveals himself, taking one member down, looking for 2. It's not only good for 1. As Demios and the rest of Dread Esports should be able to secure this. Thankfully, Damon wasn't being thirsted down, so 4 members still stay put for Dread Esports.
Yeah, it's a good thing that the ruins area where where DD was at was way too far away from that support coming from right above, and that support coming from Team Max V9 only had a Winchester, so it's not a gun that you would need to have in order for you to save your teammates. You would have to have at least maybe a DMR or maybe an AR and then a 4x scope in order for you to take a look at that and maybe try to support your teammate. But again, looking at the center point of the circle, this is YG going to their usual, which is in El Pozo. We did saw KE right around this area together with RTC, but since YG is playing again here in this groupings that we have for today, they're going to be missing in action at this very area. Naughty Boy for YG, what do you think of the addition of Naughty Boy? Did it really help out a lot for YG Contra?
I think he's doing decently. Like, he is definitely supplementing a little bit of firepower, a little bit more of his support as well. He's a very flexible player. When you need him, he will be able to show up, where we saw that chicken dinner that was won today by Yangon Galacticos. They have been able to really have him really hold up against Elevate Esports in moments that really do matter. So he's definitely playing with good enough tenacity to not be falling prey in the early game for most part. So I do love the adjustment coming in from Yangon Galacticos. I still say that maybe they don't look as ferocious as compared to the past season, so maybe firepower-wise, you can still work a little bit harder on that.
Well, I mean, once you've been added to the team, you will definitely make an impact, especially that they trusted you to be in the squad. But for now, KE, though, up on smoke, is going to be Odyssey Esports. He's going to try to be aggressive at KE. I'm not really so sure where KE had dropped earlier, but right now, Austria Esports had rotated all the way to this side from Montenuevo. Kaya throws a nade, not gonna hit anyone. And this is the beauty of Miramar Contra. Like, you cannot just easily pick off some enemies, especially with the terrain, with the mountains, with the ridges. There's just so many things that you have to think about before you throw in those nades, before you even push. Because if not, then you're just wasting items in the game.
Absolutely agreed, which is why this is my favorite map to watch some of these pro players duke it all out. And it's all about the mastery of the terrains as well. If you know every nook and cranny of either spots that you can play or certain places that are dangerous to play out, then you can just play towards the advantage of the scenario. Well, KE still suffering some hits as Austria Esports were really proactive in the early stages of this round, which is to my surprise because they never really needed to leave Montenuevo from the looks of it, but I'm glad that they do because they're taking a lot of more space other than just being within that city. Kaya, with that smoking buggy, he just got to get there safely to join campus. So this is going to be long trades. These guys will have to manage their resources. And take a look at Red Bull. 571 bullets in the clip. A total of more than 600 bullets, as a matter of fact, of what he has right now on those 5.56. But, of course, he's the main fragger. You would want him to just load nothing but bullets to just keep putting pressure onto enemy side.
And the story right now for this game is about taking the higher ground as YG, who came from El Pozo. Looks like they got the mountains right on the eastern side of El Pozo. And again, this is a strategy that has been used by a ton of those top teams in PMSL, before in PMPL, MYSGPH. They can get easy kills with that, but again, that area would be avoided most likely by the other squads. But for now, it's gotta be Barney against Fearless Esports, Dread Esports right now. Right at the blue, by the way. And they're now firing away at Astro X, and this is Barney. Way too much spray as 1 second gets him.
Oh boy. These fights are getting a little bit out of hand on the outskirts though. But with that knock, it doesn't seem like there's going to be any helping hand towards Barney to go in for any form of rescue. Red Esports so far has been trolling on to FRL for a long time and will now seek revenge, as it's going to be Gymnas that will be able to at least trade right back, saving Barney in the nick of time too. So that's good. 3 points to be secured. So better luck next time, FRL. Team Max lost 2 members early on, so all these healthy numbers really adds up to the tally. They know for sure they can't chase up to Austria Esports no matter how hard they try. So whoever else that they get to face up against will definitely supplement on their run, as they will go on the rest with Odyssey Esports tomorrow. But for the rest of the squads that are not playing for today, like Toronto Bros, do they have enough to eventually overtake Red Esports is what we want to find out, as Red Esports still keeping busy. It's going to be it seemed to be Playbook Esports to be driving by.
Oh yeah, it's PPE now, who takes over whatever Fearless Esports spot earlier on, and now Monboy drops one. This is Jibna, the IGL for Dread. Ooh, the kid just ran over Labo from a different area, off cam. Monboy right now just holding his ground, making sure that he can go ahead and make these eliminations. He has to be careful though, because look at Barney. Barney's still on top of that hillside of Chumacera, while the revive now is commencing for Dread Esports. Damon now sets up smoke as well with the Monboy. Ooh, frag grenade. Damages both, but not really knocking them down. And there we go, Barney. You are expecting that, Contra. Like, Barney has been there for a while, just waiting for that right timing. And even eliminating Monboy off in this game.
Yeah, super impressive coming in from that angle. Michi tried to close right in, to try to secure this number against Demios and also go in for a revive. As the drive-thrus are set right in, PPE, after the save, they should be well on their way. I don't think that this time spent outside of blue zone is going to favor either side of the party. So, Jibna, unfortunately, fortunately he was being picked up earlier, but it was Demios that was taken out. So, PBE, they try to keep them away, but look at the journey through. It's not going to be easy at all. Asia Esports, they will return back in towards these far corners of Montenevo. So it's going to be far off from El Pozo. That forces YG to also move into the outskirts instead. There's plenty of them coming from north, to my surprise. RSG, Exquisite, GG. Oh, this area of Montenevo is going to be crowded out. We're going to get ourselves slightly of an urban ending with shots now being fired from South YG towards RTC, but he's got the big bang with the DBS.
Oh, and this is so sad for WTZ. Won't be able to get a revive off from Say Cloud because Say Cloud is far away from him. Now the recovery now comes in. It's gonna be Kutlo Key together with his teammate. Now the recovery did finish onto RTC, so they will have a little bit of more time here to go for the recovery for the heals. Now the mollies now will come from YG. Also some utilities here. Frag grenades coming into the house or to the ruins. Ooh, nice throw from Dambot.
Wow.
Gets Say Cloud down. Just right at the right moment. And then TTQ comes in. Another challenger here for YG and RTC. And now, ooh, Dambot still there, but ooh, he doesn't have to overcommit. He did not knew that this is another squad.
He didn't know at all. And now YG also tries to go in for a reset, but there's no time at all. These two teams that were here first and foremost will now face the wrath of TTQ, charging right by. Down to Liquid here, as he hopes to secure it against Naughty Boy. But these nades are falling into place that Baltov might be able to connect, but it won't be the case for now. Loki now getting a little bit of pickup, but these Molotovs are being set in towards the top floor. Somehow catches onto WTZ. He's trying to pop that med kit. Should have about enough time. He can only take care of himself, but say less as TTQ runs them over.
And what a nice third party here for TTQ. I mean, unfortunately, they lost KH. They still have Zuki, Gus, and Liquid, though. But right now, he hears Lufa on a buggy, just circling around this area. Martin gets Wako down from Sin. Exquisite needs to be more aggressive here, Contra, if they really want to add more points to their name. Ooh, however, at 13th, it's going to be Team Max V9 who will get eliminated.
Okay, now we finally get some quiet time and a good view of the bikes. Yep. And wherever the bikes are, I feel like there's always some form of curse or protection. Whether it's a good omen or a bad omen, I do not know. He seemingly at least taking the center of the spine of the heel. I was just going to do exactly the same. But it really depends on how TTQ plays this out against Exquisite Esports. They won that trade between YG as well as RTC. Now trying to at least defend themselves into that same compound is going to be a tough ordeal. They do have a couple of vehicles lying on the outskirts, but some of them have been shattered already. Koopa trying to hold them out. There's plenty of time for them to do so. So TTQ, they do have some portions of the circle. They don't really have to leave until they're being forced to do so. So they can just play it out like this, while the top's going to be able to find another one in the form of Flash Vision Esports. Wow, just rowdy round here inside Miramar. Just the way we like it.
Yeah, another day at the office is what you just said earlier with Ostja, and this is what they're doing right now here in Miramar. But look at this. Looks like they were able to get some knockdowns off from TTQ. Now Koopa will throw an underhand toss. Ooh, unfortunately, it went over, so it went to his side. Now Gus will have to throw in a nade. Ooh, he has to be careful because there's like a flank coming from a different angle. Koopa, ooh, Not sure if he's able to connect though. But on the kill feed, Dale was able to connect one with a frag grenade on his side. So Mitchie able to take out Ranzer, and that's it for Fearless.
Oh boy. It's just a tough run in. And for what it's worth, I just didn't expect so many fights to be taking place up north. Well, Exquisite, they made the smarter decision. They pulled back from that compound where these members of the queue is holding out because it's by the edge, so no matter what, Exquisite will just be getting the better of leverage by just staying up atop these hills, while TTQ will be forced to make an exit later on. So definitely not the best spot possible, while we still have GOAT Esports slowly racking up a couple of knocks. No points thus far. TTQ is the one that got 3, PBE with 6, 3 for Sin Esports, a much better run, as it seems like Sin Esports have already secured that 60-pointer to match up against RTC.
For GOAT though, they're split up right now. I'm not really sure if it's a 1-to-1 split or just a 3-1 split. They're right nearby the middle as well, so they're actually going on good positioning in the circle. But look at this, Martin. Frag grenade on point, man. Blanks is currently down. And now, with that knockdown, someone else might probably want to take that kill from them. But, good thing Waka will be able to revive Blanks. But for Martin, doesn't have any much view for the side of Austria Esports. So it's just basically total gatekeep right now is what they're bringing over to Sin. Sin not giving it a chance.
Yeah, Sin, they're pretty much stuck on that low ground as the rest of Asia. They're sending more members down to clear out the entire sector. Red Bull's the only one pushing forward, interesting enough, against the rest of Kill Enemy. Whereas, of course, we'll take the northeast. While Sin Esports, what's going to be the call here? Nades are also being tossed right back towards Martin, but this is definitely going to be short. It's going to be hard, I mean, with the gravity working against them. While they try to book out, Swako, or should I say Rankit with desperate attempt, while they try to trade right back against Skynen in a dangerous position. Martin still taking charge, so always rely on the old faithful, as they say.
Well, while that was happening, I think someone else has a better vantage point over Austria, because Martin cannot even stand up in that area. I think probably a different squad, but not Elevate. Elevate, though, is currently gatekeeping some of the squads of Exquisite Esports. This is Claire right now up on top. Just prone down and able to spray down on them. Ooh, and Exquisite has their eyes on the prize, and this is TTQ that they were able to eliminate.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time, and finally Exquisite have settled the scores without really having it to be too costly. They still have 4 members intact. Red Bull somehow strikes 1 more member down. I believe that to be a member of Elevate that has been picked off. The top holding on to the rooftops. I can see his name, while Blanks only has some slight cover left. Sin Esports forced to pop whatever smoke necessary, but honestly, they got nowhere to run. Like, the top, he just have to be patient about this, and she should be able to score all the points possible until maybe Sin trades right back. Speaking of which, Blanks is already down, and tight squeeze! Oh boy. Wako also getting caught out, but it's actually from the play zone, so the top only lose 1 point out of that.
Oh yeah, well for Austria, they don't have any more Sin. They do have a different team now that their eyes is set on. Unknown. I mean, it does have his eyes on PBE, but PBE has the higher ground, so Ryman can just easily just hide right on the edges of this mountain. He's the only lone member left, by the way, for PBE. He's able to go ahead and heal up. But the question is, how can he be able to get into the circle? He might have to jump down, so the fall damage might even eliminate him.
He's just got to slowly parkour his way to descend. While Elevate Esports also pushing up the hill where Asia is currently at. This is an interesting hill that they're playing through. because you not only have these two teams, there's also KE who's on the other side. So we'll see the update. It might just go between the streets to make things a lot more difficult for everybody else. So this update will be the most important update into the map. Thankfully, it's not too far off, but it's slightly away from Odyssey Esports. They can take position where Red Bull's currently holding, but now shots fired onto that player of Exquisite. Yue. Doesn't seem like he could going for the rescue just yet. Claire holding him down. And the further he goes, it's just going to be even harder. But it's actually Elevate that needs to push through because they're outside. Even through getting that knock, he needs to flush Yue away from that position. Oh, almost lethal shots coming from down below. Claire just got to leave the scene.
Oh yeah, you got to leave the scene now. I mean, he's trying his best to confirm that one knock just right below him, but with all of those smokes, he doesn't even know where to throw those utilities. But look at this. Martin now getting set. He does have the Groza. This is a lethal weapon up close and personal, but he has to face like 2 or 3 members off from KE. And this is the difficulty of this type of map in Miramar. We're in. There's just so many mountains that you have to climb into. We're in. There's just so many like choke points that the other teams can set up for you. And look at that. Skynen just got eliminated by Ryman, who I believe dropped down from the mountains and now able to get one from Ostja.
Beautiful work. They do have a flip over vehicle. Not really a good sign here for the side of GG. But they use this as a decent cover at the very least, as they try to take on maybe who's desperately trying to move out of the scene. He's out in the open, but somehow it's going to be unknown that will be able to at least secure it. So that point stolen away from GG.
Yeah, and right now for GG, up on smokes, they have to also cover Goat. However, going back to Ostja and PBE, Ryman has been trying to irritate the offense being done here by Ostja onto KE. So they're kind of delayed now with whatever plan that they have for KE. Now tossing up a nade, getting a little bit of damage. Martin able to spot him. What a play there for Ostja.
Odyssey Esports, even with one member down, they are doing just as efficient as they have all together. Skynet was the one taken out earlier, and Martin goes ahead to descend to find himself a couple more loots. Probably not too many valuables out there, but whatever resources like smokes or even first aid will be essential for him to really last some of these rounds. Meanwhile, Coca-Cola finds another member of Exquisite Esports, Elevate Esports. Got a lot of good reason to play things out from, and this time around we do have very good voting for not only Yangon Galacticos, but also Dread Esports. Not too surprising to see Ostja to still be the utmost favorite team from our spectators of the tournament. But going back into the circle, let's take a look at how difficult it is. We still have these 6 teams who are trying to even squeeze through, and here comes MM going for the trade. It's a beautiful drop shot coming from Elevate.
Yeah, beautiful drop shot. And we almost thought that the Elevate will actually be the ones to be knocked down, but from the side now, GG, the kid, able to knock down Scotty, able to also get the kill there as well. Now it's going to be Coca-Cola. I'm not sure if he can try to save the day for Elevate. I mean, he will try at least, but will he get sprayed by the kid, though?
It's a very risky attempt.
No, he won't.
Like,
yeah, he won't.
I'm not too sure if this is going to be a good idea. There's still 4 frag grenades on the hands of the kid. Martin now spotted out by the entirety of GOAT. As it seems like Odyssey Esports is currently being gated from going any further into the circle. But good news is for Coca-Cola, he will be able to revive Nathan, and Nathan will do the rest for Claire. GG, playing it safely, wrapping things around. The nades are lobbed a little far off towards the back. So thankful for the side of Elevate Esports to remain to be intact. Good team play overall to just go in for that reset. While Stage 7, very, very tricky. We see multiple teams over onto certain unplayable areas as well as the hills. But so this is going to be the only fight between the teams right now.
And for Austria, they only now have one player left standing, which is the top. And the top just realized that Elevate Esports just pushed in towards the circle, so he can easily go towards that eastern side part of the zone. For now, he will stay there and be quiet. As for Goat, they're able now to take control of the south side of the circle. KE still just controlling that hill, the top of the hill meta that you're doing. For GG, they're focused on Elevate. It's actually good to see that Elevate is able to set up smoke so that GG cannot even throw it over through the window. GG basically has no eyes for them to be able to throw all these nades. I mean, they did try it, but eventually just bounced off outside, making sure that Elevate Esports will go ahead and make the reset. So it's just still the quiet time for now. Stage 8 has been generated. This is the final circle, by the way, and it went towards Exquisite and KE. So this means that KE, if they can handle this push coming from Goat, most likely they will get the win here.
Yeah, this is gonna be a tough 4 deal still, but Goat Esports, they have such a beautiful position to actually play out the end game with a bird's eye vision and still leveraging over onto the spine of the hillside. Meanwhile, the top being very careful about this situation between GG as well as Elevate Esports. The rest of Austria playing in a very reserved manner while waiting for things to happen inside of the zone. They now finds the kid getting a beautiful headshot at that as well. Still close. You can see how these teams are just being so cautious of that hillside, which is why Nathan is much more willing to play over on the back end to try to avoid all these shots. Nate's now sent flying in. Wow, it does connect towards the kid over the top. And speaking of which, the GOAT, they're really hoping to take charge against KE. Now that they're only left with one member, it's hard to play this one out. Like you said, GOAT is in the prime position to really take it all.
Well, for GOAT, they just need to manage to defeat Campus, who is just waiting for Carrillo to, try to crawl up on top. Ooh, and another nade coming from 21, just not letting Carrillo to get that revive. Now for Campus, does know the specific position now for Unknown. There we go. The splash damage gets him to back out. Another nade coming in, but he will hold on for a while now. This is the best thing that he can do now that we have stage number 9. The blue zone is now moving. So they'll be forced to move as well, both XZ11 and Unknown. And now they're moving now. Splash damage will take effect. 21 is now up, all eyes on KE, but the top will be eliminated. 6th place for Austria Esports. Elevate now, however, not able to walk towards the building is Nathan. Now it's going to be Coca-Cola and Claire will be the 2 players left for Elevate. It's a pretty slow end game, to say the least.
Yeah, it's just because of the difficulty of the terrains that's really providing too many covers out there. KE now gets spotted out. Only 2 more members remaining while they're dealing with the rest of Elevate not effectively pushing right through. Still pressure is on coming from the side of Good Game Esports, while Kill Enemy is the next one to fall off. So there's 4 teams. GOAT Esports are looking rather hot right now. 9 elimination points and taking over the top side. And they're absolutely convinced to be able to secure it all. All they have to do is just rush towards this compound to clear everything up, and they should be good to go. 2 members left for the side of GG, as well as 1 remaining member for Elevate Esports. But there is a clip over the back. Elevate is already gone. It's only down to that 1 member of GG. And Jisoo goes for last stand. Will lead out to the play zone, which means GOAT Esports celebrates their win.
Yeah, GOAT Esports celebrates their win in Miramar. Again, Miramar is where you can probably take chicken dinners off from Austria and just right in time, just as a right position as well for GOAT. You're able to take control of that bottom side of the circle, and it's just pretty hard for the rest. I mean, Austria didn't really had any chance there. Only the top was able to, survive until the end. As for KE, I thought that they had a chance there, but just so unfortunate that only one player of them was able to get through the inside skirts of that circle. But for the rest, Elevate, they did try their best. Unfortunately, one by one, they got defeated. For Goat, just the patience there for Goat that was able to give them that winner chicken dinner.
That's right. Let's take a look at the highlights as well, because this was a really interesting round. We see plenty of teams fighting over this compound by the outskirts of El Pozo as well as Montenevo. And then Asia, they had the right ideas to really zone off Sin Esports, where you see names after names over on the top side of the hill, but it was this final zone of the compounds where Elevate were just really trying their best to hold on. GG was definitely clipping them for the most part, to the point that Goat Esports, they got the better trades as well as good control over the lower side of Valley to eventually wrap the whole game up with a chicken dinner of their own. So that was perfect execution, a well-deserved win, good predictions coming in from some of the casters of Myanmar as well as the Philippines, as 21, despite only 2 elimination points, he is the MVP of the match.
Yeah, 21, also known as Exit of previously from MFG, now with Goat Esports, with 2 elimination points, with the total damage of 898. Whatever they did, they basically went towards the western side part of the circle. Then eventually the circle shifted away from them, so they were forced to go to the bottom side of it. They just made sure that no one else were right beside them, and they were able to manage also to connect with all those frag grenades right at the end with the kill enemy. So it's again a really good game, well played by Goat Esports.
Yeah, overall, it's just very coordinated and cohesive play that is being displayed by Goat Esports to take things slowly one at a time in order to really benefit from this really difficult area of play. And I'm glad that it's a rare circle that we're getting here that's slightly off of the cities, where we have seen Goat Esports back a total of 10 points for the squad. So when you add those numbers all together, yes indeed, that 21, or formerly known as Exit, has been dishing out more than a quarter of what the entire team has to offer. So good work. We'd love to see more of Goat Esports as they are having a better recovery, hitting into the biggest map possible.
Oh yeah, we still do have like one last map. I thought it was the end already. All because of Austria's dominance. I mean, it's always been them who we always see right at the end game, right? Like this one, we saw them in stage number 8, wherein they had the top, but again, just so unfortunate that they didn't really had that circle right at the end. Well, again, you can see how well they played it, especially against Sin. Sin really still not finding any opening for them to be able to flourish in this game. If not now, the question is when for Sin Esports. Sin, again, Contra is the top #1 PH team from week #1, and right now we don't even see them even in the top 8, right?
Yeah, at least they did manage to play very well on the very first week, so I honestly think that their chances are going to look only better for week 3. It just seems like week 2, they're just exhausted on ideas as well as execution, so they definitely do deserve a little bit of a break for them to recuperate and work on what really went right during the first week, and whatever that they're trying here in week 2 hasn't been the best showing out of the squad. But as I did mention, this round has been looking to be one of the harder rounds of Miramar. So 7 teams, they have fallen outside of the play area. Goat Esports backs 20 points, 13 both for GG as well as Elevate. Meanwhile, PBE is still having consistency in the record. And despite Austria not winning this time around, they still backed 5 points, so not too shabby. While the only team that has not really received any points is FRL, which is surprising because FRL today, they have looked to be a very dominant, aggressive squad in those rounds of Erangel. So hopefully last final round, FRL will be able to back some points back to still keep things afloat for the squad.
Oh yeah, FRL, Fearless Esports. They have been active all throughout the whole day. For just this map though, they weren't able to get any. For the rest, like for Elevate, I know that they're very good in Miramar. We are going to be expecting them to bounce back from this game. Even though that they got 13 points, I mean, I'm expecting them to get an additional double-digit score line for the next game. Here comes the overall rankings, by the way. Austria needs 12 points to get the 300 mark, and they can do it in match number 6. Hopefully, we could see that, because I think that's a record in just 1 week. Contra. I mean, can you check from the other seasons if we had someone with a team with 300 points?
I can't exactly recall, but this itself really is an astounding feat so far. So all they need now is 12 points to get into the 300 marker. So whoever who's been, following suit, maybe some guys of the Wikipedia will know, like, which season has anybody reached 300 ever. But, from the regions of Thailand, I think these numbers have been hit beforehand from certain squads that has been super dominant into certain circuits. But for now, for what it's worth, Odyssey Esports, league of their own, I would say. Like, it really didn't seem like those rounds of Erangel that was played out was any challenge to them, despite how difficult it is for all the other squads. So now we're only left with one more map remaining, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope that you guys still have the energy staying put here. And of course, I'm definitely looking forward to see what these gentlemen will be prepared for, because Miramar is where all these other teams are a lot more eager to score those big wins, because Austria probably have used up a lot of energy throughout this past round to get those 3 chicken dinners in the bag.
Oh yeah, I mean, getting a lot of chicken dinners, getting a lot of consistent gameplay, it's very exhausting, especially if you have 6 maps in just one day. So I mean, it shows, actually, to be honest with you, with the gameplay that they had with match number 5. You could see that they just stayed right up on top of those mountains, just waited for the other teams to just close in, and then they try to spray and pray if they can, get those eliminations. Eventually, the circle was not on their side. Now that they know what happened with match 5, hopefully that I mean, if they can manage to correct those errors that they made in match 5, in match number 6, if they can, correct those, definitely we'll see again another domination by Austria. But the Gladiator X suit is available, guys. You can buy it right now together with an exclusive lobby post only until September 30th. Wreak Havoc also with the Sky Huntress, the first ever advanced upgradable MG3. The first draw of the day is at 10 UC.
That's right, folks. So make sure you get your hands on this exclusive exit, as it's a limited time only, and it's going to be off the stores by the end of September. So plenty of time, no excuses. And we're not going to remind you for too many more times for the night, I hope. It's already moving into the final match of the evening. So that being said, tomorrow is going to be another day. As if you guys haven't made any 10 UC purchases, we'll remind you again. So, of course, it's time for prediction. It seems like my GOAT prediction came in one game late this time. So it was KE that I voted for GOAT. Maybe it's back-to-back. I don't know. It's time for us to find out. But I like that, Fearless Esports are getting all the support and love coming from their own countrymen. Krim as well as Big Daddy going for that vote, despite them, not getting the past points. But this team remained to be very consistent for today.
Oh yeah, I mean, Fearless Esports, even though that they got 0 in match 5, expect them to bounce back right away. We don't really see that much of Fearless from last season, that you see them consecutively having bad games. This season, we were not expecting for them to just gel well together right away, especially with PubPub and Astro X being added to the mix. Ranzer gel well right away. The thing that I mentioned yesterday is just up to that fourth guy, which is either 1 second or Pozo, to become a lot more comfortable with the squad. If whoever it is who gets a lot more comfortable a little bit quicker, then maybe Fearless would have a much better outcome for each game. Well, let's see if Krim and Big Daddy's prediction would basically be a good prediction for them. I did pick Elevate. I mean, Elevate is a pretty good team when it comes to Miramar. We did see them getting or nabbing 13 points in match number 5. They weren't able to manage to get as many players though right at the end game. So if they can manage to get 3 or 4 players, kind of like what they did in Erangel earlier, it's just that they weren't able to make the right decisions during that match. If they can manage to do the right decisions and have 3 or 4 players in the end game, then Elevate can have a chance at that chicken dinner.
True enough, and of course, we got shoutouts for Sydney Esports, YG, as well as Risk Guy Esports, where RSG, I think they've put up some really surprising improvements for today in terms of racking positioning points. Frag-wise, definitely needs a couple of fine-tuning for them to really get the better of some of all these rounds, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from RSG, but in Miramar, I'm not too sure if this is going to be too much of a heat for them to handle, because so far it didn't really seem like things have been going their way in that past round. But still, decent records to be put onto the block. Elevate also from your vote, that last game they were one big portion of being part of the top 4, so it's looking rather convincing to me that they can actually walk away maybe with a win. While what's surprising to me that this final game we don't really get any votes for Asia Esports. Well, not that they actually need one. All they need is just 12 points. Like Chicken Dinner definitely helps them get a little bit closer. But when you were talking about Asia Chicken Dinners, they're never within that low ratio of admission points. So expect to actually see them really hunting out for all these nations. Well, of course, you guys can once again vote for your favorite teams as well as your favorite player here right down on the QR. Scan that. And now there's only one game left, since maybe you guys have been keeping yourselves busy over the weekend. Well, some say the party just started, so welcome on board. If you guys haven't voted, you guys can use this same QR code on your screen to vote for tomorrow as well. So guess that's what you guys can actually get yourselves prepared for. But this is going to be of course accounted for. The highest votes will appear on the screen. So that being said, oh boy, Cuckoo, it's been a long day, because there's so many of all these remakes. I'm pretty sure that it's also getting to the players, because I'm already feeling a little bit of that tinge in my body. Is like, oh boy, this is definitely eating up a little bit of my stamina. I can't imagine how the players feel.
We're getting a little bit older now, Contra. Well, for the pro players, I think. I think not. I mean, these are still young players. I mean, ages would range around 18 and above, maybe. So they would definitely have a ton of energy until the end of the game. They sometimes I even see, after our live stream here on PMCL, I sometimes see them go live on TikTok right afterwards. One of the teams is Dread. I call them the TikTok boys because every time I go on my FYP, I see Barney, I see Jashi, and then I see Jebna. So those 3 guys really loves to go on live on TikTok. They even show the comms that they had with the team while they play in the tournament. So they basically show some highlights of the whole game itself. So it's actually fun to be a fan of Dread Esports, to be honest with you. But we're gonna start now with the final game of day number 4. as we now head on to the last map, which is Miramar. Contra, are you ready?
Oh yeah, I'm ready to wrap this one up, that's for sure. But it's just getting started. So, of course, I'm glad that you highlighted that, out of the game, these boys out of Grit Esports are super high-spirited, high energy, and they're absolutely ready for this matchup. This is going to be the flight path coming from the bottom end of the field of Puerto Paris, so a very southern-centric kind of rotation. Or should I say flotation, since they're going to float out of that parachute as it ends towards Ladriela. Does this entail that it could end up maybe slightly towards the north or even the center because of how things are looking like at the moment? But for most part, most teams have already navigated well enough over on the south side. They've seen these kind of flights before. So it's more about securing certain vehicles, which we'll see a little bit of a tug of war happening. Or else they could always opt to drop into Los Leones and just play it out.
Well, with this type of circle, Contra, it's going to be a pretty hard task for the rest who drops out on the northern side. Oh, there we go. It went also onto the northern side. So this will just mean that all the teams who dropped on the bottom will just say to each other that we'll go for a quick loot. After the quick loot, let's go for a rotation right away. You cannot just afford to just stay there right on the bottom side. There's not so many entry points if you look at it. The only entry point that I see here would be 1, 2, only 3, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, if you would have to go for a hard rotation, that entry point would be right around Torre Ahumada or either right around La Cobriera.
Yeah, I guess like there's still options aplenty. Since this is still the early game, we won't really expect some of these teams who drop over the south side to be able to quickly navigate their way through. But you know what I really do hope for? I see Oasis being part of this. If it pulls all the way into the true north, that is going to be one heck of a battle and a heck of a game for them to rotate. I hope that these guys over the south will be stocked up on gas, because this rotation, most likely than not, you will definitely need some good petroleum into the tank, or if they're lucky enough, they will be able to seek out for secondary vehicles.
Whoa.
Halfway through. Wait, what?
What?
What on earth was that? There was so many players inside that shack.
Yeah, there was like 3.
Surprise, surprise! What a play from Playbook Esports. I would be really pissing my pants if I was that player. Like,
yeah, they're ganging up on one guy who's down. There's like 3 of them looking at that guy. Oh my goodness, PBE.
Can we get a replay, producers? Like, it was that poor soul from GG. That poor soul who's just hoping to get by. And they were greeted just like that. And even more troubles ahead. Jisoo losing his vehicle on that side of the hill.
How did it even went there?
How did it get stuck? Oh, the luck
Jisoo.
is
He's
just
the ninja.
so bad.
I mean, he can just go smoke bomb, then go onto another place. He's the ninja. Look at him.
Yeah, he is. But I believe you can't teleport in Miramar, though. This is not Naruto.
You know what? Hopefully we could get a collab with that, right?
Oh, we've had a lot of cool collabs. We had Dragon Ball. We had so many. Jujutsu Kaisen. A Naruto one will drive fans around the world.
Ooh.
Wow. Like
an idea from us, right? It came from us.
Can you imagine playing as Sasuke or Naruto? Or maybe have a 9-tailed fox as your pet.
Oh, right. You can do a little bit of mini games. Like, remember when we had the Dragon Ball Super?
Oh yeah, you can fly around.
You can fly around. I mean, with Naruto, you can do Kagebunshin, right?
Imagine cloning yourself and confusing the heck out of your enemies.
Right.
I'm up for that, honestly.
Great idea by the casters.
But are you able to control your clone? I believe it's gonna be a little bit tough. Now you can basically fly as some of these characters out there, but I don't know, Chief. Probably not happening so soon, or did we just give spoilers to people? I hope not. But
I hope not.
Exquisite Esports going out for the hunt. Well, over on to the other edge is
Oi!
Wako, but shots are also being fired back. This valley across water treatment isn't going to be saved, but I'm liking what I'm seeing. A very early rotation from Sin Esports to try to dominate the north side.
And that was a risky play by Lufa. He's way out in the open. He's also on a slope, so kind of like an underrated thing to do, but it's just way too risky. But for KE, they're gonna go for a long rotation. This might probably be the entry point that I'm telling earlier, like a northern entry point right onto the western side of La Cobriera. And they're gonna just use their mini buses for now. Maybe, hopefully, they can try to switch it over with Coupe RBs or maybe even monster trucks. Because this mini bus, man, like if you try to put it out in the open, you could easily get, exploded. If I remember correctly, I tried this one in Training Grounds Contra. 2.5 magazines is what you need for it to explode.
It still requires at least like 2 players to really focus down, but we even get
Ooh.
ourselves a flying Ranzer.
Yeah,
who's
he's
currently-
not Superman. He's not a plane, but it's Ranzer.
And he's getting shot.
Oh no!
Oh, from where though? They're
where?
shooting the wings.
From
Wait,
behind.
Ryman. Come on, let this guy be, man. Oh, he's floating low. He's got another
there's
one to
another
switch
one.
up. Come on, switch it up, switch it up. Okay, he stops right here, and he was definitely looking for an exchange. Now, that is rather interesting, as we are definitely seeing long-range trades, but it's going to be cute Loki here with the grenade. That's going to be another different angle. I'm not too sure if we're going to get to see more of these flying players out there, but at least
Hopefully
it's
we can.
entertaining to watch.
Well, for Flash Vision Esports, it's not really entertaining right now because look at this. It's a 2-1 split. One of the players already out, and Yangon Galacticos has the 2 compounds for themselves. Ooh, but actually good that they had one away, but no, I'll take it back. Cute Loki able to take him down, and now just 2 players left. The 2 masters. Toki and Rix, with the frag grenade, damaging Rix onto half. Now WTC throws in his molly. The frag grenade coming from Flash Vision Esports, also taking some damage. They're all ready with SOKs. And remember, Flash Vision Esports had a little share of their clutch moments.
Yeah, they do. It's really down to Master Rix as well as Toki to try to hold this out, but it's not going to look so clear-cut, especially with only Master Rix left. He did manage to achieve a knock. Other than that, just trying to trade right back, but FVE is going to be done and dusted. Of course, we thank them for their efforts as they will now take their early rest of the evening.
Yep, early rest for Flash Vision Esports, and I thought that they were on Group A as well, so they will play for tomorrow. As for RTC, they're together with Ostia, so this is their last day, and they just lost Maltese. They're down to only 2 players also. Ostia now has their eyes on Yangon Galacticos, and Yangon Galacticos, they don't really have that much of... Oh, they actually have a vehicle over there, so they can probably just get away from that area. Or not for Dale. Dale gets down, courtesy of Labo Kun's headshot. And Labo Kun has been playing pretty well for RTC Esports. He needs a lot more of support. And look at this circle now. Just right above San Martin and Power Grid. You can see Ostia doing the same thing. Just right at the bottom side of the circle right now. And they're just nearby Yangon Galacticos. They're not yet committing on the push onto Yangon Galacticos. Oh, they actually did now. As Red Bull now is inside together with Skynin. And the pressure is real for the side of YG as there's one down already. Naughty Boy goes down. Tuplo Key will go for the second. Where's the others? Say Cloud already has split it up from the rest, as he's now away from them, and actually they know where he is. This is just so bad and sad for YG.
Yeah, for what it's worth, they managed to still take down some of these members of Flash Vision Esports early on. Say Cloud now spotted out that Coop's going to be catching fire. Nates are also flying through. I think he's going to be looking for a nade to be tossed right back at them. Last stand. And barely any resources left. He's hugging by the corner of the wall. Skynet now being sent out to actually flush him out. He's wrapping around the back, but there's also Marty on the other corner, so he has to take the fight. And it will be Ozja here once again, just crushing their opponents. Bits after bits, turning them to pianos. And no snowmans right at this moment, but hey, cool enough. Ozja gets to go in for that full restock. And Odyssey Esports, I think that they're very familiar playing around some portions of the creative field, so happy enough to take this position. But I reckon that the teams will not be holding on to these compounds as they are keeping track of how many teams are up across the crater top section. So instead, Ozja take a spread approach to spread out over on the course of the compound. I'm not the biggest fan of this approach because if other teams were to do exactly what Ozja did, they can actually be overwhelmed. But at least it's just going to be pit stop as this will shift deeper into the crater fields.
Right, and Sin actually is in the middle, so looks like Sin is now getting their best circle right now, or probably their best game out of all the days that they have played for now. For Elevate, just nearby Ozja, just running past right at them. Ozja is taking things slow here. Just right at the bottom side. There's one already right through the middle. I'm not sure who it is, but it's probably Skynin, which is normally what they have for the squad to be there first. Elevate going together now with Ozja Esports. It's actually Red Bull. It's usually Skynin, but now it's Red Bull who's trying to scout the area. This guy has no fear at all.
No,
if you're gonna name your team Fearless, you probably might as well add Red Bull to it, right?
Yeah, and finally he does manage to seek a little bit of refuge into the nearest compound. So he's going to be pretty much spread out, but it was the top that got picked off. This is why I mentioned that spot that they were holding on to has been pretty dangerous. And nobody's going to turn back for the top. They will just cut their losses for now. Odyssey Esports already securing those 4 points, but it's Playbook Esports so far having the biggest pop-off moments in this match. Goat eventually will catch this one-pointer. It's all about a waiting game where taps after taps happen to hurt from the hillside and also from Sin Esports. So it will take a while before we actually get full commitment into the battles. This northern portion of the map is always very tricky to navigate. It's just as hard as compared to the past game that was played out. But at least there's plenty of space through the valley for them to actually siege. Joseph trying his luck with the Mini 14. But yeah, he definitely has to work harder on that. Now, I want to touch a little bit onto Team Max. You know, like this team has always been interesting to me. They're still within the top 10 ratio when it comes down to the results that they have on the total leaderboards. But we haven't seen that big flare, those kind of like Ozja-esque level moment. And that's what I've been missing out from Team Max.
Yeah, for Team Max, they're not super aggressive like what Ozja has been doing. I mean, Ozja, the reason why they're aggressive is because they're at the right position every time, especially in the map of Erangel. Now, for Miramar, they lose one member, but look at this. Exquisite Esports coming in. Looks like it's going to be their teammates who will be waiting for them. I thought it was a different squad because it's on the left-hand side. It's pretty small for me. But for Team Max off on the northeastern side, Max V9 together with a John now. Looks like they're going to go towards that ruins area as well as Fearless Esports will be most likely be taking that edge of that circle up on the northeastern side. For PBE, not so sure anymore where to go for them. Most likely, it's going to be PBE versus Fearless, and then eventually they take either Exquisite and then Team Max altogether.
Yeah, that's potentially what's going to happen in due course. But I saw that mini-map, and I really think to myself that TTQ has some of the best position possible. They're the only team playing from the west side. They are taking the top end of creative fields. As much as it's not in the direct center, it was Asha as well as Sin Esports on the lower ground. So TTQ can actually play for picks from such an elevated area of play, so long as they keep themselves pretty much safe. Now, I wonder what does that Flying Fox lead to? Not that they have to use it, of course, but right across the other end. I guess that answers the question right now, where we have a couple of these members from GOAT Esports on the opposite end. Shots now being fired towards their vehicle, hoping to stay afloat, but Zuki forced to go in for a reload. Only 40 bullets in the chamber, but it's a scattered approach from TTQ. If only they had more members, then they could have actually erupted that vehicle very quickly. They'll now drop out that vehicle in the midst of that rotation. So this is definitely going to be tough hurdles up ahead for PBE.
Yeah, they actually picked Exquisite Esports instead of like fighting against Fearless. They picked Exquisite Esports. Now they're stuck. It's best for you to just go up on north with this type of circle, wherein you can just go for third parties to wherever is happening right now between Fearless Esports and RSG. We might expect PBE to just run past, just behind these two teams, but we're pretty sure that they're gonna just take the edges of the circle for now. Oh, and look at this! They actually take Sin! And now Monbo is very low, and he's out in the open as well, and this is just so bad for PBE.
Yeah.
Not a big fan of this kind of push of PBE right now.
They're just desperate to actually find space, and they thought that the warehouse is going to be at least a safe spot for them to play out. But it's only Michi that finds this corner of the shack to cover up for the meantime. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it out alive. It's within the grenade distance as well. So very, very dangerous for Michi as he has to deal with the entirety of GGE. Onyx holding that line down. Now he primes that smoke to just blindside Onyx for the moment. While GG also does have to worry about what's happening over on the course of the hill. So a little bit of standstill as we take a look at the update.
Ooh,
True
wow.
enough, like I said, TTQ, they have the best spot possible.
Yeah, you're the man, Contra. you got most of the predictions right today. And then now you're saying that this is the best position, which is now, since the circle is within the reach of TTQ. All TTQ just need to do now is just wait. Just make sure that they get all those third-party kills. If they can do also some explosions with the vehicles. Oh, explosion!
Wow.
Right in the face of 1 second. Now RSG's chance to push Fearless. As Bunny now goes towards the broken wall. Pop-Up, ooh, actually spotted is Astro X. But the push coming from Pop-Up will be taken down by Icy, and that is it.
Wow.
Wiki elimination coming from RSG.
Yeah, it's just teams trying their level best to really look for a decent spot, but being late into the scene here is just so harsh on these teams. And it seems like it's going to be Playbook Esports to be the next on the chopping block. Gymnast trying to just dash right through his vehicle, already catching fire, but at least he arrives to the shack in time. While TTQ, despite me saying that this is a great position, they have yet to actually find any form of elimination, but so long as they hold true and not be picked off, it still should be fine for them.
For Gibna, has to just hide for now. He cannot just get out for now for Gibna, so just have to be a little bit more patient. It doesn't have to go for those peaks, because I mean easily you can get seen by TTQ from right above. As for the rest of Dread, they can just still manage. Ooh, look at this. RSG now pushes into Sin. A second challenger for Sin, but look at this. There's so many other teams just surrounding the area of Sin, and they can just easily take those kills. Dread Esports, Damon, able to get those kills now. Blanks was able to take a knockdown as well. Rankin, though, will be taken down. Now here comes Max, another challenger. Well, what is happening now, Contra? Is this the battleground that we need to see?
This is Helter Skelter. This is what it is. As everybody is crashing into the same compound. Team Max can they hold firm into the warehouse, and even the Exquisite is rammed towards the back end of the warehouse. Sydney Esports, they wanted this spot to be safe and sound, but this is looking to be too tough of an ordeal for them to even do much from this position. Now, what do they make out of this? It's going to be a little bit tricky, where team somehow calls for a truce for the moment. Interesting way of dealing with this current standpoint. While Dread Esports, they're on the high heels. They're gonna be A-okay for now.
Wow. This is like Royal Rumble in wrestling. There's just way too many people inside this warehouse.
Fatal
inside this
four-way.
compound. Oh yeah, a fatal four-way between 4 squads. Now it's just so sad. I mean, Sin, now that they got the circle, eventually like 3 teams crashes in, and I mean it was like the 5th team now for Exquisite, because PBE earlier tried their best to get into this this warehouse. Unfortunately, they die, and then Michi was the last member. But for now, the circle has shifted away from this one, and they will have a choice here to just fight against each other. Look at this. KE now tries to go on top of the hills, and now able to take out the player of TTQ.
And this is what I was talking about, TTQ. If they're not mindful enough, there will be teams charging towards their corner, and they're starting to lose grip of that situation. And despite having those form of advantage, TTQ still remains at 0 points. It's a little bit more baffling where even the teams over on the lower edge is actually getting more points than them. Surprise, surprise.
Ooh, look at this now. Elevate versus Goat. Nades coming from Elevate. They're just cooking up all of those nades. Unknown trying his best to revive, but no go. Now it's going to be only 2 players left for the side of Goat. This is the Elevate that we know from last week. This is the aggressiveness that we need from them. And Nathan, however, though, cannot find an angle onto Lilyatka. Lilyatka doing a really good job of just covering himself with that tree. Now it's going to be the ones to go for the push, but he's all alone. Why is he even pushing? He just have to wait it out on that side, as Scotty was able to get that elimination. Now, for 21, he does need to find a place to stay. Is able now to get into the circle, but his car will explode in just a few. Does have a smoke to pop out. Can also explode the vehicle right after, so that it won't explode together with it. As for Ostja, they're able to take out Damon. So there are some little bit of action coming from Ostja Esports every now and then. But cool!
Wow, big name.
With a trade knock, though, coming from Team Max. As they got some trades, Exquisite got eliminated as well. Fatal 4-way now. It's now down to a triple threat, as Blanks is just looking from this building. RSG does have their number here, because RSG is way closer to the circle.
Yeah, this is a full-on brawl. What we're missing is tables, ladders, and chairs into the mix. And then this will get a lot more interesting. Master Vape holding on to the AUG, trying to stay afloat. Nate's now flying right in. GG still putting in with the pressure. And still, even with all that said and down, Dread Esports are kings of the hill. So far, picking onto the member of Elevate Esports with a really nice spray going on to their side. While we could take a close, hard look into how things are faring, it seems like TTQ, they're happy with this current standpoint. With a little bit more of a position to play, I see now tries to lob the nade, squeezes into the window, might be able to find something right now. Yes, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Oh boy, RSG now forced to actually go in for that full-on trade. Joseph survives. And the Cambodians still left standing.
And by the way, Austria needed 12. Now they have 8. 4 more to get that 300. Will it be the week where we see a 300-point mark here in PMCL? Austria right now, they do have the circle also. Ooh, adding more to the bag is Red Bull. Got these hit markers towards GG. But GG survives that spray. As for TTQ and KE, just a battle of the king of the hill.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
And somehow the circle still wraps around the hillside. Martin now holds onto a Kar98K. That's a first as we take a look at Austria. Can they make that 300 mark? Red Bull now adds one more to the table. They just need 3 more points. And Skynet's adding another one to it. Oh my word.
Goodness.
Cuckoo. Nobody can stop these guys from getting what they want. 300 points within one more takedown.
One more for Austria. Their target is 300. That's probably what Mad Toy told the guys. Like, hey boys, we need a 300 this week.
300 or you guys do 300 squats.
Well, for now, Contra, it's just so hard now for the Austria Esports squad because TTQ still has the circle, so they can just manage this area that they're in. KE will be forced to go down. I mean, they're still inside the circle as well, but oh
wow!
What a spray come from Campus! Just waited for the right timing, and again for Austria Martin, he has this most in the gun. Actually, look at that. Oh, it's actually a Kar98. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Kar98.
And I would like to also point out, you know, like Austria has already breached 300 because they're in the top 4. But
oh yeah,
it'll be even more impressive if they do secure it just by eliminations alone. But you know, for whatever it's worth, right now, the battle to be the kings of the hills, TTQ so far have finally gotten themselves those 2 pointers. Other than that, it seems like it's definitely gonna take a while. Where shots even fired from the side of Dread Esports. With so little spacing, I'm impressed. KE now have 1 member eliminated. Gus doing a lot of work from the top. And it's so awkward right now. Austria somehow taking the north. South side, you got the boys from Dread and TTQ. KE is the one that's slightly off tangent.
Oh!
Whoa! My goodness, Martin!
Oh my goodness, he's bringing back the meta from 2019 Contra.
Crazy.
My goodness, bolt action rifle, Kar98. Martin is on fire right now.
Give this guy anything he can work with, even if it's Scorpion or whatever, pistol, a revolver if you may. But of course, right now, it's tough to say who's really going to win the trades. It could be anyone's game, but it doesn't seem like there's any pressure towards the side of Austria Esports. A high drop coming in from the member of KE as the rest of Austria, they go on a rampage. There we go, 13 points. 301 just by eliminations. We have yet to count for what's here. Austria's looking for the 4th chicken dinner of the night, ladies and gentlemen. A record high.
Yeah, record high for a week, just for a week here in PMCL. Wow, I'm still baffled with whatever Martin is doing. Ooh, and whoa, what a nade! Red Bull comes in, Nazuki goes down, and Liquid goes down as well with Martin's nade. Oh my god, Contra. Oh, and another nade explosion as TTQ bows down to the Kings right now. And Dread was down on the lower ground. Barney didn't know what to do as well. Now Red Bull is coming in. Jibna is out of the open as Austria just dominates the whole match number 6.
Just give them every single opportunity and they will take it. with the final match of the night wrapped up by Odyssey Esports. Remember this, ladies and gents. Every chicken dinner is also rewarded with like $150. How much money are these guys making in the span of the day? I feel like each member have now received $150 a piece just by doing so. And we haven't even added the chicken dinners from the past week and also early in this week as well. These guys, absolutely ridiculous. I just can't believe it. I can't believe my eyes that we're just getting all these crazy numbers.
Well, I'm trying to remember how many chickens that they had now. I mean, right now they got another one. I think that this is their 7th of this week, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, hopefully we can see that for later on. But anyways, here comes the highlights. As the Fatal 4-Way Royal Rumble happened with the Sin's compound. But then again, it's all about the high ground advantage of TTQ and KE, and then it's Elevate Esports push towards GOAT. And then right at the end, it's all about Ostja Martin bringing back the Car 98. And by the way, Contra, I just found out that's their 8th chicken dinner of this week.
8th chicken dinner.
Wow.
That's times 150. My brain has been fried from doing any math at all. I don't even want to bother calculating because there's gonna be plenty of money for them. Like, they were number 1 from week 1. They get those bonus from performance. You also have Red Bull, who has been consistently the MVP. And what else? What's the record that we're missing here? Everything has been taken away by Odyssey Esports.
Wow, breaking records. Look at this. This is another record-breaking individual performance from Red Bull. 11 eliminations for this guy. My, oh my. And I did the math. If you're telling us correctly that you get 150 per chicken dinner, that's like 1,200 USD already for the whole week.
Oh
my goodness.
A lot of money in the bank for sure. Red Bull is going to be happy to take this one home as well. So we're just looking to see if there's any other accolades that Austria can actually take for themselves. Well, if there's going to be even more titles to do so, I guess like these teams, they're going to be left dry because Austria's going to take it all. 19 eliminations here to close off Miramar. You know, we talked about them losing some momentum or whatever tempo that we've talked about. Nah, it's not happening, man. Like, these guys just know how to sort things out.
Wow. Just no words to express how good they are, to be honest with you. The Car 98, I think they're doing like a Russian roulette when it comes to guns now. I mean, for Martin, because he's like using different types of weapons. Even the if you remember the FAMAS that was used by, if I'm not mistaken, that was Kainin or maybe even Red Bull. I mean, it's totally a different level right now that's being shown by Odyssey Esports. This is not the Odyssey that we have watched from the previous season. This is like Odyssey on a premier level, on a much different level compared to PMCL.
This is, well, Odyssey on their prime. Like, we thought that, you know, seasons past, they had their high moments. This tops everything else. Like, we've never seen such domination in a long time in all of Southeast Asia. I'm including the PMSL as well, because, like, even Alter Ego don't put 300 points like this.
Oh yeah. even Boom Esports, right, with Yummy.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, look at the stats. Just look at the stats, guys. Again, it's all about Austria right now. For today, 8 total chicken dinners. Last week it was Sin who got 6, and then lo and behold, for today or for this week, I think Sin hasn't gotten anything yet, right?
Oh, yeah. So, as we take a look at the score, if you just rub off the top, like Austria Esports with 29, like honestly, they just wiped out like at least one third of the lobby, and everybody else is just settling for an average of 3 to 4 elimination points. PBE gotten 5, so kudos to them, as well as RSG and YG. There's barely any other team that even hits the double-digit mark. Like, how on earth are Austria doing this to all these talented rosters? It beats me. It really beats me. But you know what? Next,
they're not humans.
They're robots. They're aliens. They're like BTR, the green version of it.
The green aliens.
The green aliens. Out of this
actually,
world.
I did check. Sin had a chicken dinner, so yeah. I take it back.
They did.
Yeah.
Now,
so here comes the overall standings now. Yeah, I'm correct with the 8. Look at now the total, 317. Wow. I mean, even if Harami Bro and the rest would play for tomorrow, they can't even reach that 317. So this means that it's a battle of second placer for week number 2, whereas Dread Esports won't be playing anymore. So if Harami Bro would have a good day for tomorrow, then most likely they will take over of that number 2 spot.
Yeah, you know what's funny? Like, Austria can just donate 50 points to anybody of their other than Red Esports, and they would still be number 1. That's how crazy this game has been. So, I don't know what to tell you, but
this is a fair Contra. This is
it
just
feels
so
like
unfair.
if you guys are fans of F1 and you were watching the past season where Verstappen was dominating against everybody else, yeah, this is what Austria's doing to everybody. Like, there's no contest. Like, you know that this guy's absolutely guaranteed for the grand finals already. So that's for sure. 40 points. There's nobody to touch them. It's all about week 3, whether if, you know, other teams will be snatching that number 1 spot away.
It's like you're watching wrestling, like Big Show versus Rey Mysterio, like the big guy versus the smaller guy. There's like no match at all. Contra. That's just so unfair right now. And it's good to see now that they're going to be resting for tomorrow. Again, you guys will not see Austria anymore. Group A will be resting. So it's all up to the rest. We will try to bounce back and try to get as many chicken dinners like what Austria did for today.
That's right. And with that being said, we are definitely closing the night. And I hope you guys have been able to enjoy all of the things that we offer here in the PMCL. So, of course, with that being said, we'll see you guys tomorrow for even more chicken dinners to go. And of course, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everybody.